Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1752. Half a month passed, and the slaughter in the Outerverse Western Weaves never stopped. More than 100 corpse kings had died, and they were all space-exploring corpse kings. Some of them were even envoys, and the Sixth Mainland's losses were not light either. Even the battlefield in Ironblood Weave was affected, as many of the cultivators fighting against the Astral Beast domain were from the Autumnfrost family. In the Innerverse Sword Sect, Lu Qianjue calmly fished when Elderly walked over. "Sect Master, are we just going to let the Great Eastern Alliance enter the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? What else can we do?" Lu Qianjue replied. Elderly fell silent, as he did not know what to do either. However, the Great Eastern Alliance was in a rare state of decline, and he felt that something should be done. "All right, you may leave," Lu Qianjue said. Elderly bowed and then retreated. Lu Qianjue raised his hand and hooked up a huge, strange fish. He glanced at it and frowned before tossing it away. This fish did not taste good. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had been forced to withdraw from the Outerverse, Lu Qianjue wanted to do something, but the Sixth Mainland was the one forcing the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw. If he did anything now, it would be akin to cooperating with the Sixth Mainland. With Lu Yin's influence in the Hall of Honor, it was very likely that the Sword Sect would be accused of colluding with the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor represented the Fifth Mainland's power, and Lu Yin controlled this power. He could not make any mistakes, and it came to matters of right and wrong. Lian Axayan had already gone to the Gu Flow Zone, and no matter how much the Divine Gu dynasty avoided the world, they could not ignore the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin. The Divine Gu dynasty, the Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, the Day-Night clan, the Divine Great Hall, the Wen family, and the various flow zones of the Innerverse. If these powers worked together, they would be able to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance within the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. These powers represented the Innerverse power, and the Hall of Honor could not interfere. This was the rule, or else the Hall of Honor would have long since unified the entire universe. These are troubled times. Even the Neo-Human Alliance has appeared in such a high-profile manner. It's best to avoid them, Lu Qianjue lamented as he continued to fish. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. "Unfortunately, you can't avoid them." Lu Qianjue's body stiffened. The fishing rod in his hand turned into a sword. His body was still in the same place, but a sword tip pierced through the stellar source universe. Sword chi descended, causing the entire sword sect to tremble. All of the long swords hummed softly. Calm. That. What shocked him the most was that the other party's battle prowess was not stronger than his. For Cardinal Sword Spell, you've actually mastered it. You're very determined. Unfortunately, this sword spell has obvious flaws. Every direction has a point that you can't break through. That point is the flaw. ID. Thump. The sword hummed as it stabbed into Lu Qianjue's body. It was a green sword with a hilt that was half the length of the blade. There were spiral patterns intertwined between the hilt and the blade that resembled a strange beast. They also resembled water droplets that formed the shape of a trident. Lu Yin had once transformed into this sword, which had caused Lu Qianjue's expression to change. This sword belonged to only one person, Lu Huang, the most outstanding genius in the history of the Sword Sect. Lu Qianjue suddenly turned around and saw Lu Huang standing less than 100 meters away from him. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "You! Impossible! You can't be alive!" Lu Huang clasped his hands behind his back, a complicated expression on his face. "Yes, I can't be alive. How can an existence that the Hall of Honor views as a calamity be alive? But I'm alive, and I'm living under the Kuan swamp." Lu Qinjue's fingers trembled. The Kuan Swamp. Lu Huang nodded. Yes, the Kuan Swamp. Lu Qinjue frowned. Impossible. You clearly died back then. There's someone in the Hall of Honor with an innate gift of faking death. He was the one who locked me in the Kuan Swamp. I've never heard of him, Lu Qinjue said. Lu Huang helplessly replied, I've never heard of him before that, either. What proof do you have that it's him? Lu Qinjue asked as he stared at Lu Huang. Lu Huang looked in a certain direction. My Lu clan's ancestor in this region of space is buried there. He then pointed with his finger and drew a very inconspicuous ravine. Lu Qinjue's eyes narrowed. Many people knew where the Lu clan's ancestor was buried, but what they knew was a lie. Only the successive heads of the Lu clan knew the true location of the burial. The location of the burial was not a huge secret, and no one would go out of their way to investigate it. The reason they had created a fake location was because the ancestor himself had wanted to be buried in that ravine, but his descendants felt that the ravine was too undignified, so they had created a fake burial location. This was not a huge matter, but it was the Lu clan's biggest secret. You still don't believe me? Then. Lu Huang pointed out the location where he had once cultivated, as well as the people from his generation who had interacted with him. These people had all died of old age, but a list of names could be found. If you still don't believe me. Lu Huang's finger moved, and the green sword flew into his hand. He raised his hand. The 13th sword. Lu Qinjue's body trembled, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He slowly knelt down. The 13th sword. This was indeed the 13th sword. Junior Lu Qinjue greets Senior. Lu Qinjue slowly bowed. The location of the Lu clan's ancestors' burial, his own life, and the 13th sword had left him with no doubts. Lu Huang put away his sword and slowly walked to the side of the lake. Lu Qinjue looked up. What happened back then? Lu Huang sat down. My sword's sex sharpness is unparalleled. Once an absolute expert appears, the heavens will no longer be peaceful. That's why I was imprisoned in Earth's swamp, unable to leave for the rest of my life. Lu Qinjue clenched his fists. Same as the Day-Night clan. Lu Huang was amused. Luckier than the Day-Night clan. The first and third Night Kings were forced into the astral beast domain. One died, and the other's whereabouts are unknown. As for me, even though I was imprisoned, I still had a chance of escaping. Earth's Swamp Rebellion. Lu Qinjue blurted out. Lu Huang looked at him. Throughout the history of the Sword Sect, there was no lack of ambitious individuals. However, most of them focused on the way of the sword. Which type do you belong to? Lu Qinjue's eyes flashed. This junior doesn't understand. Lu Huang looked at the calm lake. Someone told me that you have too many distracting thoughts. You clearly abdicated, but you took over again. Your dedication to the way of the sword is not as great as your ambition. Lu Qinjue sighed. Lu Yin. Lu Huang nodded. Lu Qinjue smiled wryly. I should have known. Lu Yin was present during the Earth's Swamp Rebellion, and based on my understanding of him, even if he wasn't the one who planned it, he still had something to do with the outcome. However, this junior doesn't understand. Did Lu Yin participate in the Earth's Swamp Rebellion because of you? Hold on. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Qinjue's expression changed. The second Night King. Lu Huang remained calm, and he did not interrupt. Lu Qinjue's face paled, and his limbs turned cold. Right, the second Night King. If Lu Yin had participated in the Earth's Swamp Rebellion and released Lu Huang, then how could he have let the second Night King escape? He was Lu Yin, and his actions were watertight. It was impossible for him to release such a huge problem like the Second Night King. Either the Second Night King had been killed, or... Lu Qianjue did not dare to think about it. He stared blankly at Lu Huang, hoping for a negative answer. However, Lu Huang shook his head. That's right. The Second Night King was also brought out by him. Why? The Second Night King can't possibly submit to him, so why would he trust him? Lu Qianjue could not understand, as this did not make sense. Lu Huang answered, I don't know about their situation, but the Second Night King has always been by Lu Yin's side. Lu Qianjue's heart sank. If the Second Night King had submitted to Lu Yin, then that meant that the Day-Night clan had already submitted to him. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been so willing to leave the Day-Night flow zone. He had not needed to stay behind. The Day-Night clan was his, and the Day-Night flow zone was his. But why would he control the Day-Night clan? Why would he trust the Day-Night clan? Lu Qianjue's thoughts raced as he thought about the Second Night King. He then looked at Lu Huang again. You're here because you want the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Huang met his gaze. Smart. Why? You can take over the Sword Sect when you return, and the entire sect will be yours. Why do you want to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Qianjue asked. Lu Huang's tone was gloomy. Do you think I can show my face? Lu Qianjue immediately understood. The Hall of Honor would not let Lu Huang off, so he could only hide in the shadows. Are you worried that Lu Yin will report you? Lu Huang looked at Lu Qianjue. I can't compare to you in terms of scheming, but I'm better at reading people. Regardless of whether I appear or not, the Sword Sect will not be able to escape the fate of joining the Great Eastern Alliance. My appearance will only make it easier for the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance has been chased out of the Outerverse, and they can't even take care of themselves. My Innerverse also has the power to suppress Lu Yin. The power is the Hall of Honor, not the Innerverse. Lu Huang barked. He had been imprisoned in Kuan's swamp, so he could see things more clearly than anyone else. Even though he hated the Hall of Honor, he had to admit that the Hall of Honor had the power to dominate everything. Lu Yin could influence the Hall of Honor. Lu Qianjue retorted, even the Hall of Honor cannot decide the power structure of my Innerverse. It has been like this for many years. Then why am I in Kuan's swamp? Lu Huang countered. Lu Qianjue was stunned, but he could not refute Lu Huang's claim. The Hall of Honor had not openly decided the power structure of the Innerverse, but they were actually secretly controlling it. The Day-Night clan had given birth to the First Night King, Second Night King, Third Night King, and White King, which was why the First Night King had died and the Third Night King had been trapped in the Astral Beast domain. White King had died, and Lu Huang had appeared in the Sword Sect, which was why he had been imprisoned. It was not just the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect. The Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse were all under the Hall of Honor's control. That's the Hall of Honor, not Lu Yin, Lu Qianjue replied. Everyone had a selfish side to them. Lu Qianjue did not want the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance, as he did not want to become a sinner for all eternity. Lu Huang had agreed to Lu Yin's conditions in order to leave Kuan's swamp. Regardless of whether it was because he wanted to inherit the 14th sword or for other reasons, he was essentially selfish. Some people did it for fame, some for profit, and some for inheritance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1753. Since I'm here, you should know what this means. Emperor Lu's tone was unquestionable. Lu Qianjue closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. Please forgive my rudeness, but if you insist on pushing the Sword Sect into the abyss, then you are the enemy of the sword sect and the enemy of my Lu clan. After saying that, he raised his sword and pointed it at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu and Lu Qinjue looked at each other, unsurprised. You can attack first. Lu Qinjue did not hold back. Back when Emperor Lu had created the 14th sword, his strength had already caused the Hall of Honor to be wary of him. He had surpassed the current Lu Qinjue, and after being imprisoned in Earth's swamp for so many years, even if his strength had decreased, he was still not someone Lu Qinjue could easily deal with. Lu Qinjue stepped forward and stepped into Astral Source Universe, then slashed out with the 13th sword. Emperor Lu shook his head. The 13th sword could not be avoided, but why should he? He had created the 14th sword, which surpassed the 13th sword in essence. Suddenly, Emperor Lu was stunned, and he looked at where Lu Qinjue had been standing. Another sword had appeared there, and it was also the 13th sword. How could there be two? The double 13 swords slashed through Emperor Lu without any surprise, but he stood in place with a stunned expression. Lu Qinjue's silhouette appeared and stared at Emperor Lu. He clenched his long sword tightly. The 13 swords double was his ultimate technique, a technique that belonged solely to him. That was because his talent allowed him to use another 13 swords double. The sword sect had produced many geniuses throughout its history, and although Lu Qinjue was not the most talented and could not compare to Emperor Lu and Lu Guai, he was confident that he was not inferior to them in terms of actual combat ability. The double 13 swords could cause multiple damage, so who could block it? His power level was over 800,000, and after using the double 13 swords, he could even fight someone with a power level of 1,000,000. Emperor Lu moved. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qinjue, then coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only was Lu Qinjue not happy, but his expression became even more unsightly. He had expected the double 13 swords to heavily injure Emperor Lu, but Emperor Lu had only spat out a mouthful of blood. Was the difference that great? Emperor Lu smiled, his teeth covered in blood. Not bad at all. Although it can't compare to the 14th sword, in actual combat ability, it is close to the 14th sword. Lu Qinjue was shocked. The 14th sword. Emperor Lu slowly raised his hand, and the green long sword appeared in his palm once again. Yes, the 14th sword. You created it yourself. Lu Qian didn't dare believe it. How many people in the history of the sword sect had created their own 14th sword? The closest was Lu Guai. However, Lu Guai had gone crazy because he had created the 14th sword. His 14th sword could only be considered an alternative 13th sword. Lu Huang had actually succeeded in creating his own 14th sword. Let's give it a try. The 14th sword is called Bitterness. Emperor Lu slowly waved his sword. It was an unavoidable sword. That was what Lu Qinjue thought when he saw the 14th sword. Immediately after, an incomparable bitterness almost crushed him. His entire life became gloomy, without any light. The darkness of his past flooded him, followed by intense pain. The 13th sword transformed emotions into swords. As long as there were emotions, everything could be transformed into swords. The 14th sword transformed bitterness into swords. The despair and loneliness was even greater than the 13th sword. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Lu Qinjue clutched his chest as his limbs trembled. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as his pupils dilated. This was the 14th sword strike. Emperor Lu hadn't used much strength in this strike, and he had only wanted to let Lin Feng experience it. His mastery of the 14th sword had made him almost immune to the 13th sword. If not for Lu Qinjue's dual 13 swords, Emperor Lu wouldn't have been injured at all. Agreeing to Lu Yin's conditions and leaving Earth's swamp just for this 14th sword strike. Do you think it was worth it? Emperor Lu asked in melancholy. He looked at Lu Qianjue, waiting for an answer from a fellow sword cultivator and a member of the Lu family. Lu Qianjue sighed as he thought of the Wen family. They had been willing to accept Lu Yin's threats for the sake of the literary prison. For powers like them, a moment's success or failure could not determine their fate forever, but their inheritance was endless. If their inheritance was gone, then their future would be gone as well. Someone had finally created the 14th sword. If it disappeared just like that, then who would be the true sinner of the sword sect? It was worth it, Lu Qianjue replied bitterly. As soon as he said that word, the burden in his heart was suddenly lifted. He no longer had to think about how to deal with Lu Yin or the Hall of Honor. Emperor Lu nodded. I believe you understand, which is why I came. What if I say it's not worth it? Lu Qianjue looked up and asked. Emperor Lu smiled. There are no ifs. You're a member of the Lu family, and the blood of swords flows in your veins. Lu Qianjue looked at Emperor Lu and saw the coldness in his eyes. If Emperor Lu said it was not worth it, then perhaps he would find someone else who was worth it to become the sword sect master. Everyone had their own obsession, and Emperor Lu's obsession was to inherit the 14th sword that he had created himself and leave his name in history so that no one could stop him. It could not be said that he was wrong, but rather that he had coincidentally bumped into Lu Yin. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold in the blazing mist flow zone, Lu Yin looked at the green liquid in front of him and pursed his lips. Zhao Ran had arrived with a drink that she had specially made. It was delicious, but Lu Yin did not dare to drink it. Forget it. He looked at Zhao Ran's hopeful expression and drank it. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin looked at his gadget, and his eyes flashed as he accepted the call. The sword sect has officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Qianjue's voice rang out, but it did not sound as helpless as Lu Yin had expected. Lu Yin smiled. Congratulations, Senior Lu, for obtaining the 14th sword. The sword sect will rise to the next level. Lu Qianjue replied, I hope so, Alliance Leader Lu. I can only represent the sword sect. I know, but now is not the time to announce it. Senior Lu, please wait for a while, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue knew that Lu Yin was going to deal with the Lingling clan and the other powers. The Day-Night clan had done so, and now, the sword sect was doing the same. No one in the Innerverse could escape. The Innerverse would soon be unified. Since the sword sect has joined the Great Eastern Alliance, can Senior Lu tell me more about the situation in the Gu Flow Zone? I heard that Elder Lianxin went to the Divine Gu Dynasty, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue had not hoped that Elder Lianxin's whereabouts would remain a secret. Now that his mentality had changed, he no longer had any thoughts of hiding. That's right. Alliance leader Luke should have already guessed that the Innerverse cannot compare to the Neoverse. Even when facing the 4 hegemons of the Cosmic Sea, the 8 Great Flow Zones cannot gain the upper hand if they act alone. In fact, they might even be at a disadvantage. Thus, the 8 Great Flow Zones of the Innerverse have a tacit agreement to verify each other's authenticity every once in a while. Lu Yin obviously knew this, as he had already thought of this when he had secretly taken control of the Chaos God sect. The Divine Gu Dynasty is the same, but they have a special characteristic, which is that they do their best not to participate in the conflicts between the Innerverse powers. As long as they do not face any danger, they will not interfere. This time is the same, as young Empress Qing has never thought of allying with us. Thus, I had no choice but to send Elder Lianxin. How was it? Lu Yin asked. Lu Qianjue shook his head. It's still not ideal. Young Empress Qing was persuaded, but there's another large faction within the Divine Gu Dynasty. Grand Tutor Yuan strongly opposes it, as he does not wish for the Divine Gu Dynasty to face the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Grand Tutor Yuan's ancestors were born in the Gu flow zone, and they adhere to the principle that the Gu flow zone should be independent and not be connected to the outside world. He does not wish for the divine Gu dynasty to participate in anything, and in reality, the divine Gu dynasty does indeed have the ability to do so. The cultivators of the divine Gu dynasty not only cultivate their bodies, but also their Gu. Grand Tutor Yuan is not an emissary, but his ancestors left behind an envoy-level Gu. Grand Tutor Yuan used this Gu to become the second powerhouse in the divine Gu dynasty who could contend against an emissary, and even young Empress Qing had to give the Yuan family face. The Gu flow zone itself is a poisonous ecosystem. Aside from the people of the divine Gu dynasty, outsiders who enter will find it difficult to leave. Lu Qianjue told Lu Yin quite a bit about the divine Gu dynasty. Finally, he said, there are too many people in the divine Gu dynasty who favor Grand Tutor Yuan. Even if young Empress Qing wants to ally with us, she will have some misgivings. Thus, in the near future, she will use her breakthrough as an excuse to invite the various powers of the universe to the divine Gu dynasty. Alliance Master Lu was also invited. Lu Yin laughed. He's not thinking of assassinating me in the Gu flow zone, is he? Of course not, but Elder Lianqin is not sure how to do it. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for telling me, Sect Master Lu. There's one more thing. Lu Yin paused. How is the Yo Court? The Yo Court. Lu Qianjue had not expected Lu Yin to ask about this. Why would Alliance Master Lu think of the Yo Court? Madame Yu has contacted me many times. She wants to join the Great Eastern Alliance and obtain my protection, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue shook his head. The Yo Court has hidden themselves too well. Even now, I don't know why they split from the Yu family. During the Sovereign Tournament, Yo Year's battle technique was strange, and it was chilling. It was definitely not a battle technique from the Yo Court or the Yu family. As for the Yo Court, even though we've trapped them, we haven't forced them too much. It's strange. Lu Yin said, continue to force them. You can force them a little harder. When Lu Yin had asked the Starsibil sect to divine Undying Yushan, he had obtained information about the Netherlord. The Netherlord was the ancestor of the Yu family, and the Yo secret art had been passed down from him. Thus, even though Lu Yin had not actively contacted the Yu family, he had always been concerned about them. Now that the Sword Sect had submitted, he wanted to have the Sword Sect force the Yo Court and see what they could do. He actually hoped that Madame Yu would contact him. Lu Qianjue understood Lu Yin's intentions, but he did not ask. Right now, he was more interested in learning more about the 14th sword and everything related to the Lu Emperor. At a fort in the Ross Empire, Lu Yin put down his gadget and smiled as he waved at the sapling. The sapling hopped over happily. The moment he had rescued the Lu Emperor from Earth's swamp, the Sword Sect would not be able to escape. This was all within Lu Yin's expectations. 4 of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones had already been united, so who would be next? Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and when he looked at it, he was shocked. Madame Red. Madame Red had disappeared without a trace ever since the exchange. Even the people from the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa did not know where she had gone. He answered the call. Kid, are you surprised? Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laughter rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1754. Madame Red's posture was graceful, and her voice was enchanting. Lu Yin had expected to hear her voice, but he had not expected to hear a burst of laughter the moment the call connected. You are. Lu Yin was confused, but then he exclaimed, Kue Luo. Ha 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 ha, it's me. Surprised, right? Kuei Luo laughed. Lu Yin was speechless. Why do you have Madame Red's gadget? Kuei Luo laughed. I happened to see this woman being trapped, so I rescued her. It's on her. Yes, it's called a gadget. Since your name is on her gadget, this old man decided to give it a try. Where's Madame Red? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Who trapped her? Hey, girl, I'm talking to you. Who kidnapped you? Kuei Luo asked in an unfriendly tone. Soon after, a weak voice answered, Alliance. Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin immediately started a video call, and a screen popped up. The first thing he saw was Kuei Luo's old face, which was wrinkled with pride. Madame Red's face was pale, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Both of her arms were missing, and it was obvious that she had suffered unimaginable torture. She was a world imprinter, and an extraordinary one at that. Her power level exceeded 900,000, and she stood above countless people. She was also a protector of the Dao Source sect, someone who had the qualifications to promise 5 weaves to Lu Yin, but she had ended up like this. What happened? Lu Yin was curious. Madame Red stared at Lu Yin with hatred and confusion in the depths of her eyes. It was Old Man Sangqiong. Old Man Sangqiong captured you. Why? Lu Yin was curious. Madame Red's eyes narrowed. I don't know. He forced me to give him progenitor Wushang's hide, but I don't have it. Lu Yin was stunned, but he soon understood. Back then, in order to move Madame Red away and save the giant bloodline, he had purposely used Qing Tan to fabricate a story about progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for Madame Red's promise to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves. Old Man Sangqiong had investigated the matter at the time, and Madame Red had actually agreed to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves in order to scheme against Qinghua. From Old Man Sangqiong's point of view, the deal had already begun long ago, and the condition had been progenitor Wushang's hide, not Qinghua. Back then, he had only casually mentioned the 5 weaves, and he hadn't expected that Madame Red would have to pay such a painful price for it. He hadn't expected that Sangqiong old man would covet progenitor Wushang's hide and would actually attack Madame Red. The Red Madam had caused the 5th mainland to suffer a blood debt, and Lu Yin had always wanted to take revenge. She had captured the Sea King and the giant bloodline, and she had even nearly killed him in the Starfall Sea. All of these debts were still fresh in his mind, and he had never thought that he would unintentionally scheme against her. After Old Man Sangqiong had interrogated Madame Red about progenitor Wushang's hide, she had also thought things through. She knew that she had been tricked by Lu Yin, and her hatred for Lu Yin surpassed Old Man Sangqiong's. But now, she could only hide it. She had fallen into Kuei Luo's hands, which was equivalent to falling into Lu Yin's hands. Hey, brat, what should we do with this girl? You know each other, don't you? Kuei Luo leaned over and asked. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, she's my enemy. Madame Hong's expression changed. Kuei Luo's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew much colder. Is that so? If that's the case. Wait. Madame Red cried out. She stared at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. We're not enemies, Lu Yin. I've never hurt you. Back in the Starfall Sea. We're enemies. I have no personal grudges against you, and I didn't cause you any harm back then. About the giant bloodline. When I captured them, I didn't know that they were your people. Once I found out, I wanted to talk to you. About Guru Qinghua. That was a deal. Lu Yin beamed at her. You don't think we're enemies? Actually, in my dictionary, we can only be friends if we're not enemies. Which one do you belong to? Madame Red gulped and subconsciously glanced at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo raised his brows and glared at her fiercely, causing her heart to tremble. This old man's strength was unfathomable. She had been imprisoned in old man Sangcheong's secret cultivation room, but he had dared to enter such a place. This old man was at least at the celestial imprint realm. Friends, we're friends, Madame Red said bitterly. Although they were friends, they were actually subordinates. Lu Yin was satisfied. Not bad, we're friends. I treat my friends warmly, but we're too far apart, so it's not convenient for me to entertain you. Senior Kue Luo is my senior, so I'll ask him to take care of you for now. Hey, kid, I don't have time to take care of this little girl. Kue Luo was dissatisfied. Lu Yin replied with 4 words, origin item. Kue Luo grinned and rolled his eyes. This old man still wants to explore the universe's mysteries. Madame Red knows a lot about the 6th mainland, especially since she's a Daosaur sect protector. She should be able to help you, Lu Yin urged. What was Kue Luo's greatest strength? Exposing other people's secrets was his weakness, but being hunted down by the Cosmic Tree sect was also his strength. At least, that was how Lu Yin saw it. Lu Yin did not know where Madame Red had been imprisoned, but it was definitely a secret location. After all, a Daosaur sect protector had been captured, and if her identity was exposed, even old man Sangcheong would be put in a difficult position. Even so, Madame Red had still been rescued by Kue Luo, which proved that this old man had a unique talent for exposing other people's secrets. Lu Yin hoped to learn more about the 6th mainland through Kue Luo. The Daosaur sect. Kue Luo's eyes lit up. Since ancient times, the Daosaur sect had ruled over the human continent, and the only remaining Daosaur sect was the 6th mainland. Truth be told, Kue Luo was very interested. It's not just the Daosaur sect. The 6th mainland has imprints, bloodlines, martial seals, and so on. They all have cultivation methods that are different from my 5th mainland's, which is very interesting, Lu Yin continued. Kue Luo looked at him with a deep gaze. An origin item's favor isn't enough to make this old man do anything for you. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Senior, what are you saying? Aren't these the things that you like? Kue Luo smiled, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Madame Red's heart sank. What had she just heard? Bloodlines, martial seals, imprints, Daosaur sect. She felt that this development was a little strange, and she glanced at Kue Luo. What was this old man trying to do? All right, this old man won't waste any more words with you. Kue Luo was about to end the call. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Wait, I still have some questions for Madame Red. Hurry up, the master is coming back, Kue Luo urged. Lu Yin pursed his lips. How many times had this old man done such things? Don't worry, old man Sangcheong is dead. Kue Luo was confused. What do you mean? Old man Sangcheong is dead. Madame Red's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yin explained, the master of that house is old man Sangcheong, and he's dead. No one knows how he died, but since he's dead, that place won't be visited for the time being. Kue Luo was unhappy. Then there's no sense of accomplishment. What happened to old man Sangcheong? How did he die? Madame Red asked anxiously. She was both excited and regretful. She had been tortured for so long that her hatred for old man Sangcheong had reached the heavens. She had originally planned to report this to the Daosaur sect and destroy old man Sangcheong's reputation in the 6th mainland, but she had never expected that he would actually be dead. I told you that I don't know, so he's dead. Alright, let me ask you this, did you take anything when you destroyed Astral 3? For example, Stargazing Deck. The 8 Star Masters of the Astral Combat Academy were not present. Lu Yin had asked around, and it seemed that they had gone to search for Astral 3's lost Stargazing Deck. Astral 10 Star Masters were unable to leave due to special circumstances. Back in Astral 10, Luin still remembered the strange events that had occurred when his Fate San had come into contact with Stargazing Deck. That moment had triggered destiny, and Stargazing Deck was related to destiny. Madame Red thought about it. When Astral 3 was destroyed, the entire Academy was dragged to the 6th mainland. After all, the Astral Combat Academy's battleships had been greatly affected when the two mainlands went to war. When the Eternals invaded, Astral 3's battleships weren't able to be brought over, so they were left behind in the 6th mainland. Left behind in the 6th mainland. Even Stargazing Deck. Luin frowned. Madame Red nodded. They didn't have the ability to bring Astral 3 over at that time. Luin felt that it was a pity. Astral 3 was gone, which meant that Stargazing Deck was gone as well. The 8 Star Masters had been busy for nothing. He wanted to remind them about this, but he decided against it. Alright, that's enough. Don't delay this, old man. I want to talk to this girl about life, Kue Luo said impatiently. Luin nodded. That's all. Luin was speechless when he saw Kue Luo end the call and Madame Red's horrified expression. He hadn't misunderstood the situation. Kue Luo's so-called life goals were things that would expose other people's secrets. He wanted to brainwash Madame Red, and Luin believed that the 6th mainland was going to be in trouble for some time to come. Madame Red must have misunderstood something. Luin stared at his gadget in a daze. Madame Red was under Kue Luo's control, which meant that he had a lot of room to maneuver from now on. A few days later, someone from the Gu Flow Zone paid Luin a visit and sent him an invitation. Luin looked at the invitation in his hand and put it away. Xiao Huangqing had really invited him. Alliance leader, the Divine Gu dynasty has invited many powers this time. Aside from the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and even the Hall of Honor have sent people, Wei Rong reported. Do you think I should go? Luin asked. Wei Rong replied, some people don't think so. Someone from the Gu Flow Zone just came and asked me to tell you not to go. Someone from the Grand Preceptor's faction, Luin confirmed. Wei Rong nodded. That's possible. Then all the more reason to go. I want to know what Xiao Huangqing plans to do. Luin was interested. He had even dared to go to the technocracy, let alone the Gu Flow Zone. The second Night King's strength was constantly recovering, and he was now able to rival Grand Preceptor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1755. When Luin decided to head to the Gu Flow Zone, the battle between the Outerverse Neo-Human Alliance and the 6th mainland had slowed down. This was mainly because too many people had been implicated in the Horn Star System incident. It wasn't just the Autumn Frost family that had been implicated, but also because of the sky-high price of the Black Crystal fragments. No matter how many Corpse Kings the Neo-Human Alliance had, they would not be able to find all of them. At the same time, the Divine Gu dynasty had sent out invitations to all of the Innerverse major flow zones, especially the 8 great flow zones. Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Mavis Bank, Windrift Hall, and so on were also invited. The Gu Flow Zone was mysterious, and it rarely interacted with the outside world. This time, young Queen Qing had acted out of the norm and invited many people, which attracted a lot of interest. Luin took the second Night King to a spacecraft and headed towards the Fennel Flow Zone. The Fennel Flow Zone was the entrance to the Gu Flow Zone, and it was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. If not for his agreement with the Divine Gu dynasty, Luin would have wanted to use the Fennel Flow Zone to do something. How much do you know about the Divine Gu dynasty? Luin suddenly asked. Behind him, the second Night King leaned against the wall. When he heard Lu Yin's question, he knew that Luin was telling him, I don't know much. Luin looked at him. But I heard that the third Night King was a great help in establishing the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King replied, it wasn't a great help. The 8 great flow zones weren't decided at the start, and there was competition. Back then, third bro went to the Gu flow zone and helped the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial family eliminate their enemies. In return, the imperial family had to support the Day-Night clan, but that condition was lost when third bro went missing. Do you know that I've died more than once? I almost died at the hands of your descendants once, Luin said. The second Night King looked up. Night King Jinwu. Luin nodded. The second Night King had not understood much about the universe when he had first left the Frozen Immortal sect, but after such a long time, he had learned a lot, especially about Luin. However, he had no choice but to learn about Luin. Over the past 10 years, the universe's development had not escaped Lu Yin's influence. Luin looked at the sky. To be honest, ever since I started cultivating, I've encountered many dangers, and I've even been attacked by a half-ancestor. Right, there were also progenitors, but none of them can compare to my battle with Night King Jinwu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Night King Jinwu is the strongest enemy I've ever faced in my generation. The second Night King's eyes flickered. During the Sovereign Tournament, the Prime Clear One was very strong, and the ancestral chi of the 3 Yangs forced me to use my Reaper transformation. There were also the Neoverse and the 4 young ancestors of the Cosmic Tree. They were all very strong, but none of them gave me the same sense of danger that Night King Jinwu had. What Night King Jinwu gave me was a true contest between 2 people of the same generation, and it was also the first time that I felt helpless against him. But he still lost to you, the second Night King said. He also felt that it was a pity, as he had seen the battle between Luin and Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu was the greatest genius after the first Night King. He lost to himself. He lost to his narrow-mindedness and selfishness, as well as his desire to control everyone. He lost to his innate humanity. The second Night King did not want to discuss this with Luin, as Night King Jinwu's death was a great pain for the Day-Night clan. Do you know why I'm telling you this? The second Night King did not understand. It's because Night King Jinwu clearly had the strength to fight me, but he poisoned me instead. He almost poisoned me to death, and I was really close. The second Night King frowned. That poison is called Anika, and it comes from the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King's eyes flashed. Are you saying that my clan is still connected to the Divine Gu dynasty? Luin replied, not at the moment. The Day-Night clan is under my control, and I know that they aren't. Their only connection was severed when they sent Anika to Night King Jinwu, but that only applies to ordinary Day-Night clansmen. You are the second Night King, and aside from a few people, no one else knows that you're following me. The Hall of Honor has a bounty on your head, so where do you think you can hide without being discovered? The second Night King understood. You want me to find the Divine Gu dynasty. The third Night King's gift isn't something that can be offset by Anika's poison, Luin said. The second Night King nodded. I understand. Regardless of whether he was willing to do it or not, he had no right to refuse. Fennel Flow Zone had a greenlight forest, and the greenlight fruits that grew there could resist the poisonous gas in Fennel Flow Zone. It was an essential item to enter Fennel Flow Zone. Ever since the Divine Gu dynasty had sent out invitations, people from all over the universe had come to Fennel Flow Zone and landed in the greenlight forest. Spacecraft after spacecraft descended from all over the universe. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. This was especially true when the price of the greenlight fruits skyrocketed, which caused many people to become dissatisfied. The greenlight fruits are now at this price. Do you want them or not? The entrance to the greenlight forest was blocked by many people. Someone was dissatisfied. The price of the greenlight fruits has increased by 1,000 times. How can you do business like this? We want to go in and pick them ourselves. That's right, we want to go in and pick them ourselves. Move aside, let us in. The clamor grew louder and louder, and finally, someone made a move. An intense battle broke out at the entrance to the Greenlight Forest, and many people were involved. The fierce battle lasted for less than half an hour before it was suppressed. Experts from the Great Eastern Alliance appeared and quickly suppressed the situation. No one dared to make a move again. In a corner, a man with a cold expression stared at the Great Eastern Alliance's troops with a fearful gaze. His name was He Zhong, and he was a disciple of the Tempest Flowzone's Fire Scorpion sect. The Fire Scorpion sect specialized in rearing astral fire scorpions and extracting their poison to fuse with battle techniques. He was the one who had started the battle. The Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Fifth Mainland had resulted in the death of all the astral fire scorpions raised by the Fire Scorpion sect. They could only enter the Gu Flow Zone in search of a replacement poison. It had been easy to enter the Gu Flow Zone, but after the Great Eastern Alliance had entered, the price of the Greenlight fruits had skyrocketed. The Fire Scorpion sect had been greatly weakened by the previous battle, and they could no longer afford the price. Actually, not many people had entered the Gu Flow Zone, and the Fire Scorpion sect had not been able to find anyone to join forces with to stop the situation. Now that so many people were causing trouble, the price of the Greenlight fruits would definitely plummet. However, He Zhong was overthinking things. The price of the Greenlight fruits had not plummeted, and he had been captured instead. The one who had recognized him was naturally Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been passing by the Fennel Flow Zone, and he had coincidentally seen He Zhong make a move just as he was about to leave with the Greenlight fruits. He Zhong wanted to escape, but this was the Greenlight Forest, where the Great Eastern Alliance's troops were stationed. The entire Fennel Flow Zone and the surrounding flow zones were under the Great Eastern Alliance's influence. Back then, the Northern Seal Flow Zone had obeyed the Sword Sect's orders and sealed off all of Fennel Flow Zone's tributaries to the outside world, but they had been destroyed by a giant. Here, no one dared to offend the Great Eastern Alliance. He Zhong was a nobody, and Lu Yin did not remember him. Wasn't that Ling Ke? In the distance, a spacecraft flew steadily towards the Gu Flow Zone. It was marked with the Lingling clan's insignia. The Gu Flow Zone had always been mysterious, and unless absolutely necessary, most people were not willing to enter. However, Qing Xiaohuang's invitation had attracted a large group of people. Aside from those who had been invited, there were also many who tried to follow the person who had been invited in, all for the sake of witnessing the divine Gu dynasty. After all, it was one of the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones, and many were envious of the divine Gu dynasty's viciousness. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase some items to protect themselves. Let me tell you, back then, Lu Yin was just a lackey in front of me. He didn't even have the right to join my support group. At his peak, he was only on par with me. If that idiot Murong hadn't challenged him to a duel and given him experience, he still wouldn't be my match. His smug voice echoed throughout the spacecraft as he faced the group of representatives from the various Interverse powers who had followed the Lingling clan into the Gu Flow Zone. After Ling Ke finished speaking, a row of beautiful women behind him shouted, Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Applause rang out, and the stunned representatives quickly cheered when they saw Ling Ke's smug expression. They were afraid that Ling Ke would see through them and chase them out of the spacecraft. If they did not follow the Lingling clan, they would not have the ability to enter the Gu Flow Zone. It would be too dangerous for them to enter by themselves. Ling Ke was satisfied. Cough. Alright, don't be so boastful. I'm not telling you this for you to clap. I'm just telling you how important it is to have a qualified opponent. Lu Yin is the greatest opponent I've ever faced, and he once said that I'm the most dangerous opponent he's ever faced. Sigh, he's thinking too much. Actually, I'm more willing to see him as a friend. After all, when we fight and hurt each other, it will only benefit others. The representatives from the various powers were stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? Lu Yin could drown Ling Ke with just a spit of saliva. Applause rang out once again. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. No one noticed that there was an additional person among the representatives, and they all looked at Ling Ke strangely. At this moment, the spacecraft stopped, and someone reporting, a Beast Tamer's Flow Zone spacecraft has been spotted ahead. Ling Ke's brows rose. Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. That group with pets. Who did you see? A screen opened, revealing a giant spacecraft in outer space with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone symbol. There were many other spacecraft in front of it, and they all came from various parts of the universe. Ahead of them was the entrance to the Goo Flow Zone, and they could see all sorts of poisonous gases in outer space. Once they entered, they would be considered to have entered the Goo Flow Zone. At some point in time, Ling Ke had walked out. Welcome to the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. What's there to talk about with those pet owners? Ling Ke grumbled. Ling Ke's gaze turned cold, and he stared at Ling Ke before sweeping his gaze across the support group. He was furious. Get them out of here. Ling Ke was startled, and he grinned. That's not necessary. The spacecraft is so big, and we don't need them. Get out. Ling Ke barked, and Ling Ke hurriedly chased the support group away. The representatives from the various powers heaved a sigh of relief, as the support group had given them too much pressure. Once they started to express their support, they would have to applaud, which was very tiring. My apologies, everyone. Please go back and rest, Ling Ke said apologetically. The representatives from the various powers hurriedly exchanged a few polite words before leaving. They did not even dare to look at Ling Quebec. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1756. Ling Gong looked at Ling Quebec. If you dare to cause trouble in the future, I'll confine you, and you won't be allowed out until you reach the Enlighter realm. Ling Ke's expression turned bitter. Sis, I'm not like you. He had wanted to call them perverts, but when faced with Ling Gong's fierce glare, he did not dare to say it out loud. He could only stand to the side, feeling wronged. Not long after, a few figures walked in. One of them was a rock, and it was the little mountain god. Senior mountain god didn't come? Ling Gong asked. The little mountain god replied, Senior Lingqiu didn't come either. Senior mountain god, what are your plans? Ling Gong asked. The little mountain god floated in the air and wobbled. We'll see how things go. The main thing is young Empress Qing's attitude. What does young Empress Qing want to do? Attack Lu Yin directly? That's unlikely. Ling Ke rolled his eyes. Of course it was impossible. Putting aside the question of whether or not Lu Yin could succeed, even if he did, the monsters behind Lu Yin were enough to topple the divine Gu dynasty. Xiao Huangqing was no fool. He took a good look at the spirit palace and wondered if his sister had lost her mind. The little mountain god replied, it should be poison. That's the divine Gu dynasty's ultimate technique. The Great Eastern Alliance has fully entered the Innerverse, and it's putting too much pressure on the Innerverse. Tell Senior Lingqiu that they must work together, or else the inner verse will truly belong to Lu Yin. I don't need you to tell me that. Ling Gong's tone was cold. The Lingling clan did not have a good relationship with the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, they would never have joined forces. The Lingling clan was silent back then, and we still don't know why, the little mountain god said coldly before turning to leave. Suddenly, he paused and slowly turned around to look at a corner. He was stunned. Is there anything else? Ling Gong asked. She looked at the little mountain god and saw him staring blankly in a certain direction. She frowned and looked over as well, but her eyes narrowed. At some point in time, someone had been standing in the corner, and that person was Lu Yin. Ling Ke looked over, and his mouth fell open. Lu Yin. Everyone looked at the corner, as they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be standing there. Furthermore, it seemed like he had been standing there for a long time. This was awkward. They had never encountered such a situation in their lives, and they did not know how to react for a moment. Lu Yin chuckled. Accident. We've all gone to the Gu Flow Zone, so it's normal for us to run into each other. How long have you been standing there? Ling Gong's tone was unpleasant, and he sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. I was already here before the support group left. Eavesdropping now. Lu Yin casually replied, I wasn't eavesdropping, and I wasn't even hiding. You guys just weren't looking in this direction and didn't see me. Look, the little mountain god saw me, and his eyesight is pretty good. Is this a problem with the look in his eyes? You were eavesdropping. The little mountain god was furious. He thought back to the dangers he had encountered in the blazing mist flow zone, which had all been brought about by the Great Eastern Alliance. That assassination attempt had been etched into his memory, and he had almost died. Lu Yin frowned and immediately appeared behind the young mountain god. He reached out to grab it, but the two cultivators from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone who had been following the young mountain god all this time hurriedly tried to stop him. However, they were only enlighters, and one of them was quite strong, with a cultivation level of over 400,000. In front of Lu Yin, however, he was no different from a child. Lu Yin easily brushed aside the two who were blocking him, using his immense strength to push them aside. He then placed a hand on the top of the mountain god's head, which should be its head. Anyway, the little mountain god was just a rock. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly make a move, and Ling Gong shouted, Lu Yin, don't be rash. The little mountain god did not dare to move, and he just stood there in a daze. He stared at Lu Yin, who was right in front of him, and his eyes were filled with terror. Lu Yin drew closer, and his lips curled up. Little guy, didn't your master tell you to be polite to me? Forget about you, even if your master wanted me to kill him, I would still kill him. The little mountain god did not dare to move, and he just stared blankly at Lu Yin. The two cultivators who had been protecting the young mountain god stared at Lu Yin. One of them had a strange bird behind him, while the other had layers of balls wrapped around his arm. Both were tamed beasts. Alliance Master Lu, the young sect master didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him this time for the sake of the divine Great Hall. Please have mercy, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin gently patted the young mountain god, and the little mountain god fell to the ground with a soft thud. It's just a greeting. There's no need to be so nervous. Lu Yin smiled and then looked at Ling Gong. Let's chat. Ling Gong waved his hand, and everyone left the room. The little mountain god was carried away, and he was clearly frightened. Ling Ke was very low-key, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would come after him. He had said a lot of bad things about Lu Yin, and Ling Ke had probably not heard everything. What did you want to say? Ling Gong asked coldly. Lu Yin frowned. Is that how you plan to talk to me? What else? Make you tea. Ling Gong mocked. Lu Yin suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Ling Gong. Ling Gong's expression changed, and he subconsciously split himself into three, trying to get away from Lu Yin. However, there was a Lu Yin in front of each clone. It was not that Lu Yin could split himself, but that he was just too fast. Ling Gong watched as Lu Yin removed the mask from his face, but he did not react. There was only anger in his eyes. How dare you? Lu Yin held the mask in his hand and looked at Ling Gong's delicate and gentle face. He smiled. That's more like it. Talking face to face is basic etiquette. Ling Gong was furious, and a spear appeared in her hand. She thrust it at Lu Yin, but he easily dodged it. He raised his hand and grabbed the spear with 2 fingers. He exerted a bit of force, causing the spear to vibrate as overlaying stacks spread through it. Ling Gong felt a huge force coming from her palm that almost crushed her hand. She had no choice but to let go. The spear spun around, but Lu Yin sent it flying and stabbing it into the ground. Ling Gong glared at Lu Yin. You dash. At that moment, she saw that Lu Yin was right in front of her. A finger appeared between her eyebrows, and with a light flick, Ling Gong's body flew out uncontrollably and smashed into the wall. It was not heavy, but she could not resist at all. Ling Gong knew that Lu Yin was very strong, and it was even rumored that he could take on an emissary by himself. However, she had not expected that she would not even be able to retaliate. The difference between them was too great, and she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin looked at Ling Gong's flushed face and the red mark between her eyebrows. He felt like he was bullying a little girl. Do you still want to fight? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Ling Gong panted heavily, and a sense of powerlessness spread throughout her body. Not too far away, her spear was still stuck in the ground and swaying. She could not even hold her own weapon. The first time she had met Lu Yin in the ruins of the Daosaur sect was still fresh in her mind. How long had it been since then? How could the difference between them be so great? If she had been able to retaliate during the Supreme Tournament, then she had no chance at all now. Not even a sliver of hope. Ling Gong slowly stood up and rubbed her eyebrows. She looked at Lu Yin. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin sighed. The Great Eastern Alliance welcomes the Lingling clan. Ling Gong's eyes narrowed. Are you going to convince us like this? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm threatening you. Lu Yin did not avoid the topic. If you don't join us, then there's no need for the Lingling clan to exist. Ling Gong's gaze turned cold. The Lingling clan does not fear death. The prerequisite is that you don't die in vain. Back then, the Innerverse was unreachable to me, but now, the Day-Night clan has completely collapsed, the Chaos God sect has sealed itself, and Zhou is dead. The Wen family does not dare to openly turn against me, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone has been unified by me. You've already fallen to the point of asking for reinforcements from Gu Flow Zone. Have you ever thought about the meaning of this? Is it just to deal with me? Lu Yin asked. Is it not enough? You're too ambitious, Ling Gong retorted. The Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance, and I have not directly interfered with the changes in power within the various great powers. Without the Great Eastern Alliance's call, the Outerverse resistance against the Sixth Mainland's invasion would not have been so smooth. In the future, humanity's enemies will only grow stronger. A loose Innerverse cannot compare to a unified Innerverse, Lu Yin said. Ling Gong sneered. Nonsense. We haven't seen any danger in the Innerverse for countless years. Do you think that there is? Lu Yin shook his head. That's because your level is not high enough. Go back and ask Lingqiu if the Eternals are a threat. There's no point in telling me that, Ling Gong said coldly. Lu Yin nodded. It was a coincidence that we met. You are the future of the Lingling clan, and I do not wish for the Lingling clan to disappear. Anyone who stands in my way is an enemy. Most importantly. Lu Yin looked at Ling Gong seriously. You are a friend that I feel I can befriend, and you are also Wendy's friend. Friend? Ling Gong's gaze relaxed, as those two words seemed to have triggered something. She looked at Lu Yin. She had not had any friends for many years, and she had never had any. These two words were very common, but they seemed very distant to her. Lu Yin left. His conversation with Ling Gong had truly been a coincidence. He truly did not wish to become enemies with the Lingling clan, but if the Lingling clan insisted on opposing him, then he would not show any mercy. Not long after, Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the Gu flow zone. The Gu flow zone was filled with poisonous gas, and poisonous insects occasionally roamed about in outer space. These insects were not explorers, and there were always strange creatures in the universe. Some of them could even live forever, while others could survive in outer space. It was very normal. Only explorers could travel through outer space, and this only applied to humans. Lu Yin chatted with Lu Qianjue and also investigated the Gu flow zone situation. He was not unfamiliar with the Gu flow zone, but when he actually entered it, he felt completely different. The Gu flow zone could be considered a cave that was filled with poisonous gas. All sorts of poisonous insects and monsters lived here, and it was a strange biological chain that was filled with poison. Poison was like oxygen to humans here, and it was a necessity. The second Night King left, following Lu Yin's orders to make contact with the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin had only brought the second Night King with him to the Divine Gu dynasty this time. Lu Huang was currently in the Sword sect, and the other emissaries had been sent elsewhere. The Gu flow zone was one of the 8 great flow zones, and it covered a large area. Lu Yin's spacecraft headed towards the core of the Divine Gu dynasty, the Divine Gu continent. Ling Gong and the other spacecraft avoided Lu Yin's route and took a different route towards the Divine Gu continent. One day later, Lu Yin stopped his spacecraft and looked in front of him in surprise. He saw an elder carrying a bamboo basket in outer space as he walked through a green poisonous gas that had strange flowers blooming within it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1757. In Lu Yin's eyes, the number of rune lines in the poisonous gas surpassed that of an enlighter, which meant that it was a very dangerous thing. The old man's rune line surpassed the poisonous gas, so he had no problem walking on it. However, the old man seemed to be researching something. What interested Lu Yin the most was the old man's identity, as there was a symbol on his robes, Windrift Hall. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and headed towards the old man. The old man was dressed in a white robe, and he was focused on the strange flower within the poisonous gas. Lu Yin did not disturb the old man and simply stood behind him. He waited for more than 20 hours until the flower began to shrink. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed it before putting it away with a satisfied smile on his face. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Yin asked. His voice was not loud, but it still startled the old man in this silent space. The old man turned around with an ugly expression, but when he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, he relaxed and patted his chest. "Kid, don't you know that you can scare me to death?" Lu Yin apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." The old man waved a hand. "I know. You've been here for a long time." "More than 20 hours, Lu Yin replied. The old man sighed in admiration. "You've been here for more than 20 hours, and you've waited with me without disturbing me. You're pretty good." "Hey, kid, have we met before?" You look familiar to me. Luin smiled. I'm Luin. The old man thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Luin, I remember now. You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. You're a big shot. Luin replied, I'm not a big shot. May I ask for Senior's name? I'm Green Grass. The old man beamed. Luin was surprised. Windrift Hall's Hallmaster, Master Green Grass. The old man smiled and waved his hand. It's not worth mentioning. Luin was filled with respect, as he had not expected this old man to be the Windrift Hall's Hallmaster. Although Windrift Hall was not a large organization, the people there were highly respected. This was because the people there were all cultivators who could heal and save people. They did not have any conflicts of interest with any other organization, and they often did things to help the world. If Shamrock Enterprises was said to have created medicine for profit, then Windrift Hall was said to have a kind heart. Actually, the path of cultivation was cruel and merciless, and Luin had never believed that such a power existed. Even if it had been established with such intentions, it would have changed over time, but Windrift Hall had never changed. This was also why Luin had not left when he saw that the elder had come from Windrift Hall. He had stayed behind because he hoped that he could help this group of elders. After all, Windrift Hall's Tsing Dai had saved Shua Day Night at the pirate port. Coco and Zora were all very good people, so Luin had a good impression of Windrift Hall. Windrift Hall deserved respect. The Windrift Hall has saved the world, and I'm indebted to them. Master Grass has been of great help to the world, and I'm very grateful, Luin said sincerely. Master Ching Chao smiled, don't mind it too much. Windrift Hall does heal and save people, but part of the reason is because they like to study medicine. Plus, they don't lack money, so they often help for free. If they lack money, it's a different story, haha. Luin smiled, if Windrift Hall ever needs money, I'm willing to help. Then I'll have to thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. I've heard that you have plenty of money, so I won't stand on ceremony, Master Grass said frankly. Luin looked at the poisonous gas to the side. What were you doing, Master? Master Grass replied, the goo flow zone is sick, and I'm treating it. Luin was stunned and blinked, not understanding. Master, what are you talking about? Master Grass smiled, the goo flow zone is sick, and I'm treating it. Luin looked around, so that's how it is. Master Green Grass laughed. You can understand. Not at all. Master Grass smiled, life is a very mysterious state. It can repair itself and repel substances that are harmful to it. For example, when a person falls sick, some minor illnesses can be healed on their own. The goo flow zone is also a life form that uses poison as its blood and planets as its meridians. Now that it's sick, I want to find the cause. Now that you've explained it, I understand. But how do I treat the illness? That's right. Master Grass shook his head, I'm not sure. I've been studying here for over 100 years, but I still haven't found the cause. How can you tell that the goo flow zone is sick? It's very simple. There's an abnormality in the poisonous gas circulation, just like how there's an abnormality in a person's breathing. You can tell from that. You can't tell. Luin was speechless. Fine, everyone had their own areas of expertise, and even a normal person would not be able to tell from looking at the rune lines. Master Grass's observation of the goo flow zone was definitely different from Lu Yin's observation of the goo flow zone. I know you can't tell, Master Grass said softly. Luin pursed his lips. At first, he had thought that Master Grass was straightforward, but now, he felt like this old man was actually stupid. If he knew that Luin could not tell, then why did he still ask? Here's something for you. Master Grass took out a blade of grass from his cosmic ring and handed it to Luin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Grass. He thought back to Master Grass's title. Could this be the power vessel that had made him famous? Although Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised, he did not look forward to it. Master Grass was just an enlighter with a power level of less than 400,000. He was respected mainly because of his research on medicine and his spirit of saving lives, not because of his strength. Even if this blade of grass was a power vessel, it did not have many powerful uses. Lu Yin took it and looked at it seriously. He frowned, as there were no rune lines on it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary blade of grass. Senior, what's this? Lu Yin did not understand. Master Grass solemnly replied, Grass. This junior knows. Then why are you asking? Lu Yin paused. Why are you giving me this blade of grass? Master Grass said seriously, Look, when the day comes when you can see that this grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the Gu Flow Zone is breathing. Or rather, in the universe, any natural state or any operating order can breathe, and they all have life. Lu Yin blinked. This sounded very sophisticated and logical, but why did he feel that something was off? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and asked, Do battle techniques breathe as well? Master Grass looked at Lu Yin in shock and praised, Kid, you're very perceptive. So, battle techniques breathe as well. Are you asking me? I thought you were very sure. Continue to work hard, Master Grass sighed. Lu Yin left, as Master Grass wanted to continue his research. There was no need to worry about his safety since he had been in the Gu Flow Zone for over 100 years. Before leaving, Lu Yin asked about Coco and the others. It had been a long time since they had met, and Master Grass was at a loss. He had completely forgotten who they were. There was a huge continent at the center of the Gu Flow Zone that was enveloped in poisonous gas. Rumor had it that the most primitive and powerful creatures of the Gu Flow Zone lived beneath it, but no one knew exactly what they were. There was a city at the center of the divine Gu continent called Gu King City, which was the capital of the divine Gu dynasty. The Qing family had been established in this city and ruled over the entire divine Gu dynasty. It was not easy for outsiders to enter the divine Gu continent, as they had to pass an identity check. In order to travel on the continent, one had to have a token issued by the divine Gu dynasty. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to resist the countless poisonous insects and beasts beneath the continent. Of course, this was only limited to ordinary cultivators. To the Second Night King, the divine Gu continent, Gu King City, and even the divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace were all transparent and easy to enter. The Second Night King. Young King Qing blurted out in surprise as he stared at the man quietly drinking in the emperor's garden. Although the divine Gu dynasty was sealed off, it was not completely isolated from the rest of the world. They still paid attention to major events in the outside world, but their focus was different. They were more concerned about events that might affect the Gu Flow Zone. For example, the battles between Envu-level powerhouses, the war between the Day-Night clan and the Great Eastern Alliance, and so on. The Day-Night clan was especially important, as the divine Gu dynasty was inextricably linked to the Day-Night clan. Young King Qing had always been paying attention to the Second Night King. Ever since he had left Hangxianzi's ruins, escaped during the Kuan Swamp Rebellion, and was now wanted by the Hall of Honor, young King Qing knew everything. The emperor's garden was beautiful, and all sorts of strange flowers and plants bloomed. It was not as poisonous as many people thought. The Second Night King put down his cup and calmly looked at young King Qing. You look just like your ancestor. Young King Qing looked around and saw that the guards in the emperor's garden were normal, which meant that the Second Night King must have controlled them. Otherwise, there would have been a reaction. The entire palace could not detect the Second Night King's presence, and the Second Night King himself was the same. This made young King Qing's heart sink. If the second Night King wanted to attack him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Junior Young King Qing greets Senior Second Night King. Young King Qing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His attitude was very proper. The second Night King stood up. The one who helped you was the third Night King, but we all know what he did, and we allowed him to do it. Young King Qing was grateful. Thank you for the Day-Night royal family's help to the Qing bloodline. Back then, the Qing bloodline only had one cultivator who had barely reached the level of an emissary, and that was the first emperor of the Qing bloodline, Qing Fan. But now, your cultivation has far surpassed Qing Fan's. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also improving, I might not even have been able to meet you. The second Night King sighed. Young King Qing's expression was solemn. The Day-Night clan's kindness to the Qing bloodline will never be repaid. Senior, you are an ancestor of the Qing bloodline. All right. The second Night King stared at young King Qing. I thought that the Qing bloodline had already forgotten the oath, but since you still remember, can you help me? After this, our two clans will no longer owe each other anything. Young King Qing earnestly replied, Senior, please speak. The second Night King's eyes were filled with hatred. I want Lu Yin dead. Young King Qing was shocked. Senior, what, is there a problem? The second Night King stared at young King Qing with a cold glint in his eyes. Young King Qing replied, Lu Yin came to the Divine Gu dynasty at my invitation. If he dies here, the Divine Gu dynasty will lose its trust in the entire universe. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support and encouragement over the past year. Thank you for your support, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1758. The second Night King laughed at Xiao Huangqing's words. Are you saying that you won't act against Lu Yin without me? Xiao Huangqing's expression changed, and she looked at the second Night King. Senior, what do you mean? The current situation in the Innerverse is obvious. The Sword Sect has been looking for you for a long time, and you wouldn't have invited Lu Yin here for no reason. Since you've invited him, you must have your reasons. Although I don't know what you're planning, I'm sure it's related to poison. Since that's the case, why don't you act openly since your Divine Gu dynasty has no plans to interact with the outside world? Xiao Huangqing was put in a difficult position, and her mind raced. She knew how much the second Night King hated Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan, destroyed their ancestral land, and freed the enslaved Day King bloodline. Every single one of these was enough to make the Day-Night clan hate him to the core. Furthermore, Lu Yin was the reason why the second Night King had been imprisoned in Kuenzei. These reasons were enough for the second Night King to kill Lu Yin 1,000,000 times over. However, he could not kill Lu Yin within the Divine Gu dynasty, and he could not act either. Although the Divine Gu dynasty was isolated from the outside world, it was not completely cut off from contact. Lu Yin had a group of experts backing him, and if they came looking for trouble, they would not be as easy to deal with as the second Night King. If the Divine Gu dynasty did not fear these powers, then the second Night King would not have planned to cooperate with the Sword Sect. It was precisely because he felt threatened by Lu Yin that he wanted to cooperate. Xiao Huangqing looked at the second Night King and did not know how to refuse. She could only try to appease him. Senior, I will do my best to help you. The second Night King nodded. That's good. I don't want Lu Yin to leave Gu Flow Zone alive. If you act, then your identity will be exposed. Is that? Xiao Huangqing probed, but the second Night King sneered. The fifth mainland is huge. It won't be that hard to find a place to hide. Senior, you can live in seclusion in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at Xiao Huangqing coldly. We'll see. A few days later, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and saw the divine Gu continent. From a distance, the continent looked like a monster that was emitting a strange gas that lay in space. Lu Yin looked down at the continent. It was rumored that there was a terrifying poisonous creature there, but he did not know whether that was true or not. Lu Yin was very interested in poisons, as Elder Wu's poison had been of great help to him. There were definitely poisons in the divine venomous dynasty that could help him reach a level where he could threaten powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000, such as Wu Chang. It seemed like he would have to pay a visit to the Prince of Harem. Given Lu Yin's status, the person who received him was none other than Prince Bei. As young Empress Qing's younger brother, Prince Bei's status was one of the top 3 in the divine Gu dynasty. Even the eldest princess, Qing Longlong, had to address him as royal uncle. He was one of the few people who had the qualifications to know about the Anika poison. The cunning prince did not want to receive Lu Yin at all, but young Empress Qing had given the order. Either he or young Empress Qing would have to go, and there was nothing the cunning prince could do. Lu Yin smiled when he saw that it was the wretched prince who welcomed him. When he saw Lu Yin smile, the cunning prince felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He recalled how he had been forced to tell Lu Yin about his tragic experience of wetting his bed as a child, and he forced a smile onto his face. Welcome to the Divine Gu Dynasty, Alliance Leader Lu. Your presence brings light to Gu King City. Lu Yin smiled. So it's Prince Ruinous. This isn't our first time meeting. The cunning prince smiled. Of course not. Alliance Leader Lu, please. Lu Yin followed the cunning prince into the divine Gu continent. The sky was misty, and from above, one could see the landscape of the divine Gu continent. The divine Gu continent did not look any different from ordinary mountains and rivers, but some of the mountains and rivers formed strange patterns, while others were actually the corpses of poisonous creatures. Along the way, the cunning prince introduced the divine Gu continent to Lu Yin, which piqued Lu Yin's interest. From what he knew, this place would be his sooner or later, so there was no harm in learning more about it. Your Highness, do you still remember what I told you before? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The two of them traveled through the skies of the divine Gu continent, and they were not too far away from Gu King City. The cunning prince's eyes flashed. I'm not interested in the outside world. Thank you for your kind intentions, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. No matter how beautiful the Gu flow zone is, it's still too small. The outside world is different. There are the innerverse, outerverse, cosmic sea, neoverse, and the 3,000 major realms. There are also the vast regions beyond the fifth mainland that are fascinating. With your Highness's strength, it would be a pity if you didn't explore them. The regions beyond the fifth mainland. Is Alliance Leader Lu talking about the sixth mainland? The cunning prince asked. Before the sixth mainland's invasion, not even young Empress Qing knew about the sixth mainland, let alone the cunning prince. However, after the sixth mainland's invasion, almost every cultivator from the fifth mainland knew about it. Outside of the fifth mainland, there was only the sixth mainland. Lu Yin shook his head. The sixth mainland has already been occupied by the Eternals. I'm talking about another part of the heavens. The cunning prince was stunned. Another part of the heavens? Lu Yi was astonished. Didn't Brother Ling tell you? Another part of the heavens where one can become a progenitor. The cunning prince's eyes narrowed, and he froze in place. Becoming a progenitor was the ultimate dream of all cultivators. Even someone who had just started cultivating would dream of becoming a progenitor, even if the chances were less than 1 in a billion. The cunning prince was the same. He was the cultivator closest to becoming an emissary in the divine Gu dynasty, so he naturally hoped to become a progenitor one day. However, this dream was too far away. Lu Yin left, and the cunning prince hurriedly chased after him. Alliance leader Lu, what's the location of becoming a progenitor? Lu Yin replied, ask Brother Ling. He definitely has his reasons for not telling you. The cunning prince's eyes flickered. Was Lu Yin trying to sow discord? When he saw Lu Yin's serious expression, he was certain that Lu Yin was trying to sow discord between him and his brother. However, the temptation of becoming a progenitor was too great. Did his brother really know about this? If he did, why didn't he tell him? Gu King's city is right in front of us. Your Excellency, can you show me around? Lu Yin's voice traveled over, and the cunning prince caught up to him again. That's right, Gu King's city is right in front of us. Alliance leader Lu, please. Gu King's city was surrounded by tall walls, and water poured down like a waterfall. Mist covered the river, and this mist was not the normal white color. Instead, it was rainbow-colored, and it was spat out by the giant toads that were squatting on the walls. Lu Yin stared at the city's walls in shock. Above the city walls, giant toads would spit out rainbow balls at regular intervals. These balls would collide with a pillar at the top of the city and shatter, turning into mist that descended along with the rainbow-colored mist. Many giant toads spat out rainbow-colored mist, and it was enough to envelop the entire city. What are these toads? Lu Yin was surprised. The cunning prince replied proudly, they're not toads. They're rainbow toads, and they're non-aggressive creatures that are extremely poisonous. They're bred by the divine Gu dynasty, and the rainbow-colored balls they spit out collide with Gu King City's poison heart pillar. The resulting mist is something that even emissaries fear. Lu Yin stepped into Astral Source Universe and tried to enter Gu King City through it. However, he was surprised to find that Astral Source Universe, where Gu King City was located, also had a thin layer of rainbow mist. Emissaries can indeed enter Gu King City through Astral Source Universe, but they'll also be contaminated by the rainbow mist. They'll be immediately discovered upon entering Gu King City, and only peak powerhouses can avoid it. Those powerhouses can easily enter Gu King City even if they want to, so there's no need to sneak in. Gu King City will treat you with respect, the cunning prince explained. Lu Yin nodded and exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen such a defense. The cunning prince smiled. It's not really a defense, it's just a warning method. Those below the level of emissary cannot force their way in, as they'll be discovered. How do ordinary people enter? You just need to have the token that Gu King City distributes. That token repels the rainbow mist, and anyone with it can enter at will. What if an enemy obtains the token? Everyone has a unique token, the cunning prince said. He raised his hand, and an ordinary-looking token with the word Gu engraved on it appeared in his palm. He passed it to Lu Yin. This is yours, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin took it and saw that there were 9 numbers on it. The first number you enter must be the same as the next number you enter in order to open the token's secret compartment and release the substance that repels the rainbow mist. Otherwise, the token will be useless. Right, you can only enter a single number, the cunning prince explained. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't this just a password? What an ancient method. He had thought that it would be something like a blood binding, even though he would have been unwilling to do so. Gu King City's defenses seemed to be very high-end, but when combined with this token, it was clearly inferior. With the cunning prince leading the way, Lu Yin easily entered Gu King City. Gu King City was very lively, and the divine Gu dynasty's attire was unique, which made Lu Yin's eyes light up. Regardless of how the divine Gu dynasty looked to the outside world, the people here were still very happy, and everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. Lu Yin now understood why the Grand Tutor did not want the divine Gu dynasty to interfere with the outside world. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, it would disrupt the peaceful life here. Not long after entering the Divine Gu dynasty, Lu Yin ran into someone familiar. 1,000,000 star energy cubes. Deal, Wen Qian'er's voice rang out from a shop in Gu King City. Wen Sanxi was standing beside her. The shop sold all sorts of poisons, which were very common in the Divine Gu dynasty. Everyone here needed poisons. No, this is a hypertoxic snake. How can 1,000,000 star energy be enough to buy it? It has to be 1,500,000, the shop owner said decisively. When Qian'er shouted, 1,200,000 at most. 1,500,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. Boss, are you stupid? That's not how you do business. You should at least take a step back. The price is 3 million, but you cut it to 1,500,000. You still want to cut it? That's too much. Cough, cough. 1,400,000. Give me some face. Who are you? Why should I give you face? When Qian'er was furious, and her eyes widened. Lu Yin walked in and attracted everyone's attention. When Qian'er turned around and was shocked, Lu Yin nodded at Wen Sanxi and then looked at Wen Qian'er. You like snakes? She looked down on him. Of course not, but since we're already here, we should at least bring some specialties back. Lu Yin found it funny. On New Year's Eve, the whole family is reunited. I wish my brothers fortune in the new year, fortune. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1759. Specialty Product. Miss, you must be joking. This is a jade snake. Go ask around, how many people in the Divine Gu dynasty can afford it? The shopkeeper cried out. When Qian'er glanced at him, you really don't know how to do business. For the average person, the currency used was universal currency, or even the currency produced by the empire itself. For example, the Great Yu Empire's Yushan currency could be exchanged for 10 Yushan dollars, and 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 10 trillion Yushan dollars. Lu Yin didn't know the exchange rate between the Divine Gu dynasty's own currency and universal currency, but even if the Divine Gu dynasty's currency was equivalent to universal currency, 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 1 trillion. A single jade snake was worth 1 trillion, and it couldn't be described as a specialty product. Of course, that wasn't how the universe's currency was calculated, and that was only for ordinary people. To cultivators, universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. Even so, 1,000,000 star crystals was still quite a lot. Alright, I'm not buying any more. Let's go, Wen Qian'er said unhappily as she walked out. The shopkeeper was furious. Miss, you've been bargaining with me for so long and delayed so much of my business. How can you just leave like that? What? You still dare to force a sale? When Qian'er turned around and glared at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and glanced at Wen Sanxi and Lu Yin. He felt that he couldn't afford to offend the Saint Prince, so he snorted and slammed his fist on the counter, causing the shop to shake. Outside, fine powder sprinkled down, but Wen Qian'er didn't care and allowed it to land on her body. Suddenly, Wen Sanxi pulled her back. Wen Qian'er was startled. Wen Sanxi stared at the shopkeeper coldly. You dare to poison me? The shopkeeper was confused. Poison? What? Wen Sanxi frowned and tossed the powder at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper didn't dodge and allowed the powder to land on his body and face. Sir, what are you doing? Wen Sanxi's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the custom of the Divine Gu dynasty. The shopkeeper clearly wasn't afraid of poison, and that move had been a form of revenge. Wen Qian'er hadn't noticed, so it was a good opportunity for her to suffer a bit. If she did, he could pretend that he didn't know anything. This was the Divine Gu dynasty. The Saint Prince watched from the side without any intention of interfering. The Divine Venomous Worm dynasty was indeed close to the outside world, but that didn't mean that they were easy to bully. Wen Sansi could be considered to have suffered a loss. He had the ability to easily deal with the shop owner, but this was the Divine Venomous dynasty after all. He had already made his move once, so it wouldn't be good for him to make his move a second time. Thank you, Wen Sansi said indifferently. He was about to leave with Wen Qian'er. At this time, a few people entered the shop. It was Balsam, Yan, and Mr. Wright of the Hall of Honor's board of directors. They bumped into Wen Sansi and Wen Qian'er. Wen Sansi recognized Mr. Yu and was surprised. Director Yu. Why are you here? Mr. Yu glanced at everyone in the shop, and his gaze changed when he saw Lu Yin. He then smiled at Wen Sansi and said, I received an invitation from the Divine Gu dynasty, so I came to take a look. I just happened to pass by and seemed to have missed something. Wen Sansi replied calmly, It's nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Wen Sansi did not recognize Balsam, but he recognized Yan, who was the secretary to the president of the Universe. Balsam looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I never thought that I would run into Alliance Master Lu here. How have you been? Lu Yin smiled. I'm all right. Was Shamrock Enterprises invited as well? Yes, we're here to deliver a congratulatory gift, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu looked at Lu Yin and said indifferently, I never thought that Alliance Master Lu would be here as well. It's been a while. Lu Yin raised a brow. Do I know you? Wen Sansi, Balsam, and the others were astonished, as this tone was very unfriendly. Even though everyone knew that Mr. Yu and Lu Yin were not on the same side, it was still unexpected that they would run into each other upon arrival. Lu Yin did not care about Mr. Yu at all. Although he was a director, it was almost over. If not for Nan Yuan's constant protection, he would have retreated even faster than Night King Zheng. With Lu Yin's current status and ability, there was no need for him to pretend to be polite with such a person. Mr. Yu sneered. Alliance Master Lu is a big shot, so it's normal that you don't recognize a small fry like me. You can introduce yourself. Name, origin, background, power, and occupation. Tell me, and I might remember you, Lu Yin said casually. Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. This was not a self-introduction, but rather an interrogation. Lu Yin's tone made him sullen. The man behind Mr. Yu spoke up, This is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Mr. Yu. No one had expected this person to speak, and Balsam looked at him in astonishment. She recognized this person, it was sure, one of the cultivators who guarded the Realm Mountain for the Hall of Honor. He had a good relationship with Shamrock Enterprises and was also a friend of Yan's. She had thought that this person was someone important, but she had not expected him to be so stupid as to interrupt at this time. Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly shot her a look. Even Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. If he revealed this person's identity now, it would only give Lu Yin an opportunity to humiliate him. Sure enough, Lu Yin spoke up. One of the 9 directors? There seems to be such a person, but that's only for now. It's hard to say how long he can stay in this position. Who knows? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He might be demoted tomorrow. Mr. Yu was furious, and he glared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, be careful with your words. The board is not something you can control. If you speak like this, the board will hold you accountable. Lu Yin did not mind. You can try. Mr. Yu's face turned red with anger. Sure also felt that he had said something wrong. How could Lu Yin not know Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu had come to the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had offered to protect Mr. Yu in order to get closer to the director of the Southern Origins Academy. He should not have interfered, but now, he had given Lu Yin an excuse to mock Mr. Yu. It would be fine if Mr. Yu abdicated, but if he did not, then Shi would not have an easy time in the future. Who are you? Lu Yin suddenly asked Shi. Shi's heart sank, but he braced himself and replied, I am Shi, and I was ordered to protect Mr. Yu on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty. Whose orders? Lu Yin asked. Shi bitterly replied, the board. Lu Yin did not understand. The board specifically convened to protect Mr. Yu, who is about to step down, on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty. That's not possible. I remember you, a cultivator who guards the Realm Mountain. I know the Realm Mountain's head senior, and I should ask him if I have the chance. Why would someone who guards the Realm Mountain protect a director? Shi's face went pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He had not expected Lu Yin to know the Realm Mountain's head. How did he know that person? Balsam tried to smooth things over. Alliance Master Lu, have you prepared any gifts for this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty? It can't be too expensive, or else we won't be able to bring anything out. Lu Yin smiled. I don't have any gifts. I'm just choosing. Balsam was speechless. Choosing now. And at Gu King City. Was this a joke? This must be the Wolf Prince, Balsam said as she looked at the man beside Lu Yin who had not spoken since the beginning. The Wolf Prince had not expected Balsam to know him, and he had been watching the show from the sidelines. I am. Are you the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam? Balsam smiled. I didn't think that your highness would recognize me. The Wolf Prince smiled. Of course. Who doesn't know Miss Balsam's great name? The shop owner was stunned when he heard the exchange of pleasantries. Alliance Master Lu. A director of the Hall of Honor. Even though he did not know much about the outside world, he had heard these two words more than once, so how could he not know them? He had not expected these people to be important figures. Suddenly, he heard the Wolf Prince's name, and he stared at the man in the Divine Gu dynasty's uniform in disbelief. This person was the Wolf Prince. When he thought of this, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Wolf Prince. The Wolf Prince waved a hand. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Go about your business. Busy? The shop owner was confused. Busy with what? Busy listening to these people mock each other. Could he even listen? Boss, do you have anything special? I want to buy something for your emperor, Lu Yin said with a smile as he looked at the shop owner. The shop owner was stunned, and he did not know how to respond. When Qian'er rolled her eyes. What could he possibly have? Mr. Yu snorted. Alliance Master Lu is looking down on the Love Emperor. Don't you think it's rude to buy a random gift for him? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I actually wanted to give the Longevity Squadron to the Love Emperor, but it was destroyed. You! Mr. Yu was furious. At that moment, a strange voice came from outside the door. How impressive. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Alliance leader Lu Yin. After that, many people appeared outside the shop and surrounded it. A man with a snow-white face and cold eyes slowly walked in. It was hard to tell how old he was, but his voice was shrill and sharp, and it also carried a trace of vicissitudes of life. Lu Yin frowned, as this person stared at him with a vicious gaze that felt like needles. There was also a strange smile on the man's face, which made Lu Yin feel very uncomfortable. Who are you? Lu Yin asked. The man stepped into the shop and bowed to the Wolf Prince. Greetings, Your Highness. The Wolf Prince grunted in acknowledgement. This is Manager E of the Imperial Palace, a trusted aide of my brother. Manager E hurriedly smiled. What are you saying, Your Highness? I wouldn't dare call myself a trusted aide. I'm just a servant that serves His Majesty and Your Highness. Lu Yin looked at him. Were you the one who spoke just now? Manager E looked at Lu Yin and maintained his strange and sinister smile. Alliance Master Lu, is it? I'm here on His Majesty's orders to welcome you. However, I saw your might as soon as I came in, and I was terrified. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1760. This was especially true for ordinary people like them, as Iguan could directly control their life and death. This was not only because of his strength and status, but also because he was greedy for money. The entire street was his business, and the boss of the boss behind this shop was Iguan. It was one thing for Iguan to come, but even the Empress, Qing Longlong, had come. The shop owner trembled in fear. Iguan, who gave you the right to speak to Alliance leader Lu like that? Qing Longlong reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. Iguan's smile did not change, and he bowed slowly. This old servant greets Your Highness. Qing Longlong stared at him with disgust. Father sent you here to welcome Alliance leader Lu and the others. What were you doing just now? Iguan smiled. This old servant was just admiring Alliance leader Lu's might and couldn't help but praise him. There's no other meaning. He then turned to Lu Yin and bowed. Alliance leader Lu, you won't blame me, right? Lu Yin smiled. Iguan was also smiling, but his smile was sinister and disgusting. Actually, you're from the Divine Gu dynasty, so even if I did blame you, I wouldn't blame you. I can only say that your master is too benevolent and doesn't teach his servants well, Lu Yin said. Iguan's smile disappeared, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. It looks like Alliance leader Lu has some skills. Lu Yin smiled. You asked me if I would blame you, so I'll teach you a lesson on your master's behalf. Consider it a congratulatory gift for the Empress breakthrough. He then waved his hand and sent Iguan flying with a slap, crashing heavily outside the shop. Everyone was shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to act so decisively without giving Iguan any face. The werewolf prince's brows rose in shock. The group of people who had followed Iguan all rushed towards the shop to attack Lu Yin, but they were stopped by Qing Longlong. Get out! Iguan hurriedly stood up, half of his face swollen, and stopped his guards. Back down. Her Highness and the Empress are here, so you can't act so impudently. The guards hurriedly retreated. Yi Qing's eyes were filled with hatred, and when he met Lu Yin's gaze, there was a deep chill in the depths of his eyes. He had never thought that someone would dare to beat him up in the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had been caught off guard. However, Lu Yin's status meant that he could not afford to offend him. This old servant spoke wrongly. Does Alliance Master Lu feel better now? Tell the Love Emperor that I've already sent him a congratulatory gift, and I hope he'll be satisfied. Eunuch Yi once again revealed a sinister smile. Understood. This servant will take his leave. After saying that, he left without bidding farewell to Prince Ruan and Qing Longlong. Everyone could see the resentment in the depths of his eyes. Qing Longlong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression and smiled bitterly. Alliance Master Lu, why do you have to do this? Lu Yin frowned. I don't like him. What a straightforward reason. In this enormous Gu King city and the entire Divine Gu dynasty, the only person who could treat Iguan in such a manner was Lu Yin and young Empress Qing. Not even Prince Qian could treat Iguan in such a manner. This was not only because of Iguan's status, but also because Iguan was famous for being sinister. Although Qing Longlong had said this, Lu Yin's slap had also helped prevent her anger. Yi Qing had been courteous to her, but he did not care about her at all. Casanova had been forced away by Yi Qing, and both Qing Longlong and Prince Ruan knew about this, but no one could say anything about it. Lu Yin's unbridled and tyrannical nature had been vividly displayed in that palm strike. He did not care about Yi Qing at all, and neither did he care about Prince Ruan. Whether they were friend or foe had already been determined. Alliance Master Lu, we'll take our leave now. See you at the banquet. She spoke politely to Lu Yin. Mr. Yu also left without saying goodbye to Lu Yin. Before when Sansi left, he whispered to Lu Yin, you shouldn't have come. Prince Ruan left as well, leaving the task of entertaining Lu Yin to Qing Longlong. The two were close in age, so it was more appropriate for them to interact. Everyone left one by one, leaving only Lu Yin, Qing Longlong, and the shop owner. The shop owner was still kneeling there, his head as low as it could be. He did not even dare to raise his head, but he had seen Yi Qing being sent flying with a single slap. He knew that the youth known as Alliance Master Lu was the most ruthless in this group. Fortunately, he had not offended him. Alliance Master Lu, Qing Longlong said to Lu Yin, but before she could finish, Lu Yin raised a hand. We're of the same generation, so there's no need to call me that. Are we close? Qing Longlong wanted to say this, but she did not say it out loud. All right, Brother Lu. I'll take you to a place to rest. Lu Yin nodded and followed Qing Longlong out. It was a small shop, but it had attracted the attention of the entire Divine Gu dynasty. The shop owner would definitely not be at peace for a period of time, and every single word and detail that had happened in the shop would be interrogated. Prince Ruan had arranged for Lu Yin to stay in his own palace, which was also in Gu King City. However, almost no one knew about this palace, as Prince Ruan Qing had only stayed there when he wanted peace. As he listened to Qing Longlong's introduction of the palace, Lu Yin asked, is your father hoping that I'll be more peaceful in the future? Qing Longlong smiled. Brother Lu, you're overthinking things. Father doesn't have that intention. It's just that the palace is located in a remote area, and few people disturb it. The environment is also good, which is why he made the arrangements for you. Lu Yin nodded. The two were in no hurry to leave, so they strolled around the streets of Gu King City. Gu King City was very lively, and it was filled with the hustle and bustle of a city. There were people fighting from time to time, and all sorts of poisons were brought out. If one did not count the cultivators, this place would be like an ordinary ancient imperial city. Is that Yi Guan someone your father trusts? Lu Yin asked. Qing Longlong nodded. He's been serving father since he was very young, and he's done his best over the years. He's not dead yet. Lu Yin was astonished. Prince Ruan Qing was not weak, and he had only invited them because he had broken through. He should be able to fight against someone with a power level of 800,000 and had lived for a long time. Yi Guan had not broken through to become an emissary, so how had he been able to keep up with Prince Ruan Qing? That's why Yi Guan is so special. Every once in a while, he'll freeze his vitality with poison to keep him alive, Qing Longlong explained. Her voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. As an emperor, Prince Ruan Qing had no lack of people serving him, but he was still willing to wait for this Yi Guan. This relationship was no longer that between a master and a servant. It was no wonder that even Prince Ruan and Qing Longlong were so courteous to Yi Guan. It seemed that Lu Yin had slapped Prince Ruan Qing. Qing Longlong looked at Lu Yin nonchalantly, but there was no change in his expression. Did he not care? But then again, the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both more powerful than the Divine Gu dynasty. The Divine Gu dynasty's uniqueness lay in its geographical location and environment. Without these factors, even the Wen family might not be able to compare to the divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin had led the Great Eastern Alliance to destroy the Day-Night clan, suppress the Sword sect, and force the Wen family into submission. He naturally did not care about the divine Gu dynasty, much less a mere Iguan. After walking around the busiest streets of Gu King City for almost an hour, Qing Longlong finally stopped in front of a very imposing restaurant. This restaurant was the tallest on the entire street, and it took up a large area that extended in all directions. 2 rows of attendants stood at the entrance, and they were all cultivators who had reached the Melder realm. "Brother Lu, I'll take you to meet someone," Qing Longlong said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. "All right." He stepped into the restaurant, and to his surprise, the interior was different from the outside. It was not as extravagant as he had expected, but rather simple and elegant. He followed Qing Longlong to the top floor, where 2 beautiful maids bowed. Due to their attire, Lu Yin could almost see the snowy white of their breasts, and he quickly turned away. "Brother Lu, please." Qing Longlong was amused. Who would believe that the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance had such a side to him? Lu Yin entered a private room, and he saw a woman dressed in a black muslin robe and wearing an exquisite petal-shaped mask. She stood up and bowed to Lu Yin. "I'm Yuan Miao Miao." "Greetings, Alliance Leader Lu." Although she was wearing half a mask, it could not hide her absolute beauty. Lu Yin could clearly see the alluring curve of her lips, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. "Your tutor Yuan's granddaughter?" Lu Yin was astonished when he heard the woman's name. Yuan Miao Miao bowed again. "I never thought that Alliance Leader Lu would know of me." Lu Yin looked at Qing Longlong. Qing Longlong replied, "Miao Miao and I are best friends, and she asked me to help her arrange a meeting with you." Lu Yin was confused. The tutor Yuan had advocated not participating in any external affairs, but young Empress Qing was biased towards the Sword sect and the other powers, and she had been thinking of ways to contain the Great Eastern Alliance. They had different standpoints, and although they were not enemies, the divine Gu dynasty treated the Great Eastern Alliance with 2 different factions. Under such circumstances, Qing Longlong had arranged a meeting with Lu Yin on behalf of Yuan Miao Miao. What was she trying to do? Longlong doesn't have any other intentions. Please don't misunderstand, Alliance Leader Lu. She just couldn't accept my request, so she brought you here, Yuan Miao Miao said in a gentle voice. Lu Yin sat down. Miss Miao Miao, please speak your mind. Qing Longlong looked at her. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Qing Longlong. Go out. It's best if you don't listen to what we have to say. Qing Longlong pursed her lips, nodded, and walked out. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Miao Miao with interest. Your relationship isn't ordinary. She's the empress of the divine Gu dynasty, but she went against her father's wishes to help you arrange a meeting with me. She didn't even ask for the reason. I'm very curious. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. This is our friendship. Ever since we were young, I've interacted with Longlong much more than my parents or grandfather. Longlong has also interacted with me longer than His Majesty. Kinship is destined by the heavens, but friendship is something that we have to find ourselves. We both believe that friendship is more precious than kinship. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. All right. Why are you looking for me? Yuan Miao Miao stood up and bowed solemnly. Lu Yin did not avoid it. With his status, even if the tutor Yuan bowed, he would not need to avoid it, let alone Yuan Miao Miao. He had the qualifications to do so. Alliance Leader Lu, please leave the Gu Flow Zone, Yuan Miao Miao said in a low voice. There was a moment of silence. Yuan Miao Miao bowed, but she did not raise her head. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What does the tutor mean? Yuan Miaomiao replied, the divine Gu dynasty should not interfere in the disputes of the outside world. This is my grandfather's lifelong wish. The people here live very affluent lives, and there are no wars. Once they interfere, the future outcome will be unpredictable. The divine Gu dynasty cannot be gambled on. Lu Yin smiled. How can you be so sure that the divine Gu dynasty will interfere in the disputes of the outside world if I'm here? Does the divine Gu dynasty want to do something to me? Or does young Empress Qing want to do something to me? On the first day of the new year, Windborn wishes his brothers a happy new year. He will be updating at 5 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1761. Yuan Miaomiao looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were very beautiful, and Lu Yin could see his own reflection in them. Alliance leader Lu, why ask when you already know the answer? Grandfather said that with your cautiousness, there's no way you don't understand the current situation, especially since you ignored the warning and insisted on entering the Gu flow zone. Grandfather said that all of His Majesty's schemes are useless against you. You think too highly of me and underestimate young Empress Qing, Lu Yin said casually. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. Even if His Majesty can do what he wants, the result will be an unpredictable disaster for the divine Gu dynasty. There was a knock on the door, followed by Qing Longlong's voice. Eat first. Yuan Miaomiao stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood up. There's no need. I've said all that needs to be said. He then prepared to leave. Yuan Miaomiao suddenly took off her mask, and Lu Yin's gaze was drawn to her. He had seen far too many beauties in his life, whether it was Starsabil, Ming Yan, Bai Shui, or Madame Naylan. All of them were absolute beauties, and this Yuan Miaomiao in front of him was just as beautiful as any of them. The most unique thing about her was the demonic flower that was branded on her face. Although it only had a shape and no color, Lu Yin's mind naturally imagined the scene of the flower fluttering in the wind. It was red and enchanting, and when paired with Yuan Miaomiao's beautiful appearance and soul-stirring eyes, she was indescribably beautiful. This was bewitchment, not through words, but through her appearance and the flower on her face. The flower was Yuan Miaomiao's Gu, and this was the true form of bewitchment. Lu Yin was moved, but not by his emotions, but by his heart. He was truly moved, as if he had been tempted. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. It was that flower. The flower on this woman's face was too tempting, and when paired with Yuan Miaomiao's appearance, even he could not resist it. Those with weak willpower would definitely fall for it. Miao Miao, you dash! Qing Longlong opened the door and was shocked to see Yuan Miaomiao. Yuan Miaomiao had been staring at Lu Yin the whole time. She saw that he was only stunned for a moment when he saw her appearance, but he soon returned to normal. She was quite disappointed. Ever since she was possessed by the love flower Gu, no man had been able to resist her temptation. She had attracted countless suitors when she was only 5 years old. If it wasn't for her grandfather, she didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to her. As she grew older, she concealed her appearance and concealed the emotion flower Gu, causing those men to stop, otherwise, every time she went out, it would cause a commotion. She covered her face for a long time. She had once told Qing Longlong that only the man she approved of could see her face. Now, her face was revealed, but the man she approved of didn't care. Lu Yin sized her up and asked calmly, "Is there anything else?" Yuan Miaomiao bowed once more, pursed her lips, and said in a melancholic voice, "I was born in the Gu King's city, and I can't bear to see the divine Gu dynasty suffer a calamity. Alliance Master Lu, as long as you're willing to leave the Gu flow zone, I'm at your disposal." "What are you talking about, Miao Miao?" Qing Longlong was shocked and rushed in to support her. She looked at Lu Yin warily, thinking that he had threatened her. Lu Yin shook his head. If Grand Tutor Yuan heard what you said, he would probably be very disappointed. Yuan Miao Miao was sorrowful. Grandfather was also born in the Gu King city and has lived here his entire life. Now that he's old, I hope that he can enjoy his old age and not worry about the divine Gu dynasty's matters. Since grandfather thinks that you should leave, then I hope that you can leave and never step foot in the Gu flow zone again. I'll be at your disposal, and I'll keep my word. Qing Long Long pulled Yuan Miao Miao back and scolded, "Do you know what you're saying, Miao Miao? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought Brother Lu here." Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand, his fingertips landing on Yuan Miao Miao's face. It was smooth to the touch. Qing Long Long was furious and glared at Lu Yin. "Stop!" Yuan Miao Miao stubbornly stared at Lu Yin and did not back down. She allowed Lu Yin's hand to land on her face until it covered her entire face. "This is a goo." "What kind of goo?" Lu Yin asked. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but he was curious about that flower. It was very strange that it could move his heart. Qing Long Long frowned. "It's a passion flower. It only blooms for the person it loves." Lu Yin pulled his hand back. "Go back and tell Grand Tutor Yuan that I don't like to kill for no reason, but everything has a bottom line. He'd better help young Emperor Qing protect this bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He then walked out of the restaurant. Yuan Miao Miao's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qing Long Long caught her. "Miao Miao, you were too impulsive. How could you?" Yuan Miao Miao was bitter. The divine Gu dynasty should not experience such a disaster. Why are you so sure that Lu Yin can cause a disaster for the divine Gu dynasty? No one has been able to do anything to us for so many years. Qing Long Long was confused. Yuan Miao Miao shook her head. "Long Long, he's waiting for you outside. Go." Qing Long Long looked at her worriedly. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. "It's fine." Qing Long Long sighed and walked out. Yuan Miao Miao looked out of the restaurant, her gaze filled with bitterness and complexity, as well as indescribable sorrow and fear. Elsewhere, an old man stood in the study of the divine Gu dynasty's young Emperor Qing. He had a bitter expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. In front of him, Director Yi was whispering something to young Emperor Qing. His voice wasn't loud, but the old man could still hear him. When young Emperor Qing saw the slap on Director Yi's face, his expression darkened. This old man was the Grand Tutor Yuan, the most senior official of the divine Gu dynasty. Even young Emperor Qing had to give him face. Without him, the divine Gu dynasty would never have reached its current prosperity. "Your Majesty, the nimble prince requests an audience," someone reported. Young Emperor Qing replied, "Let him in." The nimble prince quickly entered and bowed to young Emperor Qing. Young Emperor Qing waved a hand. "What do you think of Lu Yin?" The nimble prince was not surprised by this question, and he directly replied, "Brother, Lu Yin is not an easy person to understand." "What do you mean?" Young Emperor Qing frowned. The nimble prince deliberated for a moment before replying, "This person is a little too ruthless." He had thought about this problem on his way here, but he couldn't find the right words to describe it. If he hadn't been captured by Lu Yin, then he would have been able to judge Lu Yin without restraint. However, he had revealed the existence of a Hellguard, so he didn't dare casually criticize Lu Yin for fear of retaliation. The existence of a Hellguard was young Emperor Qing's greatest secret, and not even the Grand Tutor Yuan or Qing Long Long knew about it. "I told you to receive him, and this is the conclusion you came up with." Young Emperor Qing was in a bad mood. The slap mark on Director Yi's face had yet to disappear, and with his cultivation, he could have easily erased it. However, he had intentionally left it there, which showed that he hated Lu Yin. The nimble prince was helpless. Brother, I haven't interacted with Lu Yin much, and I didn't receive him as long as Ling Long did. This. Ling Long. She went to see Lu Yin. Young Emperor Qing was confused. The nimble prince was stunned. Brother, you don't know. Weren't you the one who sent her? Young Emperor Qing's expression turned even uglier. Director Yi whispered, Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince is a kind person, and he doesn't think badly of others. His Highness might not be able to tell Lu Yin's character. He slapped you, and you still can't tell. Young Emperor Qing barked. Director Yi hurriedly knelt down. It was this servant's mistake. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. The nimble prince coldly watched Director Yi's act, but he didn't interrupt. He didn't want to provoke either Lu Yin or Director Yi. All right, you may rise, young Emperor Qing said. Director Yi hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young Emperor Qing looked at him. What do you think of Lu Yin? Director Yi bowed. Lu Yin is ruthless, arrogant, and supercilious. He's not someone who's easy to get along with, and he's also extremely ambitious. Even the Sword Sect and the Day-Night Clan are wary of him, so it's not appropriate to get close to someone like him. You should either stay far away from him, or... His gaze turned vicious. Impudent. Grand Tutor Yuan couldn't take it anymore, and he glared at Director Yi. What does a servant know? How dare he talk about state affairs? Young Emperor Qing looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. There's no need to be angry, Grand Tutor. I was the one who told him to speak. Grand Tutor Yuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, my divine Gu dynasty has never interacted with the outside world. No matter what Lu Yin's character is or how ambitious he is, it has nothing to do with us. Why should we get involved with him? Regardless of whether we become friends or foes, it will not benefit the divine Gu dynasty. Grand Tutor, your words are incorrect. If Lu Yin unifies the Innerverse, would you still dare to say that it has nothing to do with our divine Gu dynasty? Director Yi coldly retorted. Grand Tutor Yuan was enraged. That's my opinion. Director Yi's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm only thinking for Your Majesty's sake. If the Great Eastern Alliance really isn't a threat, then why would the Sword Sect send someone to my divine Gu dynasty? They're trying to use us. Are you afraid, Grand Tutor? All right, Grand Tutor, you may leave. I'm tired. Young Emperor Qing interrupted the two's argument and waved for Grand Tutor Yuan to leave. Grand Tutor Yuan glared fiercely at Director Yi, but he had no choice but to leave. Director Yi's status was too high, and he was also deeply trusted by young Emperor Qing. He was also very strong, or else the Grand Tutor would have already made a move against this person. You may leave as well, young Emperor Qing said to Director Yi. Director Yi bowed and left, leaving only young Emperor Qing and the haggard prince in the study. Young Emperor Qing looked at the haggard prince. Do you think that an Anitya Hellguard can deal with Lu Yin? The haggard prince's fingers trembled, and he shook his head. No. Back then, Night King Zhenwu used an Anitya Hellguard to poison Lu Yin, but Lu Yin neutralized it. Brother, you should know. I know, but the Anitya Hellguards have changed. They've become even more poisonous and ruthless, young Emperor Qing coldly stated. The haggard prince lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. He was hesitating over whether or not he should tell young Emperor Qing that Lu Yin already knew about the Anitya Hellguards. He did not want to, but if he used an Anitya Hellguard to deal with Lu Yin and failed, then not only would young Emperor Qing suffer, but he would also suffer. Even if young Emperor Qing was fine, Lu Yin would still expose that he knew about the Anitya Hellguards, and young Emperor Qing would not let him off. The haggard prince was caught between a rock and a hard place. There was also the possibility that an Anitya Hellguard might be able to deal with Lu Yin. After all, it was impossible for Lu Yin to detect the Anitya Hellguard's poison in advance, and the haggard prince still held on to a sliver of hope. Thank you for your support, brothers. A new year has begun. Everyone is going to be rich. This is the simplest and most sincere blessing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1762. Young Emperor Qing had told the prince about Impermanence's existence, but he had not told him that the second Night King had come as well. He did not plan to deal with Lu Yin openly either, as there were too many people supporting Lu Yin from behind the scenes. If that was the case for Lu Yin, then there was no need to mention the second Night King, who was wanted by the Galactic Arbitration Center. Once news of the second Night King's presence in Gu King's city spread, then young Emperor Qing would no longer be facing the power behind Lu Yin, but rather the entire Hall of Honor. Young Emperor Qing had been hesitant, but the slap to Eunuch Yi's face had strengthened his resolve. Lu Yin had not slapped Eunuch Yi, but young Emperor Qing himself. This was still in Gu King's city, which showed just how arrogant Lu Yin was. He did not even consider the divine Gu dynasty worthy of his attention. Perhaps it was just as the Sword sect had said, once Lu Yin unified the Interverse, the divine Gu dynasty would not be an exception. Unfortunately, Grand Tutor Yuan and the others were too stubborn and conservative. The divine Gu dynasty sent out invitations, and people continuously entered Gu King City. There was still some time before the banquet to celebrate young Emperor Qing's breakthrough. Lu Yin stayed in young Emperor Qing's palace for 2 days before leaving again. This time, he went to see elder Lianxin. He was not sure what sort of strange surveillance methods the divine Gu dynasty had, so he did not leave in secret. Instead, he went to see elder Lianxin openly. Lu Yin's whereabouts had always been under young Emperor Qing's control, as the divine Gu dynasty's surveillance methods came from underground. On the divine Gu continent, every piece of land was poisonous, and every drop of poison could record a creature's daily activities. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the palace, young Emperor Qing would definitely see him. Elder Lianxin lived in a residence not far from young Emperor Qing's palace, and when Lu Yin arrived, she immediately avoided meeting him. Lu Yin frowned. The Sword sect had already secretly pledged their allegiance, but elder Lianxin still maintained this attitude. Either she was apprehensive of the divine Gu dynasty, or she was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had to enter. Whether or not he could meet elder Lianxin, he had to at least meet Li Zimo. Only then would he know elder Lianxin's true attitude. There was a bang as the residence's door was smashed open, and the divine Gu dynasty's guards fell to the ground. Lu Yin easily entered the residence. The commotion alerted the nearby palace, as well as young Empress Qing. She was furious, as Lu Yin was too arrogant. This was Gu King's city, not the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and yet he dared to act so recklessly. The commotion also alarmed the other people in Gu King's city, and they all stared at Lu Yin's actions. He was simply too brazen. Li Zimo stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do? I heard that elder Lianxin is here. I'd like to meet her. Li Zimo raised his sword in an attempt to block Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't even move. Li Zimo's sword shattered, and in the next moment, the void distorted as Xiaohuang Qing walked out and blocked Lu Yin's path. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen young Master Qing in person, but he had seen images of her many times. Alliance Lord Lu, if there's anything you want to say, I can convey it on your behalf. You and Elder Lianxin are both honored guests of my divine Gu dynasty, so please stop fighting, young Empress Qing said indifferently. Her expression was calm, and she didn't show any hostility towards Lu Yin, even though she was exceptionally angry. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. I didn't expect Her Majesty to come out of seclusion. Logically speaking, with Lu Yin's status, he could have been welcomed by Prince Bei or Qing Longlong. However, as soon as he entered Gu King's city, young Empress Qing would have to meet him out of courtesy. However, young Empress Qing had always used seclusion as an excuse to not meet with Lu Yin or anyone else. I just came out of seclusion. You're the master, young Empress Qing said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. Since Her Majesty has spoken, then let's forget about it. Many thanks. The banquet will be held in a few days, so Alliance Lord Lu can rest for a few days. Although Gu King's city isn't considered a bustling place, it still has its unique characteristics. All of Alliance Lord Lu's expenses will be covered by me, young Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing smiled. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as these words sounded familiar. Right, the Sea King's Dome. Back then, the Sea King's Dome had rewarded everyone who had participated in the son-in-law selection, and all of the expenses had been covered by the Sea King. Are you sure? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Young Empress Qing was stumped, as she had a bad premonition. However, Lu Yin was still the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Lord, so how could young Empress Qing be so shameless as to blame the Great Eastern Alliance's expenses? Thus, she did not think too much about it. Have fun, Alliance Lord Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Continue your seclusion, Your Majesty. Right, congratulations on your breakthrough. He then turned to leave. After watching Lu Yin leave, Li Zimo stepped forward and bowed to young Empress Qing. At this moment, Elder Lianxin also stepped forward. Thank you, Your Majesty, for stopping this person. Young Empress Qing nodded. Both Elder and Alliance Lord Lu are honored guests, so it's best if there is no conflict. I'll have to trouble Elder to stay in the residence for the next few days. Elder Lianxin had a complicated look in her eyes. Young Empress Qing had assumed that Lu Yin had come to cause trouble because the Sword Sect had sent her to ask for reinforcements from the divine Gu dynasty. Little did she know that the Sword Sect had secretly sided with Lu Yin. She was a calm person, but the calmer a person was, the more stubborn they would be. Regardless of whether it was inheritance or life and death, they would always be indifferent to things like right and wrong. Li Zimo had left Shenwu continent because of Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had done him a favor by sending him to the Sword Sect. Thus, he would not betray Lu Yin. This was his understanding. Elder Lianxin was also unwilling to see the Sword Sect submit to the Great Eastern Alliance. Thus, she did not want to see Lu Yin. Even if Lu Qianjue had submitted to the Great Eastern Alliance, she would not be willing. At worst, she would just live in seclusion. However, although she was unwilling to submit to Lu Yin, she would not expose him, and she would not tell young Empress Qing about the Sword Sect. Young Empress Qing left, and Elder Lianxin sighed. Master, is this your decision? Li Zimo asked in a low voice. Elder Lianxin looked at Li Zimo. Remember, only by maintaining your original heart can you be calm. Master is unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance and will not help Lu Yin. This is Master's path. This disciple understands, Li Zimo replied. Elder Lianxin nodded. Li Zimo looked at Elder Lianxin's departing figure and sighed to himself. Master, you have your own path, and this disciple has his own path as well. That night, Elder Lianxin suddenly collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Young Empress Qing came to check on her, and she was surprised to find that Elder Lianxin had been poisoned. The poison is ordinary, but its effects are very strong. It can perfectly display the poison's characteristics, and it can even be said to be extremely perfect. Every bit of the poison's medicinal strength has been amplified by 10 or even 100 times. Young Empress Qing frowned and looked at Li Zimo. Who has Elder Lianxin been in contact with during this time? Li Zimo respectfully replied, Master has always been in the residence, and she has not come into contact with anyone other than this disciple. Young Empress Qing was puzzled. This poison was very ordinary, but its toxicity was quite strong. It had actually caused an emissary like Elder Lianxin to fall into a deep sleep. Who had poisoned her? Could it have been Lu Yin? But when? She then looked at Li Zimo and shook her head. It could not have been this person, as Li Zimo was Elder Lianxin's disciple and had been in the sword sect for many years. Elder Lianxin had even mentioned this person when she had spoken with him. Elder Lianxin trusted this disciple more than anyone else, and it was unlikely that this person would possess such a poison. It was clearly an ordinary poison, but its effects were terrifyingly strong. Where had it come from? Your Majesty, how is my master? Li Zimo asked with an anxious expression. Young Empress Qing replied, Don't worry, Elder Lianxin is only unconscious. She's fine, and she'll wake up after a while. Li Zimo relaxed and clenched his fists. Who poisoned my master? Young Empress Qing did not understand either, but this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. This was Gu King City, and someone had poisoned Elder Lianxin in a way that he could not immediately neutralize. This was not a simple matter. Was there such a poison expert in Gu King City? Li Zimo suddenly thought of the Grand Preceptor. That old man had never approved of dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was normal for him to have poisoned the sword sect. If it was this old man, then it was not impossible. Young Empress Qing suppressed her suspicions and comforted Li Zimo once more before leaving. Li Zimo bowed deeply to Elder Lianxin. I'm sorry, Master. He was the one who had poisoned Elder Lianxin. Lu Yin had barged into the residence and passed the poison to Li Zimo when they had brushed past each other. He had also told Li Zimo that if Elder Lianxin was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then he could poison her. He had also told Li Zimo about the effects of the poison, which was why Li Zimo had agreed. Lu Yin knew about the relationship between Li Zimo and Elder Lianxin, which was why he had not planned to poison her to death. She had simply fallen into a coma. This poison had come from Elder Wu, and it was a very ordinary poison. However, when Lu Yin had upgraded it, he had used it all up. He still had 3 vials left, and they were the ones that were not as poisonous. Now, he only had 2 vials left. Elder Lianxin was dissatisfied with the Great Eastern Alliance, and even though the sword sect had submitted, she was not willing to join. She was an unstable factor, so Lu Yin had no choice but to put her to sleep for now. Lu Yin had originally planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Wen family after leaving Elder Lianxin's residence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1763. The shopkeeper stared blankly at Lu Yin for a while before suddenly realizing something. He subconsciously smiled. I understand now. You're looking for the most expensive place. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the shopkeeper expectantly. It has to be the highest. No problem, I'll show you the way. It'll definitely be the best. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Lu Yin was astonished, but then he praised his own wisdom. He had not thought of asking a local to show him the way back at the Sea King's Dome, as only locals would know the most expensive places. Just going to the auction house was too low-level. Although the items sold there were very expensive, there were many good things that could not be found there. What a pity. Sir, I'll show you the way. The shopkeeper's smile was warm. but it seemed a little wretched. They went out and called for a strange beast carriage. The shopkeeper led the way, and it did not take long for them to arrive at another street. Louis blinked as he looked at the various girls playing around and the luxurious lights. "Where are we?" he asked. The shopkeeper came over and tried to curry favor. "This is the most enjoyable place in Gu King City. Here, you can experience all of the highest pleasures in the world. There's nothing you can't imagine that can't be done here. We have everything that you like." Lu Yin smacked the shopkeeper's head. "This is the most expensive place you were talking about." The shopkeeper was terrified. "The innermost part is the largest brothel in Gu King City, and the prices there are sky high. I heard that the Casanova Crown Prince came here before. Are you not satisfied?" Lu Yin was speechless. "I want to buy something." He thought about it. "Just say it. Poisons, power vessels, weapons, etc. I want the best and most expensive." The shopkeeper's face twitched, and he gulped. "Do you understand?" Lu Yin asked fiercely. His every move was being watched, so how would he explain himself if word got out that he was here? Right, why did he need to explain himself? The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded. I understand. I'll take you to Yi Pavilion." Yi Pavilion. Yi Pavilion sells almost all of the poisons in the Divine Gu dynasty. That's where the greatest poisons, weapons, and all sorts of precious items are gathered. "Sir, you'll definitely be satisfied. Let's go to Yi Pavilion." In the imperial palace, young King Qing looked at the report in surprise. Qing Longlong was standing in front of him. He went to Beauty Street. Qing Shaohuang threw away the report and said indifferently. Qing Longlong was confused. Beauty Street. Then, she suddenly remembered, and her face turned red. She snorted, "Shameless." Young Master Qing did not intend to talk about this with Qing Longlong. He looked at her and asked, "You brought him to see Miao Miao?" Qing Longlong knew that she couldn't hide it from Qing Shaohuang, so she nodded. "Miao Miao wishes to see him." Young Empress Qing frowned. "Don't bring Lu Yin to meet the Zhen family in the future. Leave." Qing Longlong looked at Qing Shaohuang. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything. News of Lu Yin's visit to Beauty Street quickly spread throughout Gu King City. Here, the one who received the most attention was Lu Yin, not Qing Shaohuang. Beauty Street. Where is it? Wen Sanxi was curious. The cultivator from Gu King City who received the Wen family said, Brothel Street. Wen Sanxi nodded. He didn't mind, but when Qian'er snorted and left after calling him shameless. Mr. Yu soon found out about Lu Yin's whereabouts. As long as Lu Yin did not hide anything, everyone would know. If he did, then only Qing Shaohuang would know. Beauty Street. Mr. Yu's gaze turned cold. He had not come here just because he had been invited, but also because he wanted Qing Shaohuang to cooperate with the sword sect to deal with Lu Yin. This was his mission. Balsam also learned that Lu Yin had gone to Beauty Street, and she was puzzled. Lu Yin's deeds were too obvious, and everyone knew about them. The only thing that could possibly be related to brothels was the brothel in the Neoverse. She had never heard of this person having any other dealings. Why had he changed after coming to Gu King City? Had he done it on purpose? In the Grand Tutor's residence, the Grand Tutor remained calm. He went to Beauty Street. How strange that he can remain so calm in front of Miao Miao. Similarly, on the other side of Beauty Street, the nimble prince hurriedly turned around. Your Highness, aren't you going to look for Miss Tang? The nimble prince was unhappy. No, it's bad luck. Miss Tang has been waiting for you for a long time. The nimble prince's mouth twitched. He wanted to go, but when he thought about the possibility of bumping into Lu Yin, he immediately lost interest. No, no. Cut the crap. He then paused. You go, but don't let Lu Yin see Miss Tang. I'll go right away. The nimble prince had a helpless expression. Why was this bastard still haunting him? He had originally wanted to go to Beauty Street to vent, but now that he had bumped into Lu Yin, his days were getting worse. Lu Yin walked around Beauty Street once before heading to another street. E Pavilion occupied half of the street, and Lu Yin could see it from afar. E Pavilion, E Pavilion. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What does this E Pavilion have to do with Director E? The shopkeeper respectfully replied, the boss behind E Pavilion is Director E. Lu Yin was astonished. He's doing business. Does Qing Shaohuang not care? Qing. The shopkeeper was about to reply, but then he suddenly realized that Qing Shaohuang's name was not something he could use. I don't know if His Majesty cares, but E Pavilion has been open for many, many years, and its reputation is guaranteed. Lu Yin did not care if the shop's reputation was guaranteed, as long as the items were good. What did reputation have to do with him? Would anyone dare to steal from him? E Pavilion occupied half of the street, and it had an antique exterior. Half a street meant that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in an entire day, and even cultivators could experience the joy of strolling around. It also meant that there was an endless supply of goods. E Pavilion had 9 floors, which did not seem like much, but each floor was very tall. From the top of the building, one could overlook the entire street and even the Imperial Palace. As they approached E Pavilion, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There was actually more than one enlighter overseeing this place, which was quite impressive. The core of the Divine Gu dynasty is the Divine Gu continent, and there are over 100 cities there. Every city has an E Pavilion, and its height is second only to the City Lord's mansion. This E Pavilion is the headquarters, and its height is second only to the Imperial Palace, the shopkeeper explained as he led the way. The entrance to E Pavilion was rather imposing, and there were a total of 20 explorers standing there. Just their aura alone was enough to scare away most people. Before Lu Yin even entered, someone came forward to welcome him. Greetings, Alliance Leader Lu. I'm E Pavilion's shopkeeper, Kai Lai. A skinny old man bowed respectfully in front of him, followed by a group of people from E Pavilion. There were both men and women, and they all bowed respectfully to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. You know me. Kai Lai respectfully replied, who doesn't know Alliance Leader Lu? It's an honor for Alliance Leader Lu to visit E Pavilion. Lu Yin chuckled and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled at Kai Lai, who glared at him coldly before following Lu Yin in. The shopkeeper thought for a moment before following Lu Yin in as well. Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion, and everyone else had received the same news. When Sansi and the rest were curious as to why Lu Yin had left Beauty Street so quickly. However, Manager Yi's expression changed. The moment he found out that Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion, his entire being had turned gloomy. He knew that all of Lu Yin's expenses would be charged to Shaohuang Qing. In other words, everything Lu Yin bought in E Pavilion would be charged by Shaohuang Qing. Asking Shaohuang Qing for money. Just thinking about it made Manager Yi feel as if the sky had collapsed. Shaohuang Qing's expression was just as strange when she found out that Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion. Of course, she knew that E Pavilion had been established by Manager Yi, and everyone had their own hobbies. There was nothing wrong with Manager Yi liking money, and Shaohuang Qing did not mind. However, everything Lu Yin spent in E Pavilion would be charged to him. He did not care about money, but would Manager Yi dare to accept it? Everyone's attention was drawn to Lu Yin, and Manager Yi's greatest hope was that Lu Yin would not buy anything too expensive. He also hoped that the people in E Pavilion would not let Lu Yin know that there was anything too expensive. If possible, he wanted to warn them, but it was already too late. Lu Yin stepped into E Pavilion and looked around. The interior was very large and spacious. Alliance leader Lu, this is the first floor, and the items here are all worthless. I'm sure they won't catch your eye. Our E Pavilion's valuable items are all concentrated on the 8th and 9th floors, Manager Kai Lai said. Let's go take a look, Lu Yin said and released his domain. There was indeed nothing worth paying attention to on the first floor. Most of the items here were all kinds of poisons and goo bugs, as well as some weapons and defensive items. They were all useless, but they would definitely be useful to explorers. If the first floor contained items that were useful to explorers, then this E-Pavilion truly had a deep foundation. They passed through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and all the way to the 7th floor. Lu Yin swept through the 7th floor with his domain. There were some items on the 7th floor that were useful to enlighters, but he wanted the best and most expensive items. The shop owner followed behind Lu Yin. In the past, when he had visited E Pavilion, he had only been able to reach the 4th floor at most. He had never been to the 5th floor, let alone the 7th. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the 8th floor one day? Today, he had benefited from following Lu Yin. The E Pavilion shrank with each floor, and the 8th floor was already close to the top. The interior was not very large, and a normal person could easily explore the entire floor. Lu Yin wandered around the 8th floor. The poisons here were quite good, at least more powerful than Elder Wu's poison. However, although the toxicity was strong, it was very obvious, unlike Helgard's poison, which was so fierce that it did not even have rune lines. There were not many items on the 8th floor, and Lu Yin's gaze landed on a small bottle that was only about the size of a palm. The words Vajra poison were written on it. Alliance leader Lu really has good taste. This poison is not meant to harm others, but rather to be used on oneself. The poison makes one's skin indestructible, and even an enlighter would find it difficult to damage it. It's considered a precious item on the 8th floor, Kai Lai introduced as he looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes that were filled with hope. Lu Yin nodded and did not mind. He looked at the other items. This is the poison fire Sirius, and it's concentrated in a small tube. Once fired, it can shoot out tens of thousands of poison fire pearls. Even an enlighter with a power level of 400,000 would find it difficult to defend against them. Once touched by the poison fire pearls, the poison will spread throughout the body, and one's movements will definitely become sluggish. It's very useful when fighting enlighters. This is Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1764. Lu Yin looked around and was a little disappointed. The 9th floor. Kai Lai was astonished. Alliance Master Lu doesn't like the items on the 8th floor. Too bad. Lu Yin did not hold back. Kai Lai's expression changed. Alright, please follow me. He then led the way. There were many items that could be used as long as they were upgraded, but Lu Yin's standards were too high. Even if he wanted to upgrade them, he wanted the best items, and he did not have that much money to upgrade them. The shopkeeper's breathing quickened. The 9th floor was rumored to be the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, and there were probably less than 10 people in the entire Divine Gu dynasty who had the qualifications to do so. Even Empress Qing Longlong had been barred from entering because she did not have enough money to purchase them. One could imagine how precious the items on the 9th floor were. Going from the 8th floor to the 9th floor did not require stairs, but rather a teleportation device. Do you want to go? Kai Lai asked coldly as he stared at the shopkeeper. This sort of person did not have the qualifications to enter the 9th floor. The shopkeeper had no choice but to step back. Lu Yin glanced at him. "Follow me." Kai Lai had not expected Lu Yin to allow a shopkeeper to follow him, and he could not help but feel troubled. "Alliance Master Lu, the Reliance Pavilion has its own rules. This sort of person does not deserve to enter the 9th floor." Lu Yin shook his head. "Wait until your Reliance Pavilion has something that interests me before you talk to me about the rules." He then stepped into the teleportation device. Kai Lai stared at the shopkeeper coldly and snorted. "Let's go." The shopkeeper's face went pale. I wouldn't dare." Kai Lai coldly replied, "You want me to offend Alliance Master Lu? Follow me." He then stepped into the device as well. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked at the device. He had never expected that a minor character like himself would one day be able to step into a place that even the Empress did not have the qualifications to enter. This experience was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. With that thought in mind, he stepped into the teleportation device with excitement. The 9th floor was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It was as if the more precious an item was in this world, the more it would flow backward with time. The 9th floor was like a world from billions of years ago, filled with a barbaric aura. Lu Yin looked around and saw the distorted void. Everything around him was remote and desolate, and he was stepping on ancient rocks. If not for the shopkeeper Kai Lai's appearance, he would have thought that he had been teleported to a desolate planet. "Alliance Master Lu, this is the 9th floor of my Reliance Pavilion. What you see now is the most primitive view of the Xingu continent," Kai Lai introduced. The shop owner entered and looked around in shock. A huge shadow loomed over the sky as a monster passed by. Its entire body was covered with thick tumors. It was clearly filled with poison. The shop owner's face turned pale with fright. Kai Lai was satisfied with Lu Yin's reaction. These were all built in imitation of the divine venomous insect continent's original style. What you see now is just an illusion. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why did you build the 9th level like this? Kai Lai had a sincere expression on his face. Because Her Majesty the Empress Qing remembers her ancestors and often longs for how difficult it was for her ancestors to survive on the divine venomous insect continent, Lord Chief Steward decided to restore the 9th level to its original state so that Her Majesty the Empress Qing could occasionally reminisce about her past. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air, as he finally understood why young Emperor Qing liked Director Yi so much. Director Yi had been bootlicking for a very long time. Even Ku Wei and Elder Tan could be pushed to the side. Compared to Director Yi, those two were nothing. Director Yi had directly bootlicked Lu Yin on a spiritual level, which had already reached such a high level. Lu Yin was stunned. It was no wonder why Qing Long had been blocked outside. This was a show of strength, and he was using the momentum of blocking Qing Long to curry favor with young Emperor Qing. Even his subordinates could enter a bootlicking state at any time. Even Lu Yin was envious of young Emperor Qing. With such a person by his side, his days would be much more comfortable. Lu Yin was not interested in the divine venomous insect continent's original style. Isn't there supposed to be something precious on the 9th level? Take it out and let me see. Shopkeeper Kai Lai acknowledged the order and clapped his hands. Not long after, the teleportation device distorted, and a beautiful woman walked over. She held a crystal tray that was covered with a gray cloth. "Alliance Master Lu, please open it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he casually opened it, only to see a strange long worm coiled up on top of the crystal tray. It was as withered as a tree branch, and its segments made it seem like it was in a deep slumber. There were no rune lines on it. What's this? Lu Yin was confused. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. A segmented worm. A segmented worm. The shop owner was shocked, and his face went pale. Lu Yin looked at him. You know about it? The shop owner looked at the segmented worm in horror. It's the treasure of the Jia cult that caused chaos in my divine venomous insect dynasty. The Jia cult was a behemoth that flourished for a period of time, and at its peak, it could even contend with my divine venomous insect dynasty's army. Even Her Majesty, the Qing Empress, was almost unable to destroy the Jia cult several times because of this segmented worm. This type of insect is extremely sinister, and once it comes into contact with a person, it will burrow into their body and devour their flesh and blood. Even the legendary envoys have been devoured before. Kai Lai looked at the shop owner in admiration. This guy was still useful after all, and his introduction would not have been as shocking. Lu Yin was astonished and looked at the segmented worm. He had not expected it to be so powerful that it could even deal with envoys. There were many strange things in the universe. Normal people cultivated star energy, while the Spectre clan cultivated death chi. The Sixth Mainland also cultivated bloodlines and imprints, while the divine venomous insect dynasty cultivated goo. For example, Qing Longlong had a type of goo called the limitless worm. As long as it burrowed into an enemy's body, it would not leave until the enemy died. It looked similar to this segmented worm, but Qing Longlong's limitless worm could only deal with enlighters at most. This segmented worm could even deal with envoys. Weren't the segmented worms all destroyed? Because they're too insidious, even a normal cultivator can pose a great threat to them. That's why Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, did not allow them to appear in the world, the shop owner asked in shock. Kai Lai ignored the shop owner. Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, did not allow the segmented worms to appear in the world, but only ordinary people were allowed to possess them. The Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial family were not included in this list, but because the segmented worms were too insidious, very few people were willing to use them. He looked at Lu Yin. Although the segmented worms were powerful, they were also harmful to the user. Many people from the dynasty had come here before, but no one had bought them. He did not know if Alliance Master Lu would be willing to buy them. No, next, Lu Yin said indifferently. Kai Lai was stunned. Alliance Master Lu, you don't like it? Lu Yin replied, I'm not that interested in goo. It's strange to have something in my body that's still alive. Kai Lai was helpless, and he waved a hand. Next. Lu Yin's words basically put an end to the existence of goo in front of him. Kai Lai took out the second item that had been tailor-made for Lu Yin, a source box. Lu Yin was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so this source box was the most suitable item for him. As he looked at the source box in front of him, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item. In front of him was a 7-colored source box. The source box was dazzling, and it was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. This was the danger of a source box. Normal people will go blind after just one look at it, and even cultivators won't be able to take it for more than a few seconds. There was once an enlighter who was also a lockbreaker, but he was also blinded after staring at this source box for less than 10 seconds. No matter how he was treated, he could not be cured, Kai Lai reminded Lu Yin. As he spoke, he looked to the side, not daring to look at the 7-colored source box. Lu Yin felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. I'll take it. Wrap it up. Kai Lai smiled. This source box had been left in the Reliance Pavilion for a long time, but no one had wanted it. Many lockbreakers had tried it, but they had all given up. A source box that could blind people was very strange. Everyone knew that this source box might contain something good, but if one could not unlock it, then it would be useless. Kai Lai had heard that this alliance leader Lu was rather rich, so he was thinking about how to charge him. Thank you for your support, alliance leader Lu. Today, all your purchases in the Reliance Pavilion will be sold at a 30% discount, Kai Lai said loudly. He did not have the final say on whether or not the source box would be sold at a 30% discount. These items were not clearly priced, so he decided to double the original price. After all, the director had been beaten up by this person, and he wanted to avenge the director. The 7-colored light disappeared, and the source box was wrapped up. Lu Yin looked at Kai Lai with a solemn expression. Kai Lai felt a chill run down his spine, and he carefully asked, Lu, Alliance Leader Lu, do you have any questions? Lu Yin answered seriously, this source box is very precious. Kai Lai blinked. What did he mean? It's such a precious item, and it will be a loss for your Reliance Pavilion if I sell it. I'm very clear about that, so there's no need to give me a discount. Just charge me as much as you want. I'm not lacking in money, Lu Yin said solemnly. Kai Lai's eyes widened as he felt a strong sense of wealth. Lu Yin's words had even made him think that this person was from the Mavis family. The shop owner was stunned as well. Was he really that rich? If there's a discount, then I don't want it. I don't take advantage of others, Lu Yin barked. Do you understand? Kai Lai straightened his back. I understand. Rest assured, Alliance Leader Lu. I definitely won't disappoint you. He decided to increase the price by 5 times. Lu Yin patted Kai Lai's shoulder and praised him. Good, that's the attitude of a qualified businessman. I hope that your stock won't disappoint me for the next item. Money isn't an issue, and as long as I'm satisfied, I won't mind adding another layer to your price. Kai Lai was encouraged, as this person was just too rich. There were some items that he hadn't planned on taking out, as they were all the Reliance Pavilion's core treasures. The manager had also warned him not to take them out unless it was absolutely necessary, unless he met someone with a lot of money. Kai Lai knew that he had met someone with a lot of money. Manager, I've met someone with a lot of money. This person even offended you in the past, so I'll take revenge for you. With the mentality of wanting to rip off the customer and take revenge, as well as the pride of not wanting to be looked down upon by others, shopkeeper Kai took out the 3rd item. It was a drop of liquid that was suspended in the bottle. It looked like a teardrop and was colorless. Alliance Leader Lu, this is poison. It's called benevolent tears, Kai Lai said solemnly. At the same time, Manager Yi couldn't hold himself back and contacted the Reliance Pavilion's people in front of Xiaohuang Qing to ask what Lu Yin had purchased. When he heard that Lu Yin hadn't bought anything from the first 8 floors, his heart sank. When he found out that Lu Yin had entered the 9th floor, he gritted his teeth and ordered someone to tell Kai Lai not to take out anything precious. But the next moment, he found out that Kai Lai had taken out a 7-colored source box, and his heart began to bleed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1765. The manager knew that Lu Yin would definitely want that item. If he could get paid for it, then so be it. If he sold it, then so be it. He was going to sell it anyway, but everything that Lu Yin bought had to be paid for by the Empress of Love. This was equivalent to saying that he would lose out on whatever Lu Yin bought. He ordered Kai Lai to not take out anything precious and hoped that it would come in time. However, he soon learned that Kai Lai had taken out the tears of the benevolent. Eunuch Yi's face paled. On the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, Lu Yin was confused. The tears of the benevolent. Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper, who promptly spoke up. After doing business for so many years, he often had to be discerning. The tears of the benevolent are the most poisonous things in the divine Gu dynasty. Legend has it that a single drop can kill a powerful emissary. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are your emissaries that worthless? There was the knuckle worm, and now there's this tears of the benevolent that can kill an emissary. The shopkeeper did not understand the emissary level at all, so he could not answer. Kai Lai said, Alliance Master, emissaries are very powerful. The Empress of Love might be the only emissary in the Divine Gu dynasty, but both the knuckle worm and the tears of the benevolent have been recorded as being able to kill emissaries. This is absolutely true, and the tears of the benevolent aren't just any ordinary emissary. His gaze turned cold. It's a powerful emissary with a power level of over 700,000. Impossible, Lu Yin was resolute. Aside from young Empress Qing, there hasn't been anyone in the Divine Gu dynasty with a power level of over 700,000. Kai Lai said, that's what the records say, but I don't know if it's true or not. However, the tears of the benevolent are indeed the most poisonous things in the Divine Gu dynasty. Outside of the Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial Palace, they can't be found anywhere else. Lu Yin pondered this. Could young Empress Qing have used the tears of the benevolent to deal with him? Is this poison colorless and tasteless? Lu Yin asked. Kai Lai lamented, although the tears of the benevolent are extremely poisonous, they can be detected. The colorless liquid has a force that can be seen with the naked eye, so as long as one is prepared, they won't be poisoned. This is the greatest weakness of the tears. Lu Yin nodded. The Anitya Helgard's toxicity was far inferior to that of the virtuous man's tear, but it was superior in that it was colorless and odorless, and even its rune lines could not be seen. On the other hand, the virtuous man's tear could be easily seen. There were gains and losses, and this was the cycle of karma. I'll take this as well, Lu Yin said proudly. Regardless of its flaws, as long as its toxicity was real, he was fine with it. Most of the time, he would only use poison in battle, not in secret. He could still upgrade it, and he didn't know how powerful the philanthropist's tear would be if he upgraded it to its peak. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. He had sold another one. The philanthropist's tear was very precious and was a true treasure of the pavilion. If he hadn't met someone as rich as Lu Yin, he wouldn't have taken it out. Next. Lu Yin called out loudly, as if he had no lack of money. At this time, a maid from the Yi pavilion entered, wanting to say something to the shopkeeper. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is the Yi pavilion so unruly? I just got excited, so I don't want to be disturbed. Shopkeeper Kai Lai frowned and glared at the maid. Why haven't you left yet? The maid was anxious. Shopkeeper, manager dash. A cold snort came from Lu Yin's mouth, accompanied by a spiritual force pressure. The maid couldn't withstand it and fainted. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't understand, as he hadn't felt any spiritual force fluctuations and couldn't sense anything. Hurry up, next. I still have things to do, Lu Yin said impatiently. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't think too much about it and assumed that something had happened to the maid. Alliance Master Lu, the next precious item is a goo. Lu Yin frowned. Shopkeeper Kai Lai hurriedly explained, this goo is different from others. It isn't absorbed into the body, but rather branded on the surface of the body. Its function is to substitute for death. Life-extending butterfly. The shopkeeper cried out in disbelief. Shopkeeper Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper in admiration again. The shopkeeper had cooperated perfectly at the right time. Shopkeeper Kai Lai found this shopkeeper more and more pleasing to the eye, and he could promote him after this. That's right, a life-extending butterfly. A life-extending butterfly. Lu Yin was confused. There were so many strange things in the Divine Gu dynasty. This time, there was no physical object. Shopkeeper Kai Lai clapped his hands, causing the sky to change and the surroundings to become a sea of flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful, and at the center of the sea of flowers, a beautiful butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew up. It carried a dreamy color as it flew into the distance, leaving behind a strange arc that slowly disappeared. Luwin blinked. That's it. As the name suggests, a life-extending butterfly can give a person an additional life as long as it's engraved on the surface of the body. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will only destroy the butterfly and not harm the person. Another explanation is that the human body is embedded into a parallel spacetime by the butterfly, shopkeeper Kai Lai explained, looking enviously at the disappearing arc in the distance. Anyone who understood the life-extending butterfly would want to obtain it, but how could they have the qualifications to do so? In the entire Divine Gu dynasty, there were only a handful of people who possessed it, such as young Empress Qing, eunuch Yi, and the wretched prince. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and this time, he was truly serious. The Divine Gu dynasty actually had such a treasure, and the outside world hadn't even heard of it. This didn't make any sense. Did the Hall of Honor not know? This treasure that could give an additional life was much more important than the giant's technology. Can anyone use the life-extending butterfly? Lu Yin asked. Shopkeeper Kai Lai nodded. Anyone can, but the life-extending butterfly also has a flaw. Once used, one's cultivation will never increase. Lu Yin was astonished. You just said that young Empress Qing has a life-extending butterfly. How did her cultivation increase? Shopkeeper Kai Lai replied, Her Majesty Empress Qing did not increase her cultivation, but rather her gu. My Divine Gu dynasty uses gu to conquer the world, and as long as the gu is improved, her cultivation will increase as well. Personal strength is not that important. Lu Yin understood. No wonder, even if the Hall of Honor had a life-extending butterfly, who would be willing to use it? Elder Chan. That was impossible. He still wanted to break through to the progenitor realm. The chief of Realm Mountain. That was also impossible, as these people wanted to increase their cultivation more. Only those from the Divine Gu dynasty valued the life-extending butterfly more. The outside world had items that could extend one's life, and no matter how precious the life-extending butterfly was, this flaw was enough to erase most of its value. The life-extending butterfly is extremely rare in my Divine Gu dynasty, and we can't even count them on one hand. Even within the dynasty, not many people understand this type of gu. It's also a treasure of my Reliance Pavilion, shopkeeper Kai Lai explained. Lu Yin smiled. I'll take it. Kai Lai's eyes lit up. Alliance Master Lu is generous. Next. Lu Yin called out loudly. The Reliance Pavilion did indeed have many good items. At this moment, another maid hurried over, her face pale. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lu Yin glared at her and his spiritual force swept over her, causing her to collapse to the ground. You maids are too impudent. How can you casually disturb a guest? The experience is too poor. Kai Lai's expression changed. The maids naturally understood the Reliance Pavilion's rules, but for them to come looking for him again and again at such a critical moment, it was obvious that something big had happened. This time, he had seen clearly that Lu Yin was the one who had caused the maid to faint. There was something fishy about this, and he was not stupid. Next. Lu Yin looked at Kai Lai. Kai Lai's expression changed slightly, and he smiled fawningly. Alliance Master Lu, there's nothing else. Lu Yin glared. What did you say? Nothing else. The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion, and you're saying that there's nothing else. Kai Lai felt wronged. The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion stores the absolute best. Even the Empress, Qing Long Long, can't afford it. Any one of these items would cause countless people in the Divine Gu dynasty to fight over them. There really isn't anything else. Lu Yin snorted. You're too disappointing. This is the Reliance Pavilion. Any weave in my Great Eastern Alliance has more treasures than this. Kai Lai bowed respectfully, but he did not reply. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as this was the end of the line. As the shopkeeper of the Reliance Pavilion, this person was quite astute. All right, I've looked around enough. Pack up the items that I've taken a liking to, and then pack up the 8th level. Kai Lai was stunned, as he did not hear clearly. Alliance Master Lu, what did you say? Lu Yin replied, pack up everything on the 8th level. I'll buy them all. Kai Lai's jaw dropped. Pack up. This was the first time he had seen someone buy things in such a manner. Why don't we pack up the entire Reliance Pavilion? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Kai Lai's body went limp, and he almost collapsed. Alliance Master Lu, my Reliance Pavilion needs too many items to operate. If you want to pack up the 8th level, I'll have to ask the boss, Kai Lai said. Lu Yin was disdainful. Idiot. One transaction is enough for your Reliance Pavilion to operate for over 100 years, and you still want to ask the boss. What's the point of being a shopkeeper? No matter what Lu Yin said, Kai Lai remained unmoved. In any case, he would not sell anything else until he had a clear understanding of the situation. Lu Yin pursed his lips, as this was really the end of the line. If he continued to buy, then even that old man Reliance Pavilion would be forced out, as well as young Master Qing. All right, pack up the items that I've taken a liking to. Kai Lai wiped his forehead. How will Alliance Master Lu pay for them? Lu Yin smiled and patted Kai Lai's shoulder. Are you looking down on me? Pack up the items for me first, and I'll check them before I pay. Or are you afraid that I'll renege on my debt? Kai Lai naturally did not dare to say such a thing, so he could only helplessly pack up the items for Lu Yin. There was a rainbow sourcebox, a philanthropist's tear, and a life-extending butterfly. These items were living creatures, but they had been sealed as specimens that could be stored in a cosmic ring. It was only at this point that Lu Yin realized that he had bought too little. Alliance Master Lu, your items have been packed. The total value. Kai Lai had only just finished speaking when Lu Yin raised a hand to interrupt him. Go ask Manager Yi. Everything that I, Lu Yin, spend on the Divine Gu continent will be accounted for by young Empress Qing, who is also your Empress. All right, thank you. He then left with the shop owner. Kai Lai stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. By the time he reacted, he had already collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Elsewhere, in the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace, Manager Reliance also felt as if the sky had collapsed. When he had learned that Kai Lai had taken out the life-extending butterfly, he had nearly gone crazy, and he had even lost his image in front of young Master Qing. Regardless of whether it was the 5-star boundless advanced sourcebox or the philanthropist's tear, they were all priceless treasures. The life-extending butterfly was even more priceless, and any one of them was not something that an ordinary enlighter could afford. Even Prince Bei Qing was certain that he did not have the wealth to purchase all 3 items, and he could only buy one at most. Qing Longlong did not even have the qualifications to enter the 9th level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1766. The top treasures of the 9th floor were comparable to Xiao Huang Qing's personal collection, but now, even the best ones were gone. If it weren't for the money, Lu Yin would have taken the entire 8th floor for himself. That shameless bastard. Xiao Huang Qing knew this as well, and his expression turned ugly. Although it was just 3 items, their value was too high, and any one of them would cause a huge commotion. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so shameless as to not give him a single cent and put all the blame on him. Xiao Huangqing subconsciously glanced at Yi, who happened to be looking at Xiao Huangqing as well. The moment he met Xiao Huangqing's gaze, he immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, everything I have was bestowed upon me by you. Please don't take this to heart, or I'd rather die." Xiao Huangqing's expression improved greatly. He had money and didn't care, but he didn't feel good about being taken advantage of like this. "Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. He'll have to cough up this debt one day." Yi's face was filled with grief, helplessness, and resentment. The slap on his face still hadn't faded. "Your Majesty, there's still a few days until the banquet." Xiao Huangqing's heart sank. Given Lu Yin's shameless behavior, he definitely wouldn't be polite in the next few days. He would definitely spend like crazy. Xiao Huangqing's gaze turned cold. "The banquet can't wait any longer." "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go make preparations." Yi hurriedly left. Xiao Huangqing sighed and clenched his fists. Lu Yin was too shameless. Lu Yin left the Yi pavilion, feeling refreshed. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder. "You did well, not bad." The shopkeeper directly slumped to the ground, filled with despair. He finally reacted to the scene earlier. This person in front of him had tricked Yi Gu, tricked Manager Yi, and he was the one leading the way. Everything was over. He would die for sure, no one would be able to save him. Lu Yin glanced at the shopkeeper. "All right, don't look like you're about to die. I'll tell young King Qin to take care of you. He'll give me face, and he'll have to. I don't want to die yet. My life has just begun, and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My life has just begun, and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My lord, you were the one who wanted to go to the most expensive place. I didn't bring you here on purpose. I beg you, my lord, please save me, save me." Lu Yin grew impatient. "I told you that I'd save you. All right, let's continue. Where else can we spend more money?" The shopkeeper's face went pale. Spending money like this meant that one had a deep background. With Yi Gu as an example, he no longer dared to bring Lu Yin to that kind of place again. Going to a place meant offending a group of people. If he went to a few more places, he wouldn't even have a foothold in the entire Divine Gu dynasty, let alone the Divine Gu continent. When he saw the shopkeeper's expression, Lu Yin knew that the man wouldn't dare bring him to another place. However, he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity, so he continued to threaten the shopkeeper. "If you don't bring me to a place with high prices, then I won't care about you anymore. Yi Gu won't let you off." "Right, I think I slapped Yi Gu in your shop," Lu Yin said slowly. The shopkeeper trembled as he listened to Lu Yin's every word. It was as if he was listening to the voice of death. This person was too terrifying and ruthless. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry, and he just looked around. The shopkeeper was helpless. "Sir, I know a place." "Is it expensive?" "I know, but it shouldn't be too bad." Lu Yin looked at him. "You don't know. You haven't been there before. Where is it?" The shopkeeper replied bitterly, "It's a secret auction ground. I've been there once by chance, but I was chased out very quickly. My assets weren't checked." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "There's a need to check your assets." "Yes. You need to take out at least 1,000,000 star essence to qualify for entry," the shopkeeper replied. "Take me there," Lu Yin said without hesitation. Although 1,000,000 star essence was not a lot to him, it was still an outrageous amount to ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would only need 1,000,000 star essence to reach the Enlighter realm after 32 cycles, and cultivators who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm would only need 120,000 star essence per cycle. Lu Yin often faced the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones or the behemoths of the Neoverse, and he had come into contact with billions of star essence. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, 1,000,000 star essence was enough to buy the life of an enlighter. In other words, the requirements to enter that place were equivalent to an enlighter's. Even in the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, there weren't many enlighters, so such a place naturally attracted him. In the Innerverse, in the minor 1,000 flow zone, there were 108 ring-shaped tributaries that wound around the entire minor 1,000 flow zone, creating a unique flow zone scene. At the very center of the minor 1,000 flow zone was the famous Starsibyl sect. Every day, there were countless spacecraft parked outside the minor 1,000 flow zone, all vainly hoping to be divined by the Starsibyl sect. There were also quite a few people who hoped to meet Starsibyl, who dominated the universe. Brother Liang, I heard that you sat at the same table as Starsibyl back then. You'll definitely have a chance to meet her again this time, but we're different. We just want to enter the Starsibyl sect and see its splendor. Many spacecraft were parked on a giant meteorite. This meteorite had long since been transformed into a space station, and there were even people selling goods here. A group of youths was drinking tea and chatting within the space station. From time to time, there would be people exchanging pointers and cheering for each other. Brother Ping is too humble. Back then, Brother Ping also conversed with the explorer Starsibyl. Apparently, the duration of your conversation surpassed all of your peers. How enviable. None of us can compare to Brother Liu. As a disciple of the Sword Sect's Liu family, you can chat about the universe with Starsibyl, but we can only answer her questions. Not far away, a young man's lips curled up, and many people looked at him enviously. His name was Lu Dong, and he was a disciple of the Sword Sect's Liu family. He was of the same generation as Liu Xiaoqiu, but he could not compare to Liu Xiaoqiu, Liu Xiaoyun, or even Liu Ling. However, because of his status as a disciple of the Liu family, he had indeed interacted with Starsibyl before. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, Lu Dong modestly replied, "There's more than one Starsibyl. I've only conversed with the Lammeter Starsibyl. I've never conversed with an explorer, cruiser, or even an enlighter Starsibyl." The man called Brother Liang was envious. Who doesn't know that this generation Starsibyl is different from the previous one? She's a clone that cultivates the 9 clones technique. Brother Liu, you've conversed with the Lammeter Starsibyl, which means that you've conversed with all of the Starsibyls. Even Starsibyl has to give Brother Liu face. If Brother Liu is able to enter the Starsibyl sect, please don't forget about us brothers. Thank you, Brother Liu. Thank you, Brother Liu. Lu Dong laughed heartily. On the surface, he looked impressive, but only he knew the truth. Starsibyl had never looked him in the eye. Starsibyl. How was he different from these people? He was still not qualified to enter the Starsibyl sect. If he could reach Liu Xiaoqiu's level, then things would be completely different. Although Liu Xiaoqiu could not compare to Starsibyl or the 10 arbiters, he had comprehended the 13 swords, which meant that he would sooner or later become an expert who could dominate the universe. Even in his dreams, Lu Dong dreamed of comprehending the 13 swords, especially when an outsider like Lu Yin had grasped the 13 swords and used it to defeat Lu Tianmu's senior apprentice sister. This news had a huge impact on the Liu family, and outsiders could not even begin to imagine it. If he could reach Lu Yin's level, then even Starsibyl would have to kneel before him. Lu Dong could not help but daydream about becoming Lu Yin. Suddenly, space exploded, and the space station was swept away by a powerful gale. Everyone was instantly obliterated, regardless of whether they were humans, spacecraft, or stars. Everything was destroyed in an instant, and the lesser 1,000 flow realm was turned into a land of death. A black shadow stood in the center of the lesser 1,000 flow realm and surveyed its surroundings. A pair of scarlet vertical eyes appeared, and then it disappeared. Not long after, news of the destruction of the Lesser Thousand Flow realm and the disappearance of the Starsibyl sect spread throughout the universe and even the entire Fifth Mainland. The Starsibyl sect had a huge influence in the universe, and regardless of whether one believed a divination or not, it would still have an impact on people. Starsibyl herself was not weak, but she had actually disappeared in an instant. The Starsibyl sect's disappearance had an even greater impact than the disappearance of the 8 Great Flow Zone's leading powers. In Gu King City, the shop owner led Luin around until they arrived at a dark alley. After passing through it, they entered a gloomy area that required them to pass through a long corridor. The moment the two entered the corridor, oil lamps lit up on both sides. Each light distorted the void, indicating that they were definitely not ordinary items. Asset audit. 1 million star essence. Please present your items. A hollow voice rang out, and the shop owner panicked. He lowered his head, afraid that he would be recognized or remembered. The person beside him was clearly here to eat for free, and he was clearly here to cause trouble. Even if he had disguised himself before entering, the shop owner still did not have much confidence. Dark auctions referred to auctions that were hidden in the dark. The items sold were items that could not be seen or dared not be seen. This implied not only the items being auctioned, but also the people being auctioned. All of the people participating in dark auctions hid their identities, and no one knew who the items would end up in. This was to protect the auctioneers. Luin naturally hid his identity as well. He glanced at the corner of his eye and raised a hand to retrieve Elder Wu's upgraded poison. He tossed it forward and instantly disappeared. Appraise it yourself. An asset audit could be done in the form of star essence or something of equivalent value. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1767. Luin was led by an attendant to a private room. There was only a single window that faced the stage. There was plenty of food and drinks prepared in the room, and there was a girl chained up in a corner. She was dressed in revealing clothing and had a vacant look in her eyes. However, she was exceptionally beautiful and had a hint of innocence to her, which was enough to attract the attention of any man. Luin frowned. There were too many dark sides to the universe, and many people lived lives that were worse than death. This girl was no exception. He had the attendant take the girl away and then sat down quietly. The shop owner stood in front of him, and Luin said, "Sit down." The shop owner trembled as he sat down. "What's your name?" Luin asked, as he still did not know the shop owner's name. The shop owner respectfully replied, "My name is Chang Wu, but you can just call me Little Five. You even know where the secret auction is. You're doing pretty well." Chang Wu bitterly replied, "It's not that I want to know, but it's just a coincidence. Once, I was chased by someone and accidentally entered that dark alley. I entered the long corridor and was questioned about my assets. I thought that they were trying to rob me, and it was only after I was chased away that I remembered hearing about the secret auction." Luin nodded and did not ask any more questions. He then looked at the stage. Not long after, a man walked out from the stage. He wore a mask that obscured his face, but he was only an enlighter. His rune lines could not fool Luin. Everyone should be clear about the rules of this auction. We only provide the location and are responsible for the auction, but we are not responsible for the source of the items being auctioned. If you have any items that you wish to auction, please contact us. Next, let's welcome the first auction item, the 16 bottles that old Poison Ghost created when he was alive. There is no starting bid. The void above the stage distorted, and a light barrier appeared. 50,000 star essence. Someone immediately called out the moment the 16 bottles appeared. His voice had clearly been processed, and it sounded very stiff. 60,000 star essence. 80,000. 90,000. Luin was curious. Old poison ghost. Chang Wu bowed. Old man poison ghost was a powerful enlighter from my divine Gu dynasty. He was a cruel person, and he once massacred a planet with his poison. In the end, he was exterminated by the divine Gu dynasty. The poison that he left behind is extremely powerful, and it has high research value. Luin wasn't actually that interested in poisons, and he would be fine as long as he upgraded a few of them. He didn't expect to use poisons against his enemies, and he also didn't want the Great Eastern Alliance's army to be proficient in using poisons. Although there were thousands of cultivation methods, poison still gave people a sinister feeling, which made them unsuitable for the Great Eastern Alliance. In the end, Old Poison Ghost's 16 bottles were purchased for 200,000 star essence. Following that, the auction items appeared one after another. Most of them were poisons, which disappointed Luin. No matter how precious these poisons were, they could not compare to Tears of the Benevolent or Impermanence, which were already the pinnacle of poisons in the divine Gu dynasty. After a while, Luin grew bored, and Chang 5 could tell that he was bored. My lord, the most expensive items in the divine Gu dynasty are poisons and goo. If you're not interested in those two items, then there's nothing worth buying. My divine Gu dynasty doesn't have much contact with the outside world, so what you need might not be available here. Luin could tell that power vessels were things that cultivators from the outside world coveted, and within the divine Gu dynasty, poisons and goo were equivalent to power vessels. Aren't there any battle techniques? Luin was unwilling to give up. Chang 5 smiled bitterly. Battle techniques are also suitable for poisons and goo. This is the goo flow zone after all, and since ancient times, people from the outside world have known that there is a goo flow zone. Only goo and poisons can be found in the goo flow zone, and the goo flow zone is dangerous, so not many people are willing to come here. What a pity. Luin watched as the auction items appeared one after another. Forget it, he would just treat this as a pastime. The starting bid is 50 million star essence. Luin suddenly looked at the stage. 50 million star essence. He wasn't the only one. When the starting bid appeared, everyone looked at the stage as well. 50 million star essence. That's crazy. What kind of item is worth that much? Before the auction started, no one knew the auction item's price, including the auction venues. Only the auctioneer knew, and the auction venue had to follow the price set by the auctioneer. If Luin wanted to, he could also sell the item, and the price would be up to him. As for whether it was high or low, it had nothing to do with the auction venue, as the venue would only collect a commission. Whether the item was real or not, or whether it was worth anything, had nothing to do with the auction venue. At this moment, the person who had arranged the auction was clearly shocked by the price. He had been auctioning items for many years, but he had never seen such a high price. Most importantly, the auction item was not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. What's so expensive? Why aren't you showing it yet? Someone asked, not because they wanted to buy it, but because they were curious. Not everyone could afford such an expensive item. Hurry up and show it. I want to know what's so expensive. Hurry up and show it. Chang 5 also looked at the stage curiously, as such an expensive starting bid had only been recorded in books. Luin's eyes narrowed. 50 million star essence was quite a lot, even in his eyes. On the stage, the masked person walked out and gestured with his hand. Everyone, this auction is not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. Or rather, a piece of information. A piece of information is worth 50 million star essence. Could it be information about His Majesty's illegitimate child? Someone teased, as they were not afraid of being discovered by young King Qing. This auction venue had a huge backer, and they had also concealed their identities. Or could it be related to a certain poison that surpasses the tears of Good Samaritan in our Gu flow zone? It might not necessarily be from the Gu flow zone. Perhaps it has something to do with the outside world. That's possible. Could it be information about Lu Yin? I heard that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master is currently in Gu King City. Could it be related to his cultivation secrets? Then it's not just 50 million star essence. It's more like 500 million. Even if it's 500 million, it won't be your turn to buy it, ha 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 ha. Many people discussed the auction, but their eyes remained glued to the stage. There were also some who looked around, wondering where the person who was auctioning the information was. He was definitely in one of the cubicles. Lu Yin listened quietly, while Chang Fei had a strange expression on his face. The person these fellows were discussing was right here, and if he knew, he would probably be scared to death. Although these people were tyrannical in the Gu flow zone, and even the imperial family had to give them face, they were still easily dealt with by this man. Ahem, I'm sure everyone knows that something huge has happened in the Outerverse recently. The Neo-Human Alliance has been crazily slaughtering the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland because of a murder case in the Cape Star system that implicated the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance is slaughtering so crazily because they're searching for something that has something to do with the Black Crystal, the masked man said. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. This incident actually involved the Neo-Human Alliance and the Black Crystal. This was the Gu flow zone, so how could that be involved? No one dared to underestimate the Neo-Human Alliance. Alright, 50 million star essence. You may begin the auction, the masked man said. However, there was still no one bidding. The incident in the Outerverse had happened not too long ago, and even now, the Neo-Human Alliance had calmed down a lot. However, there were still massacres taking place. The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the three Dark Hands, a great enemy of the Hall of Honor, and a public enemy of humanity. They were not people that the Outerverse could resist. Those who could sit here were not ordinary people, and they knew more than the average person. Naturally, they had more misgivings. The masked man shouted a few more times, but no one bid. In the end, this piece of information was left unsold. Within his cubicle, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had left the Outerverse and actively come to the Gu flow zone in order to avoid this incident. Now, he naturally could not bid, as his identity would be easily exposed. However, not being able to bid was one thing, and not being able to obtain this information was another. He had to obtain this information. Lu Yin used his spirit transformation domain to sweep through the entire venue. Only enlighters or envoys who were extremely proficient in domains could sense his presence, and no one else could. There were actually 3 enlighters in this venue, which was definitely not something an ordinary organization could possess. Even Chaos God Mountain did not have many enlighters. Aside from the enlighters, there were also all sorts of strange goo to prevent others from spying on them. Every cubicle had a goo, and because of these goo, Lu Yin had almost been discovered. Fortunately, his usage of his domain allowed him to avoid detection, and he kept a close eye on the masked man. The masked man was conversing with an attendant backstage, and he had no idea that Lu Yin was watching him. Once, twice, thrice. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at a cubicle diagonally across from him. The masked man had looked in that direction very 3 times while speaking, and Lu Yin's movements could not be hidden from Xiao Wangqing's eyes. Either there was an extremely important person sitting there, or it was the person who was auctioning off from the owner of this secret auction venue. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that the masked man was the latter, but he was afraid that they would attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance. The cubicle, and he saw the person inside.
Half a day later, the secret auction
It was
finally
a dispirited
ended,
old
and the
man
old
who
man
was
in the
only a
cubicle
hunter.
left.
His
Everyone
aura was
left
unstable,
at different times,
and it was
along
obvious
different
that he had
routes
been
to
injured.
avoid bumping into each other.
Since he had already discovered the
Yin
masked
used
man,
his domain to keep
Yin
an
was
eye
no
on the
longer
old
in a
man
hurry.
until he left through another
Any
dark
movement
alley.
at this time might attract
Only
attention.
then did he have Chang Wu return to the shop and wait for him while he chased after the old man.
Chang Wu was apprehensive, and he did not dare to return to the shop. He did not even dare to return home until he was certain of his own safety. He felt like he had entered the darkest era of his life. Lu Yin did not follow the old man for long, as the old man had already died. When he saw the old man collapse to the ground and turn into a puddle of blood, Lu Yin hurriedly tried to save him, but it was too late. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the secret auction venue. Based on the old man's expression when he had left, his information had probably been sold. Since the auction had failed, the only place that could be sold was the secret auction venue. As he thought about it, Lu Yin turned back, only to find that the auction venue had collapsed and was on fire. Quite a few people had gathered around to watch the show, and there were even city guards from Gu King City who had sealed off the area. How had it ended so quickly? From the moment the old man had left and died to Lu Yin's return, the entire process had taken less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. They had killed the old man to silence him and erase all traces of him in that amount of time. This secret auction venue contained a lot of power, but it was still impossible for them to achieve perfection. Lu Yin discreetly glanced at a man in the crowd. It was the masked man. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1768. As Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, he took note of the masked man's face, especially his hands. His fingernails were covered in black blood, making it difficult to mistake. The masked man watched for a while before leaving, as it was time to give up on the auction. Lu Yin did not follow the masked man stealthily. Instead, he used his domain to observe the masked man from afar. Finally, the sky darkened, and the masked man entered a residence. Lu Yin slowly raised his head and saw that it was actually the Yuan residence. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. Lu Yin did not alert anyone and returned to his residence. Xiao Wangqing had been watching Lu Yin the entire time, and he found it strange that Lu Yin had returned to his residence. If he continued walking forward, he would have reached Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. He was not surprised that Lu Yin had gone to look for him, but why had he stopped? Your Majesty, I've investigated thoroughly. That place was the auction venue, Eunuch Yi reported. Xiao Wangqing's eyes flashed. Whose? Grand Preceptor Yuan, Eunuch Yi replied. Xiao Wangqing was not surprised, as it was normal for both Eunuch Yi and Grand Preceptor Yuan to have their own businesses. Did anything precious appear in the auction? Eunuch Yi had not received any requests from Lu Yin to pay, which meant that Lu Yin had not purchased anything, which was very strange. Eunuch Yi thought back to the Yi Pavilion's losses, and his entire body trembled with anger. I heard that there was a piece of information about something that the Neo-Human Alliance is searching for. Xiao Wangqing suddenly looked up with a sharp gaze. Something that happened in Cape Galaxy. Yes, but the information was leaked. Xiao Wangqing understood. It was obvious that Grand Preceptor Yuan had obtained the information and destroyed his own auction venue. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to find out that the Yuan family was behind it. After a moment of thought, Xiao Wangqing said, "Don't interfere in this matter, and don't ask too much about that information." Then, what about Grand Preceptor Yuan? He won't meddle in this matter. The Grand Tutor wants the Divine Gu dynasty to remain stable. If that information is leaked, it will bring a lot of trouble to the Divine Gu dynasty. He won't let Lu Yin know about it, so let's just pretend that nothing happened. Capture everyone who participated in this secret auction and seal their mouths. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing had agreed to the Sword-Sex Alliance to deal with Lu Yin because she was afraid that Lu Yin would attack the Gu Flow Zone. However, reality had proven that Lu Yin would definitely not let the Gu Flow Zone off the hook. She could see this clearly, and so could the Grand Tutor. However, the Grand Tutor did not believe that Lu Yin had the ability to invade the Gu Flow Zone, which was a difference of opinion between him and young Empress Qing. However, they did not wish for the Gu Flow Zone to be disturbed. Once that information was exposed, it would definitely throw the Divine Venomous Dynasty into chaos. Once the Neo-Human Alliance got involved, it would no longer be up to young Empress Qing or Grand Tutor Yuan. Even Lu Yin wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, young Master Qing was certain that Grand Preceptor Yuan would destroy that piece of information. No one else was allowed to know, and he didn't want to know. It was impossible for Lu Yin to obtain any information from the Grand Tutor. Not long after Lu Yin returned to his palace, he received news that the Starsabil sect had disappeared. When he saw the news, he felt a chill run down his spine. The first thing he thought of was the Neo-Human Alliance. If that item was so important to the Neo-Human Alliance, then the only organization that could help them find it was the Starsabil sect. From the looks of it, that item was even more important than he had imagined. Originally, the information had been obtained by the Grand Tutor, so he had already given up on it. After all, he could no longer obtain it in secret, and it would implicate the Grand Tutor. Perhaps young Empress Qing might know about it as well, and if that were the case, then Lu Yin would be targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. However, something had happened to the Starsabil sect, and the Neo-Human Alliance's attitude towards this matter was becoming more and more exaggerated. This made Lu Yin's heart beat faster. Suddenly, he recalled Mu Shi's words, "Joie." It seemed that he couldn't stay out of this matter. He had to make a trip to the Grand Tutor family. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. No matter what, that item could not be exposed. While Lu Yin was thinking about the destruction of the Starsabil sect, Eternal Kingdom was also thinking about him. The Autumn Frost family is in trouble. Lu Yin is also in the Outerverse, and he's not far from the Autumn Frost family's Cape solar system. Are you saying that Lu Yin acted against the Autumn Frost family? It's not impossible. Lu Yin has the ability to do so. However, he has no motive. Even though he had some conflicts with the Autumn Frost family in the past, there's no need for him to make trouble for the Autumn Frost family at a critical time when the Great Eastern Alliance is about to be expelled from the Outerverse. Do you still remember Autumn Frost Qing's disappearance? The path that he took leads straight to Frostwave Weave. The Dark Tower fell silent. I'll investigate Autumn Frost Qing's motive for leaving the Autumn Frost family as soon as possible. No matter what, as long as there's even a sliver of a chance, we can't let it go. The same goes for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's existence is crucial to our grand plan. Don't act rashly before you're certain. Where is he now? Gu King City of the Divine Gu Dynasty. Then let that guy tell us. Lu Yin was notified that the banquet for Xiaohuang Qing's breakthrough would be held in 3 days. Lu Yin had originally planned to visit Grand Tutor Yuan in 2 days, but it seemed that he would have to bring it forward. With Lu Yin's status, there was no need for him to visit anyone from the Divine Gu Dynasty. Before the incident at the secret auction, he had never thought of visiting the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was there for the benefit of the Divine Gu Dynasty, and he wasn't leaning towards Lu Yin. Such a person would never join Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin arrived outside Grand Tutor Yuan's residence, and he was quickly notified. The doors opened, and the guards and attendants bowed respectfully. Grand Tutor Yuan personally went out to welcome Lu Yin, and he even brought along Yuan Miao Miao. Alliance leader Lu, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you in time. Grand Tutor Yuan was a spirited old man, and his eyes seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. Although his cultivation was not yet at the envoy level, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. He would be considered an expert in the Divine Gu dynasty. There were not many powerhouses in Grand Tutor Yuan's residence, and they could not compare to the auction venue. Lu Yin smiled. I've wanted to visit Grand Tutor for a long time, but I never had the time. Gu King's city is flourishing, and I don't have the time. Ha! Grand Tutor Yuan's eyes flashed. Junior. That was not the right way to address Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was just a junior, there would be no need for Grand Tutor Yuan to personally welcome him. Since Lu Yin was being so humble, Grand Tutor Yuan definitely had a request. This is my granddaughter, Miao Miao. Miao Miao greets Alliance Leader Lu, Grand Tutor Yuan introduced. Miao Miao bowed. We meet again, Alliance Leader Lu. You've met before. Grand Tutor Yuan was astonished. Lu Yin smiled, as this old man's acting was quite convincing. We've met once. Miss Miao Miao is devastatingly beautiful, and you truly stunned this junior. Grand Tutor Yuan laughed. Alliance Leader Lu's will is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. Please, Grand Tutor. The group quickly entered the Grand Tutor's residence. Miao Miao's parents, who were Grand Tutor Yuan's sons, did not live with them. Instead, they had brought their granddaughter with them. There were rumors that Grand Tutor Yuan's son had died long ago, but no one could prove it. The Grand Tutor's residence was very large, and the group was not in a hurry. They walked slowly and chatted as they walked. Most of their topics were unimportant, and they did not mention the Great Eastern Alliance or the auction venue. It was only when the host and guests were seated that Lu Yin brought up the topic. 2 days ago, this junior accidentally came across a strange place and entered through a dark alley. There's a secret auction venue inside. Does Grand Tutor know anything about it? Grand Tutor Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he had Miao Miao leave. He then looked at Lu Yin. What does Alliance Leader Lu want to know? Since Lu Yin had brought it up, it meant that he knew that the Yuan family was behind the auction venue, so there was no need to hide it. Lu Yin answered seriously. There was a piece of information that appeared at the auction venue, and it was related to the Cape Galaxy incident. This junior is very curious about this information. Grand Tutor Yuan remained calm as he took a sip of tea and remained silent. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he simply waited patiently. Alliance Leader Lu, are you not afraid of drawing trouble to yourself? Lu Yin looked at him. Everyone at the auction venue knows about the information, but no one knows that it was obtained by Grand Tutor. At present, only Grand Tutor Yuan knows about it. I, and perhaps Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, know about it as well. As long as the Divine Gu dynasty does not want to attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance, they will not announce it to the public. This junior is just curious and will not reveal it either. Grand Tutor Yuan put down his teacup and looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Leader Lu, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Oh. Lu Yin raised his brows. He had not wanted to be involved in the Cape Galaxy incident, but there was a possibility that it was related to Zhu's plan that Mu Shi had given him, so he could only follow the investigation. That information is fake, Grand Tutor Yuan said. Lu Yin laughed. Grand Tutor, your words are not very convincing. Grand Tutor Yuan sighed. I know that Alliance Leader Lu does not believe it, but a fake is a fake. That person is full of evil, and he is being chased by his enemies. He knows that he will die, so he wants to counterattack and use fake information in exchange for benefits. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1769. He finally understood how others felt when he had lied, and it made them rather unhappy. Alliance Master Lu, what did Miao Miao say to you when you first met her? The Grand Tutor suddenly asked. Lu Yin recalled Miao Miao's beautiful face and the alluring passion flower, and his heart involuntarily swayed. The beauty beneath the flower was just too alluring. Nothing much. Why do you ask? The Grand Tutor replied bitterly, ever since Miao Miao met Alliance Master Lu, she's changed completely. She's lost a lot. Alliance Master Lu, I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Please speak, Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was placed in a difficult position, but he still gritted his teeth and said, please speak with Miao Miao and resolve the knot in her heart. I'll be eternally grateful. He then bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly helped him up. You're being too serious. If Miss Miao Miao needs any help, I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Someone, bring Alliance Master Lu to Miao Miao, the Grand Tutor ordered. Lu Yin bid farewell to the Grand Tutor and followed a maid to where Miao Miao was. He had to admit that he was looking forward to meeting her. That woman's charm was too irresistible, but he didn't like her either. Everyone loved beauty. There was a puddle of spring water with white mist rising from it. When Lu Yin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of snow-white feet rising from the spring water and then lowering back down. She had the playfulness of a young girl as she occasionally splashed water onto the lotus blooming in the spring water. It was a beautiful scene, especially when Miao Miao looked at him from the side. Under the alluring passion flower, her beauty stunned even Lu Yin for a moment. It felt like the first time he had met Madame Naylan or the first time he had seen Ming Yan in the wooden tub. It was enough to make him lose himself. When she saw Lu Yin arrive, Miao Miao blushed and hurriedly stood up. Her white dress covered her feet as she stood with her back to Lu Yin, looking embarrassed. Lu Yin coughed and awkwardly stepped forward. Sorry to disturb you. Miao Miao softly acknowledged and put on her shoes. She took a few deep breaths before turning to Lu Yin and bowing. Alliance Master Lu. We're about the same age. Just call me Brother Lu Yin. Miao Miao's face was still flushed, but it wasn't obvious because of the veil covered her face. However, her eyes were mesmerizing and as beautiful as the stars. When she looked at Lu Yin, saw her shyness. Brother Lu Yin, why are you here? The Grand Tutor asked me to come. He said that Miss Miao Miao wasn't in a good mood and wanted me to chat with you. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this phrase, and he hurriedly corrected himself. I meant to ease the tension. Explain what? Yuan Miao Miao blinked her eyes in confusion. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. It didn't matter how high his cultivation was in front of a girl like her. Miss Miao Miao seems to be in a good mood. Meow. I see. Then I'll take my leave, Lu Yin said. Brother Lu. Yuan Miao Miao called out. She pursed her lips and fell silent for a moment before saying softly, drink with me. I actually like drinking, but Grandpa won't let me. Lu Yin thought about it and then nodded with a smile. All right. Sake and side dishes were served on both sides of the stone table, and the surroundings were filled with white mist. It was very relaxing to chat with Miao Miao. She no longer brought up the Great Eastern Alliance or the Divine Gu dynasty. She only talked about trivial matters and interesting things that had happened in Gu King City, which gave Lu Yin a rare moment of relaxation. When the sky darkened, Lu Yin left Yuan Mansion. The day passed quickly, and that night, Lu Yin contacted Qing Long Long and asked her to meet with Miao Miao. Qing Long Long immediately found Yuan Mansion and stared at her. You met with Lu Yin again. Or was it about that matter? Meow Meow shook her head, somewhat absent-minded but also somewhat happy. No. No. Then why did Lu Yin ask me to meet you? It was that restaurant from last time. He's interested in you. Meow Meow looked at Qing Long Long and blinked. You don't agree. Qing Long Long sighed. What right do I have to disagree? But Lu Yin is too difficult to grasp. Do you know how much he did to unify the outerverse? Now, the entire innerverse is his enemy. Meow Meow rolled her eyes. We've only met twice. What are you thinking? Qing Long Long poked Meow Meow's forehead. You've only met twice, and you're already like this. What will happen if we meet again? Then why did you ask me out for him? Meow Meow giggled. Qing Long Long was helpless. I didn't want to, but... Her tone turned bitter. You haven't been this happy in a long time. Meow Meow paused and looked at Qing Long Long sincerely. Thank you, Long Long. Qing Long Long smiled wryly. I'm your older sister. Right, I haven't asked the Grand Tutor yet. Will he agree? Meow Meow's smile disappeared. He can't wait to send me to Lu Yin's bed right now so that he can withdraw from Gu Flow Zone. Qing Long Long opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. What could she say? Everything the Grand Tutor had done was for the Divine Gu dynasty. He had sacrificed Meow Meow and the Meow Meow family, but the entire Divine Gu dynasty had benefited. Meow Meow, I can't help you. I'm sorry, Qing Long Long apologized. Meow Meow smiled. What are you apologizing for? I don't dislike it. It's better than marrying me off to some old man. Qing Long Long felt much better after hearing this. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. No need, I'll go myself. What? You don't need me anymore. Why are you so impatient? Meow Meow, you have to stick to your bottom line. Some things can only be done after marriage. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? There were still 2 days until young Emperor Qing's banquet. Lu Yin sat in a restaurant where he had met Meow Meow for the first time. Not long after, he smelled a familiar fragrance that reminded him of the beautiful figure in the misty spring. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Meow Meow said gently. Lu Yin was confused. Where's Qing Long Long? She didn't come, Meow Meow replied. All right, Lu Yin said and closed the door, staring at Meow Meow. He then looked at the table and saw 2 words written on it, Save me, written with wine. These 2 words weren't originally there, but Lu Yin had just written them. Meow Meow had also written them in the pavilion yesterday. It was because of these 2 words that they had agreed to meet today. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Meow Meow suddenly knelt down on one knee and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was surprised and didn't move. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. Save me from the Grand Tutor's residence, Meow Meow pleaded, her eyes red and tears dripping down. Lu Yin was confused. Grand Tutor is your grandfather, he's not my grandfather. Meow Meow looked up, her eyes filled with hatred and sorrow. He killed my parents. He's not my grandfather. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? For some reason, he thought of Patriarch Autumnfrost. Could it be such a coincidence that such a thing had happened here? Meow Meow continued, my parents were adopted by Grand Tutor. After I was born, he poisoned me with the passion flower poison. She then tore off her veil so that Lu Yin could see the passion flower goo clearly once more. She continued, he killed my parents because they discovered his huge secret. He's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Meow Meow looked up at Lu Yin. Grand Tutor worked with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison within the Empire. My parents were killed because they discovered this secret. He thought that I didn't know about it, but I actually heard my parents mention it when I was very young, and I still remember it. After so many years, he appeared to be my grandfather on the surface, but in reality, he used the passion flower poison to control me. He was the one who arranged for my first meeting with Alliance Master Lu. He wanted to use me in exchange for your departure from Gu Flow Zone because he was afraid that you would discover that he was working with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. It wasn't for the sake of the divine Gu dynasty. Those were all excuses. What poison? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Miao Miao thought about it. I think it's called Shang. Vitality poison. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Vitality poison started with Shang and had a serial number. Those who had not come into contact with the vitality poison would not know its name. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many corpse kings who were qualified to possess it. Lu Yin could not doubt Miao Miao's words. Otherwise, with her abilities, she would not have been able to come into contact with the vitality poison. If what Miao Miao had said was true, then Grand Tutor Yuan might have prevented the divine Gu dynasty from interfering in the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Interverse because he was afraid that Lu Yin would be disturbed while he was developing a poison for the Neo-Human Alliance. That information about the Cape Star system might not have been false, and Lu Yin could not have told others the truth. Lu Yin had Miao Miao stand up and fall into deep thought. Miao Miao did not disturb Lu Yin. She stood to the side and occasionally looked at him hopefully. Your parents only said that Grand Tutor Yuan was working with the Neo-Human Alliance. They didn't mention anyone else. Lu Yin asked. Miao Miao shook her head. Lu Yin relaxed. He had been most worried that the young emperor was also working with the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that the Gu Flow Zone would become the Neo-Human Alliance's base. It would not be easy for Lu Yin to leave safely. It was reasonable to develop a vitality poison in the Gu Flow Zone. This place was filled with all sorts of deadly poisons, and there was nothing to attract attention when researching poisons. More importantly, the Gu Flow Zone was isolated from the outside world, and the Neo-Human Alliance had found a good location. Why did he run into the Neo-Human Alliance everywhere he went? The Eternals were truly everywhere. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Miao Miao and was about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrank. Yuan Miao Miao had removed her veil while they were talking, and he could see the passion flower Gu clearly. Now that the two of them were so close to each other, not only could he see the passion flower, but he could also see every stroke and every detail. Through the passion flower, he could see another flower that was hidden beneath it. It was a very ordinary flower that was not as enchanting and eye-catching as the passion flower. There were 9 points around the flower, and although it looked ordinary, Lu Yin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He recognized that flower. It was Progenitor Chen's symbol. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1770. Back in Progenitor Chen's tomb, Lu Yin had seen Progenitor Chen's past deeds in his memory bubble. Most of them were battles, but there were also moments of rest where Progenitor Chen was drunk in a sea of flowers. 9 stars surrounded a small white flower that represented Progenitor Chen. Lu Yin stared blankly at Yuan Miao Miao. Why did she have Progenitor Chen's symbol on her face? It was hidden beneath the passion flower. Yuan Miao Miao thought that Lu Yin was infatuated with her face, so she lowered her head and her neck turned red. Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin was startled awake and stared deeply at her. The moment she looked up, he turned his head away, not wanting her to see his expression. Alliance Master Lu. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin's expression returned to normal, and he turned to look at her with some embarrassment. My apologies, I was a little absent-minded and embarrassed myself in front of you. Yuan Miao Miao lowered her head again, not knowing how to answer. Right, Miss Miao Miao, is that the passion flower poison on your face? Yuan Miao Miao nodded. The passion flower poison is also in passion flower goo, and it's very famous in the divine goo dynasty. However, this passion flower goo has been modified by the Grand Tutor, and it's completely different from the original passion flower poison. He can control my life and death. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. I don't want to live under that person's nose and live in fear. Lu Yin hurriedly supported her and held her wrist. It was smooth and comfortable, but her cultivation was very low. Why would someone like her have progenitor Chen's symbol? It was definitely not a coincidence, and Lu Yin was absolutely certain that it was progenitor Chen's symbol that had been hidden beneath the passion flower. The passion flower could control her life and death, but it could also be used to hide progenitor Chen's flower. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yuan Miao Miao again and helped her up. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Yuan Miao Miao was grateful. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. There's still time. Let's sit down and chat, Lu Yin said, looking at her with a slightly infatuated gaze. He didn't want to be separated from her. Yuan Miao Miao was embarrassed by Lu Yin's stare. Okay. The two stayed in the restaurant for half a day until a man who was infatuated with Yuan Miao Miao disturbed them. Lu Yin then tossed him out, ending the meeting. Lu Yin did not send Miao Miao back, as she did not want to be the subject of gossip. Looking at Yuan Miao Miao's departing figure, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with unprecedented questions. What was the relationship between this woman and progenitor Qin? He shouldn't be related to progenitor Qin, but he had progenitor Chen's emblem on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he was definitely not ordinary. There was also the fact that the Grand Preceptor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and that young Empress Qing was planning to deal with him. The Divine Gu dynasty was truly bustling with activity. When he returned to the palace, he was informed that there was a guest waiting for him. He went to the guest hall and was surprised to find that it was Yuehua Mavis. The two could be considered old acquaintances. Moonlight Mavis was one of the top experts that the Mavis family had sent to the Outerverse. Once she displayed the Mavis family's techniques, she would be able to contend against an envoy for a short period of time. It should be known that Moonlight Mavis' power level had not even reached 300,000 back then. That incident had left a deep impression on him. The Mavis family possessed an extraordinary item. Now that Yuehua Mavis' strength had increased again, her temperament was completely different. Alliance leader Lu, long time no see, Yuehua Mavis greeted him politely. Lu Yin smiled. It's been a while, senior. Yuehua Mavis replied, aside from being a little older, I don't have the qualifications to be called a senior. With Alliance leader Lu's strength, a single palm strike should be enough to deal with me. Even without a single palm strike, his spiritual force or domain would be enough to sweep through her, Lu Yin thought to himself, but he could not say it out loud. Senior is too humble. Please, have a seat. Yuehua nodded and did not stand on ceremony. She sat down. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, are you in some sort of trouble? He looked at Moonlight Mavis with a worried expression and asked. Yuehua Mavis's gaze turned serious. I'm here to formally invite Alliance leader Lu to be our guest. Lu Yin was surprised. Why are you suddenly inviting me? Yuehua Mavis solemnly replied, the Mavis family has invited Alliance leader Lu several times, but you have never visited us. This time, we're inviting you with great sincerity, and we hope that Alliance leader Lu will accept our invitation. She then handed him an invitation. This was a very serious invitation, and if he did not accept, it would be disrespectful to the Mavis family. Lu Yin solemnly accepted the invitation. Alright, I'll definitely pay you a visit once this trip to the Gu Flow Zone is over. Then, the Mavis family respectfully awaits Alliance leader Lu's arrival. Yuehua Mavis then took her leave. Lu Yin looked at the invitation. He had not expected the Mavis family to be so serious. He had long since wanted to visit the Mavis family, but he had never put it on the agenda. He was far more interested in the Mavis family than any other organization, not for any other reason but for money. They were the wealthiest of all. However, why had the Mavis family invited him so solemnly? Could it be? Lu Yin had a guess. That night, the second Night King arrived at Lu Yin's palace. Lu Yin showed him an image. Investigate all traces of this person in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at the ordinary-looking old man on the screen. Just for this. He's already dead. I need you to investigate in secret. Don't tell anyone, and use the Divine Gu dynasty's power, Lu Yin said solemnly. The second Night King left. With his strength, no matter how strange the Divine Gu continent was, it would be impossible to detect his presence. Lu Yin wanted to use the second Night King's spiritual force control to find traces of the person who had sold the information and try his best to find clues related to the information. Now that he knew that Grand Tutor Yuan might be working with the Neo-Human Alliance, the authenticity of the information was intriguing. It could be fake, but it could also be true that Grand Tutor Yuan had purposely destroyed the information. The second Night King was very capable, and he did not dare to be careless when it came to Lu Yin's matters. It only took a day for him to investigate the person's whereabouts, and he handed the information to Lu Yin the next afternoon. Lu Yin was surprised, as it should not have been possible to investigate someone so quickly, not even an ordinary person. This person's whereabouts have already been investigated by the Divine Gu dynasty. He's a famous person, the second Night King said as he handed the information to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the old man's introduction. The old man's name was Shui Pai, and he was a hunter. However, the Gu he cultivated had reached the Enlighter realm. In the Divine Gu dynasty, all Enlighters had to be recorded, and Shui Peng had become famous because he had slaughtered several families to avenge himself. However, he was now being hunted down, which had caused quite a stir in the Divine Gu dynasty. He had even attracted the attention of young Emperor Qing. This person's whereabouts had always been monitored, and almost half of the Divine Gu dynasty was looking for him. He had offended too many people because of his vengeance. Lu Yin looked at Shui Pai's deeds and felt a sense of admiration. This person was a perfect example of someone who had carried a blood feud and succeeded in his vengeance. Unfortunately, this was the Gu Flow Zone, and even though he had succeeded in his vengeance, he could not leave. Although the Gu Flow Zone was huge, there was no place for him to stay. Many of Shui Pai's whereabouts could not be tracked down. In order to avoid his enemies, he was very good at concealing his whereabouts. Everything that could be found had been recorded, and Lu Yin looked through the information, but there was nothing special about it. From the time that this person had become famous to the time that he had succeeded in his vengeance, his whereabouts were either unknown, or there was nothing special about him. The only exception was that he had survived the Gu Flow Zone's forbidden area when he was young. He had concealed his identity for several decades before becoming a cruiser and becoming famous in one fell swoop. After that, he had wiped out an entire family and embarked on the path of vengeance. His starting point had been that forbidden area. The Gu Flow Zone's forbidden area, the Deep Red Hell, was a place of death filled with a deep red fog. Anyone who entered would have to rely on luck to survive. Two of the Divine Gu dynasty's emperors had died in the Deep Red Hell, and young Emperor Qing had not dared to enter. He had only staked everything on the verge of death in an attempt to obtain a chance of survival from the Deep Red Hell. Shui Pai's family had been wiped out, and he had hidden in the Deep Red Hell. Everyone had thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that after several decades, he would succeed in his vengeance and wipe out all of his enemies. Because of his deeds, the deep red hell had attracted many people to their deaths. Lu Yin looked away. The deep red hell. On this day, the 5 gates of King Gu's city's imperial palace opened, and a mighty bell rang out, shaking the entire city. In the history of the divine Gu dynasty, it was rare for outsiders to be invited in. This time, young Emperor Qing had invited all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators to King Gu's city as guests, which was enough to go down in history. The Jackal Prince personally came to Lu Yin's palace to escort him to the imperial palace. The upper echelons of the divine Gu dynasty welcomed the representatives from the various powers of the Fifth Mainland. Outside King Gu city's imperial palace, countless people from the divine Gu dynasty gathered to watch the show. Xiang Ji, Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, Yuehua Mavis, and the others were all escorted into the palace through the 5 gates. The palace's central plaza was surrounded by clear water, and the Jackal Prince gestured for Lu Yin to enter. Alliance leader Lu, please take a seat. Lu Yin's seat was almost at the same level as young Emperor Qing's. Among the Interverse's 8 great flow zones, young Emperor Qing was only the master of the Gu flow zone, which was the same status as Lu Qianjue and the others. Lu Yin was also the master of the Blazing Mist flow zone, and he was the only master of one of the 8 flow zones present at young Emperor Qing's banquet. On the other side, there was another seat at the same level as Lu Yin's, Mr. Right. Mr. Right represented the Hall of Honor's board of directors, and he was also a director himself. His status was extremely high, and if not for young Emperor Qing's home court, his position might have even been higher than hers. Mr. Right sat down, and his cold gaze swept across the room. He glanced at Lu Yin for a moment before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he did not care about this person at all. After all, this person was just someone who was about to be crippled. He looked at the official behind Mr. Right, who noticed Lu Yin's gaze. The official's heart sank, and his face paled. Lu Yin sat next to the Jackal Prince. Every guest was accompanied by someone from the divine Gu dynasty. The one next to Lu Yin was the Jackal Prince, while the one next to Mr. Right was Tutor Yuan. Tutor Yuan had arrived, and Lu Yin subconsciously looked for Yuan Miao Miao. He discovered that she was seated below, and she was also looking at him. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yin's next guest was Yuehua Mavis. Logically speaking, someone from the Mavis family should be ranked higher than Lu Yin's, but Lu Yin was a little special, and the person next to Yuehua Mavis was Qing Long Long. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1771. Below Moonlight Mavis were the people from the Wen family, led by Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, and Wen Qianer. Below them were Balsam and Yen, and below Mr. Right was the sword sex Li Zimo. Elder Lien Axian was still unconscious due to being poisoned, so Li Zimo could only take her place. Below the sword sect were Ling Gong, Ling Ke, Little Mountain God, and the others. Although they were from the 8 great flow zones, they were still juniors. Below them was Lyman Phoenix, a member of the Day-Night Flow Zone's Phoenix family, and Salati Phoenix had also come. She had once been one of the 10 arbiters, and Lu Yin had looked up to her, but now, she was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. Aside from these people, there were even more cultivators from the Innerverse and Cosmic Sea. Not many people from the Neoverse had come, and the Aurora Corporation had originally sent someone, but they had not appeared. Not long after Lu Yin sat down, Qing Shaohuang arrived, and with his arrival, the banquet officially began. Gu King City's banquet only had one purpose, a competition of Gu. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered a banquet, it was more like a competition. Strange goo from all over the divine goo dynasty were displayed one by one at this banquet. As guests, Lu Yin and the others could choose any goo to take away. Below the stage, a young man walked out with an arrogant expression. He took off his shirt, revealing a strange three-clawed insect branded on his back. This is a goo that Lu City spent 130 years cultivating. It's called Ku, and its internal structure is unique. It can contain attacks that are several times stronger than its own. Simply put, as long as a Lemmeter has this goo, they can easily escape from an explorer without being injured. Many people around him gasped in surprise, and even Lu Yin was surprised. When he had been a Lemmeter, he had been able to resist an explorer at the border of the erudite flow zone. It was precisely because he had been able to do so that he knew how ridiculous this realm was. Ku, how long does it take to cultivate it? Someone suddenly asked from below the banquet table. This was a custom for goo competitions, and some of the more prestigious people in the dynasty would ask questions to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the goo. The young man replied, "It can be cultivated in 26 years. 26 years. What kind of powerhouses attacks can it contain?" The young man did not hesitate. Lemmeter. If you were given 26 years, would you be able to reach the Lemmeter realm? Of course. The young man was proud. He was a genius of Lu City, so why would he need 26 years? If that's the case, is there still a need to nurture this goo? The youth's expression turned ugly. But if you nurture it for another 30 years, it will be able to withstand an explorer's attack. If I give you 56 years, will you be able to become an explorer? This time, the youth hesitated. Becoming an explorer was a huge hurdle, and even though he considered himself to be a genius, he was not completely confident that he could break through. However, in front of so many people, he could only reply, "Of course." In that case, is there still a need to nurture this goo? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched, and he left the stage dejectedly. Lu Yin smiled. This goo was not bad, but it required time to cultivate, so there was no point in it. Those who could afford such a goo were not ordinary people. Those people had the resources and talent, so it would be more suitable to find another goo. This goo was a little useless. The next one to appear was a woman. She introduced a type of goo that could produce 100 flowers, but it had no practical meaning. Following this, strange goo continued to appear. There were hundreds of cities in Divine Goo Continent, and each city was researching goo. There were too many strange goo, and even though some did not seem to have much use, it depended on where they were used. For example, that goo that can bloom hundreds of flowers, give me some. People who studied poison were useful. Some poisonous flowers took too much time to bloom. In short, the Divine Goo Dynasty's goo were like innate gifts. There were no goo that was absolutely useless, only people that were absolutely useless. Half a day's time broadened Lu Yin's horizons. The Divine Goo Dynasty's civilization truly had its own unique aspects. Goo seemed similar to the Beast Tamers' flow zones tamed beasts, but in reality, one was used for research while the other was used for control. The Beast Tamer's flow zone would never be able to research why an astral beast could unleash such an attack or how it could unleash a different type of attack. They were only there to control the astral beast and help it grow. However, goo were different. They needed to be researched, and there were countless ways to use them. A youth stepped onto the stage. He was a little timid, and his clothes were very dirty. There was a large Xiao character embroidered on his chest. When she saw this youth step onto the stage, Qing Xiao Huang frowned. Many people from the Divine Goo Dynasty frowned as well. The youth grew even more nervous. "I am from a small city. My name is Little Fa. Show your goo," a stern voice shouted, startling Little Fa. He subconsciously raised his hand, but everyone stared at his arm and did not move. Everyone was confused. Where was the goo? Little Afe looked at his arm and blinked. Where was the goo? At that moment, someone whispered, "Under your feet. Under your feet." Little Afe turned around. What? He moved a little, but his right foot stepped on something soft. He jumped in fright and ran a few meters away. Everyone was speechless. Was this some sort of performance? Qing Xiaohuang's frown deepened. Little Afe hurriedly ran back and looked at the soft object that he had stepped on. He carefully picked it up and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't die. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. As he spoke, he seemed to sense that everyone was still staring at him. He gulped, and his face flushed red. He raised his hand. The goo is here. It's a goo that our small city spent a long time developing. It's called the wireless goo. Everyone looked at the object in Little Afe's hand. Wasn't that a tadpole? Furthermore, it was a tadpole that had been stepped on and had almost died. The atmosphere fell silent. Introduce it, someone in the audience shouted. Little Afe coughed again. The wireless goo's use is to ignore distance and allow instant communication. No matter where you are, even in the astral wilderness, you can instantly communicate without any hindrance. It's much better than a gadget. Little Afe then fell silent and looked expectantly at Qing Xiaohuang, as if waiting for praise. Someone in the audience face-bombed, looking helpless. It's just communication, someone asked. Little Afe answered, ignore distance, instant communication. Can we see a video? I haven't studied it yet. Can we talk? Little Afe pursed his lips. It's not good to talk directly, but we can use the wireless goo's frequency to know what the other party is thinking. Since you have a gadget, why do you need the wireless goo? Little Afe was anxious. Ignore distance, ignore distance. You were born in the goo flow zone, and you haven't even reached the Lamita realm. How can you be so sure that you can ignore distance? Do you know what the concept of distance is in the universe? Do you know about the astral source universe? Do you know that there's a sixth mainland in the distant astral wilderness? I know, but I can ignore distance. Little Afe stubbornly retorted. Back down. Little Afe wanted to say something, but the voice shouted again, back down. This time, Little Afe was almost sent flying. The people from the Divine Goo dynasty were either mocking or looking down on Little Afe and the city's goo. Lu Yin was curious. Is this city very special? The Jackal Prince explained, it's the smallest city on the Divine Goo continent, but it can't really be considered a city. It was originally a place where a few extreme cultivators stayed to research goo that would benefit ordinary people. Gradually, more and more people gathered, especially ordinary people and merchants, and it eventually became a small city. The goo developed in this city is useless in battle, but it's very useful in the hands of ordinary people. Ordinary people can't buy a gadget, but they can buy wireless goo. Can it really ignore distance? Lu Yin asked. The Jackal Prince shook his head and laughed. That's what they said. How can it ignore distance? These people aren't even explorers, so they don't understand distance at all. They can't even cross through the void. That wireless goo has already been reported, so it'll take time to learn how to read its frequency. It's far inferior to a gadget, so it's not very useful. Lu Yin looked at the flustered Little Afe below the stage, and his eyes flickered. Ignore distance. If that was true, then it would be very useful. Gadgets were connected through signals, and if a huge battle broke out, especially with the Eternals. The Eternals' understanding of humans meant that there was no such thing as a signal, and it would definitely be destroyed. As for the cosmic tree's cloud pass stone, there must be a way to destroy it as well. Whether it was against the Eternals or the cosmic tree, Luin had to hold back. Instant communication was necessary, as it would have a huge impact on the battle. He had ordered Banjo to research it a long time ago, but there had been no results. As he thought about it, Luin looked at little Afe with shining eyes. The competition lasted for 2 full days, during which a few powerful goo were revealed. Even Luin was interested in them, but he didn't care too much about them. Even if there were goo like the life-extending butterfly, the divine goo dynasty wouldn't take it out. The ones that appeared were not the most precious, especially in front of outsiders. The competition ended with Goo King City's victory. This was expected, as they had always been victorious for many years. The Goo King City's goo was called the evasive bead, and it looked like a small bead that could be fused into the user's body. Once used, it would increase the user's speed by several times, and it was very effective in both battle and escape. Most importantly, it could be upgraded, and once it reached the peak, the user's speed would be even more exaggerated and far surpass their peers. The downside was that the production rate was too low, and it took too much time to cultivate. It was not suitable for mass production. The victorious evasive bead delighted young Empress Qing. My divine goo dynasty produces dozens of types of goo every year, but only one that can be used is produced every few decades. Most of them are useless, but this evasive bead is a rare all-around goo. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Yuan was the first to speak, and everyone from the divine goo dynasty bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing laughed. Mr. Yu spoke up and smiled. The divine goo dynasty's unique cultivation environment is truly eye-opening. If Your Majesty is willing, I would like to request an evasive bead and bring it back to the Hall of Honor for everyone to see. Little Mountain God smiled as well. If Your Majesty has an extra one, this junior would like to request one as well. When Qian'er hurriedly raised her hand. This junior would like to request one as well. Ling Ke raised his hand. You want that as well? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1772. Young King Qing laughed heartily. Since you all want them, it's an honor for my divine goo dynasty. Since that's the case, everyone will have one. He then instructed Director Yi, who left with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right, Your Majesty, can you give me one of those flowers? When Qian'er asked expectantly. Young King Qing smiled. Of course. If you're interested in them, feel free to bring them up. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Qian'er was very happy. Young King Qing looked at Luin. Is there anyone you're interested in? Feel free to tell us. Everyone looked at Luin. Luin smiled. Cultivation is too complicated, and the path of goo is too profound. It's not suitable for me. Mr. Yu spoke up. What? Alliance leader Lu doesn't like any of them. Luin looked at him expressionlessly. One more word, and I'll slap your mouth until it's broken. Mr. Yu slammed the table and stood up angrily, but the official behind him held him back. Director, please calm down. Young King Qing frowned and looked at Mr. Yu. An invisible force was suppressing him, preventing him from speaking or moving. Mr. Yu couldn't sense where this force was coming from, and he thought that Luin had attacked him. Young King Qing wasn't helping Luin, but he didn't want any problems to arise at this time. He knew Lu Yin's personality well, and he was someone who would do what he said. Mr. Yu sullenly was suppressed by young King Qing. The official didn't even dare to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered and looked at young King Qing. Since Mr. Yu said that not taking it would seem like he's looking down on the divine Gu dynasty, then I'll take the wireless Gu. Young King Qing smiled. Alliance leader Lu, everyone's cultivation path is different. Gu is just for fun, so there's no need to take it seriously. Lu Yin smiled. Other Gu are inconvenient to carry around, so I'll take the wireless Gu. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Since Alliance leader Lu has decided, then there's no problem. By the way, Your Majesty, have that youth teach me how to use the wireless Gu, Lu Yin said. Young King Qing was puzzled, as Lu Yin was really interested in the wireless Gu. Opposite him, Imperial Tutor Yuan smiled. Since Alliance leader Lu is interested in wireless Gu, why don't you make a trip to the small city? Miao Miao is also going to the small city soon, she can lead the way for Alliance leader Lu. Qing Shaohuang glanced at Imperial Tutor Yuan. This old fox was trying his best to sell his granddaughter. Hearing Grand Tutor Yuan's words, Yuan Miao Miao blushed. Qing Long Long stared at Lu Yin, he had gotten off lightly. Lu Yin was delighted. If that's the case, then that's great. After the banquet, I'll head to the small city with Miss Miao Miao. Many thanks, Tutor Yuan. Of course, of course. Ha! Imperial Tutor Yuan was very happy. Prince Yuan had been watching from the sidelines since the beginning, and no one understood the situation in the divine Gu dynasty better than he did. Young Empress Qing was wary of Lu Yin and wanted to help the sword sect and other powers deal with him. Grand Tutor Yuan, on the other hand, was doing everything he could to rope in Lu Yin for the sake of the divine Gu dynasty. Then, he banished Lu Yin so that he would never be able to enter the divine Gu dynasty again. The most painful ones were the outstanding youths of Gu King City, who were all staring at Yuan Miao Miao. Every year, people would line up outside the city to propose marriage, but not a single one had ever succeeded. And now, Yuan Miao Miao was going to belong to an outsider. Yuan Miao Miao was the #1 beauty of the divine Gu dynasty, but she had no choice but to marry an outsider. This made the youths grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Not long after, a bead appeared. An evasive bead was placed on Lu Yin's desk, and as he looked at it, Lu Yin glanced at the wolfish prince. The wolfish prince's expression was slightly unnatural. Lu Yin thought of Anika. Perhaps this bead had been poisoned with Anika, and this bead was young Empress Qing's method of dealing with him. Anika's poison was colorless and odorless, and it did not even have rune lines. This was the safest method to deal with him. Young Empress Qing had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and when she saw him put away the bead, she smiled in satisfaction. Come, everyone. Welcome to the divine Gu dynasty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The wireless Gu was also brought to Lu Yin, along with the youth called Little Fa. The youth was terrified, and he did not dare to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only casually said a few words before sending him away. He didn't pay too much attention to him, and it was more like he was just brushing him off. Next up was the gift-giving segment, and each of the representatives of their respective families presented their gifts. Lu Yin gave a bottle of pills that didn't improve his strength, but it was still better than the slap that Xiao Huang had given Yi Zhongguan. Yi Guan's eyes flashed with a cold light when he saw Lu Yin's gift. That slap was something that would never be forgotten. Soon, it was Balsam's turn, and she gestured for Yen to present the gift. Your Majesty, Shamrock Enterprises' gift is also a pill, but it's not something that can be consumed. It's similar to an escape bead and can help you avoid certain dangers, Balsam explained with a smile. Young Empress Qing was curious. Avoid certain dangers. Balsam took out a pill from her cosmic ring and tossed it out. The void tore apart, revealing another part of space. This was the astral source universe. Prince Ruan and Grand Tutor Yuan were shocked, and they blurted out, "The astral source universe." Young Empress Qing was shocked. A pill could actually break through the astral source universe. It was inconceivable, as that was something that could only be achieved by someone whose power level exceeded 500,000. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Shamrock Enterprises was no longer hiding the astral source pills, so what were their plans? Everyone was shocked by the pill's effects, and young Empress Qing was no exception. Even though she had a power level of over 800,000 and was one of the top powerhouses of the Innerverse, she was still shocked by the pills. Everyone had always known that Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus, and even the isolated Gu Flow Zone knew this. That was why they had invited Shamrock Enterprises, but no one had expected them to develop such a pill. Grand Tutor Yuan immediately asked, "How's the production of these pills?" Balsam smiled politely. "They can be mass-produced, and the technology is being simplified. I believe that in the near future, the astral source universe will no longer be a legend." Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed. "What's the current production?" Balsam smiled politely. "It's a trade secret. Can anyone use them? The astral source universe isn't something that ordinary people can come into contact with." Balsam replied, "Currently, only a hunter can use them, as only a hunter's physical body can barely work with the astral source pill to travel through the astral source universe. However, we're already in the process of developing even more effective astral source pills, and we're confident that even explorers can use them." Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then the future of battle would change drastically. The escape bead only increased one's speed, but the astral source pill could allow one to instantly enter the heavens. Even a hunter would find it difficult to kill an explorer. Mr. Yu leaned forward with a cold expression. "Why didn't we know about this astral source pill?" Balsam looked at Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu was referring to the Hall of Honor and the Board of Governors. Once a peerless item like the astral source pill was successfully developed, it was reasonable to inform the Hall of Honor first. It's probably because the news spread slowly. We've already submitted the information about our successful research in advance, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu's eyes narrowed. This woman's answer was obviously perfunctory. Shamrock Enterprises. Fine, he would remember that. Young Empress Qing looked at Balsam solemnly. Many thanks to Shamrock Enterprises for thinking so highly of my divine Gu dynasty. I'll accept your gift. Balsam bowed slowly. I wish Your Majesty Empress Qing the best of luck in breaking through to a power level of 1,000,000 and standing at the peak of the universe. Young Empress Qing smiled. I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Miss Balsam, do you have any extra astral source pills that you can sell to my Wen family? Wen Yao asked as he looked at Balsam with a burning gaze. In the spirit palace, the little mountain god and the rest were all staring at her. Balsam smiled. The astral source pills will become the star product of Shamrock Enterprises, and a batch will be sent to each family before the official sale. They should be on their way to each family now, including. She then looked at Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance. He had a bad premonition. Balsam had tried to probe his usage of the astral source pills several times, and she had suspected that something had happened to the pills in his hands. However, she had been unable to find any clues. Lu Yin had directly handed the matter of contacting Shamrock Enterprises to Cheong Shir, but he had not been able to tell her the real reason. If Shamrock Enterprises directly sent a batch of astral source pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold, what would the consequences be? Would the sapling be discovered? Lu Yin did not know what Balsam was thinking. He was certain that this was Shamrock Enterprises probing, and they had grasped the perfect opportunity to do so. Balsam stared at Lu Yin, and when she saw that his expression had changed, she moved her fingers. There was indeed a problem. The astral source pills that had gone out of control were related to Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Balsam exchanged glances, and both of them seemed to be able to read each other's intentions. No one was truly stupid, and Lu Yin had never believed that others were stupider than him. He had merely relied on certain advantages that allowed him to take the initiative and predict events with godly foresight. However, Balsam was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, and her schemes were far from ordinary. This included the sword sect's Lu Qinjua's plan. If not for his destiny and background, he would have been played to death a long time ago. Scheming against others would eventually lead to being schemed against. Lu Yin was certain that he had been schemed against by Balsam at this moment. No matter what had happened at the Ross Empire's stronghold, Balsam had already confirmed something the moment his expression had changed after hearing Balsam's words. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at Balsam with a much sharper gaze that was completely different from before. Since that was the case, then let's play it out and see who could outplay the other. Balsam frowned and stared at Lu Yin for half a minute. She only reacted when someone coughed and returned to her seat. Next, it was the others' turn to present their congratulatory gifts. At the Ross Empire's stronghold, the astral source pills that Shamrock Enterprises had sent had already arrived. The person in charge of delivering the pills was the Xiaoya King, the successor of Shamrock Enterprises. He had participated in the Star Tower contest and possessed the battle technique Shifting Stars and Leaves, but it was not particularly outstanding. I'm sorry for taking the liberty to visit. My father has instructed me to present a new batch of astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Xiaoya King said to Cheong Shier. Cheong Shier was surprised. We haven't reached an agreement with Shamrock Enterprises regarding the purchase of astral source pills. What is the meaning of this? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1773. Xiaoya King smiled. The astral source pills have been improved, and they will soon be sold to the entire Fifth Mainland. Before that, I'll gift a batch to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Sword Sect, the Wen Clan, the Lingling Clan, and the others as a gesture of goodwill from Shamrock Enterprises. Cheong Shier understood. To put it bluntly, Balsam was trying to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. Even though Shamrock Enterprises didn't need to do so, it was still a good idea to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. This was an unspoken rule, but for some reason, Cheong Shier felt that something wasn't quite right. She thought back to her conversation with Balsam, and the topic that had been brought up the most was how Lu Yin had used the astral source pills. This was normal. What was the problem? With Cheong Shier's keen senses in the business world, she was certain that there was a problem wherever she felt there was a problem. After thinking about it for a while, she said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Little Leaf King. We'll accept the astral source pills, but the alliance leader isn't here. He has gone to the Gu Flow Zone as a guest. How about this? When he returns, we'll personally pay a visit to Shamrock Enterprises to express our gratitude. At the same time, the alliance leader is very interested in working with Shamrock Enterprises to research immortality, so we can discuss it together." The Little Leaf King's eyes flashed. "That's fine." He then paused for a moment before continuing, "Aside from completing my father's orders, I also want to stay here and wait for Alliance Head Lu. Back when we participated in the Star Tower contest, Alliance Head Lu's strength was shocking. I've also recently made some breakthroughs, so I want to ask Alliance Head Lu for some guidance." "Don't worry, I won't disturb Alliance Head Lu. Cheongshi was in a difficult position. The Xiaoya king frowned. Miss Cheong, is there something inconvenient? Or is it that the Rossi Empire's fortress does not allow outsiders to enter? Cheongshi obviously could not refuse the Little Leaf King. In the distance, there was a continuous stream of people entering the Ross Empire's stronghold from the space station. Of course not, Director Little Leaf, please. The Little Leaf King nodded with a smile and followed Cheongshi inside. With Little Leaf King status, he was qualified to visit some areas that were not open to ordinary people. I've heard that Alliance Master Lu is fond of collecting strange plants. I have the same hobby as well. Can you bring me to take a look? Cheongshi subconsciously refused. Even though she didn't know what the problem was, she knew that it was right to refuse the Little Leaf King's request. A cry of surprise came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a big tree running crazily towards them. The tree branches were like a human's legs. It took large strides and ran around recklessly, causing chaos. Cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance continued to arrive, but they were apprehensive about something and didn't attack. Quick, catch it. Catch that big tree that's running away. That's the Alliance Master's pet. Balor shouted as he chased after the big tree. With his shout, no one dared to make a move for fear of hurting the tree. Zhao Ran was still chasing after him. Don't run so fast. Big tree, stop. Stop. The Little Leaf King stared blankly at this scene. The giant tree was getting closer and closer, and it looked like it was about to break through all obstacles. Cheongshi was speechless. She had heard of the big tree in the botanical garden. It was a tree that did not know fatigue and always wanted to escape. It was very famous here. She did not expect it to really escape. Director Yi, I'm sorry you had to see this, Cheongshi said helplessly. Just as the Xiaoya king was about to say something, the astral origin pills in his bosom trembled. They tore open his clothes and charged toward the tree. The Xiaoya king's expression changed drastically, but he did not stop them. He allowed the astral origin pills to charge toward the tree. Soon after, a small sapling emerged from the crown of the tree and swallowed all the astral origin pills. The Little Leaf King's pupils shrank as he stared blankly. Cheongshi saw it as well, and her heart sank. Something was wrong. Even though she did not know what the problem was, the Little Leaf King's expression, furthermore, the scene of the sapling swallowing all the pills he had on him indicated that something was wrong. Director Yi, what's wrong? Cheongshi hurriedly shouted as she moved forward to block the Little Leaf King's line of sight. The Little Leaf King looked past Cheongshi at the approaching tree. He looked at the sapling that had clearly grown larger in the crown of the tree and said indifferently, nothing. It's very interesting. The banquet in Gu King City's imperial palace was still going on. There was an endless stream of congratulatory gifts, but apart from Shamrock Enterprises' astral origin pills, there was nothing special. It was not long before the banquet ended. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling everyone present. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream and saw a pool of blood on the ground, as well as a person who had been beaten beyond recognition. Young Empress Qing frowned. What happened? The steward reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, this person was wandering outside the palace, and it was obvious that he was up to no good. I captured him and interrogated him. I wanted to bury him, but I didn't expect him to wake up and disturb Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing waved her hand in disgust. Take him away. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Yi replied. Wait, Lu Yin called out. Everyone looked at him, and their expressions changed. Lu Yin's expression was rather ugly, and it could even be said that he was emitting killing intent. Lu Yin rarely showed such an expression, but at this moment, even when Sansi and the rest were shocked, even Ling Kai subconsciously wanted to flee. Young Empress Qing looked at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what is it? Eunuch Yi coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Eunuch Yi. That person is Chang 5. Chang 5. Young Empress Qing did not understand, and she looked at Eunuch Yi. Eunuch Yi was confused. Alliance leader Lu, how do you know this person? That's right, after interrogation, this person is indeed called Chang 5. Why, is he related to Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin's tone was icy, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Eunuch Yi. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, many people have provoked me, including the young master of the Day-Night clan, who was once the uncrowned king of the Innerverse. However, all of them have died. Eunuch Yi sneered. What does Alliance leader Lu mean by telling me this? I don't have the guts to provoke Alliance leader Lu. Young Empress Qing spoke up. Is there some sort of misunderstanding, Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he suddenly attacked. A hollow palm traversed the void and descended in front of Eunuch Yi. Eunuch Yi did not react at all, and even with Eunuch Yi's abilities, he could not see the hollow palm. Young Empress Qing raised a hand and blocked the attack. Eunuch Yi's personal strength exceeded 700,000, and when combined with his gu, his power level exceeded 800,000. Even so, blocking the hollow palm caused his hand to go numb, and he was shocked. Lu Yin was clearly not even an envoy, but his physical strength was too terrifying. Even if Eunuch Yi did not specialize in physical strength, he was still not someone who could deal with someone who was not even an envoy. However, the difference was still too great, and even though his hand felt numb, Eunuch Yi was unable to move a single step. Eunuch Yi only reacted after young Empress Qing blocked the hollow palm. He had not expected Lu Yin to attack just like that. If not for young Empress Qing, he would have died. In that instant, Lu Yin's cold gaze and murderous intent filled Eunuch Yi with unprecedented fear. He had been acting like a tyrant in the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had never experienced such a thing before. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. This person really wanted to kill him. Young Empress Qing's eyes were filled with rage, and her voice was loud and clear. Alliance leader Lu, no matter what happens, this is still my Divine Gu dynasty, and this is my palace. If you attack just like that, then you're looking down on me. Her shout shattered Lu Yin's spiritual force. Just now, Lu Yin had used his spiritual force to intimidate Eunuch Yi, planting a brand of fear in the man's heart. Lu Yin met young Empress Qing's gaze. If this wasn't the Divine Gu dynasty, then this person wouldn't have lived to this day. He then waved his hand, and the half-dead Chang Wu was brought over. Although Lu Yin was callous and had done many ruthless things when he had unified the Outerverse, he had rarely implicated others. Chang 5 had been implicated because of Lu Yin, as Chang 5 had been careless and had not settled down early enough, which had caused Chang 5 to suffer. The others watched as Lu Yin fed the pill to Chang Wu, and they all began to speculate about his relationship with Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, you need to give me an explanation for this, young Empress Qing said in a low voice. She did not stop Lu Yin from saving Chang Wu. No matter the reason, Lu Yin had killed Eunuch Yi right in front of her, which was equivalent to slapping her in the face. Lu Yin turned to look at young Empress Qing. Your Majesty, you know my whereabouts like the back of your hand. Don't you know that this person brought me around Gu King City? He's the person I've interacted with the most in the city. This person is naturally timid and would never dare to approach the imperial palace. Yet, he was captured and tortured by a servant for the crime of loitering around the palace. This is a slap to my face. Young Empress Qing looked at Eunuch Yi and asked sternly, "Is that true?" Eunuch Yi wanted to quibble, but when he looked up at Lu Yin, the panic in his heart surged. He was so frightened that he went limp and did not dare to argue. Many people were disappointed, as this person was too useless. If he had denied it in front of everyone, would Lu Yin have been able to force a confession out of him? This was the Divine Gu dynasty, not the Great Eastern Alliance. As long as there was no evidence, either Lu Yin or young Empress Qing would not be able to get out of the situation. Many people sighed inwardly. What a pity. The Great Eastern Alliance had entered the Interverse, and the Sword Sect and other powers had responded to it because they did not wish to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of the people who had been invited to the Divine Gu dynasty had come from those flow zones, and they all hoped that Lu Yin and young Empress Qing would completely fall out. However, when they saw Eunuch Yi's cowardly appearance, many shook their heads. There was no hope. Young Empress Qing shouted angrily and glared at Eunuch Yi. Impudent! How dare you offend Alliance leader Lu? He is an esteemed guest of the Divine Gu dynasty, and he's not someone you can offend. She then waved her hand, and Eunuch Yi was sent flying. No one knew what poison or goo he had been poisoned, but the man frantically clawed at his skin as he screamed miserably. Lu Yin looked on coldly, as this was just an act. Anyone else would have died long ago. This Eunuch Yi was truly favored by young Empress Qing, or rather, this incident had been arranged by young Empress Qing in the first place. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. The screams were still mournful, and young Empress Qing looked at Lu Yin. She stood up and apologized, "Alliance leader Lu, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly, which led to such an evil incident. I apologize to Alliance leader Lu." Lu Yin was indifferent. "It doesn't matter. I've seen many, and there's one on the other side as well." Mr. Yu raised an eyebrow, as Lu Yin was referring to him. The Weasel Prince was speechless, as this guy's ability to provoke others was not small. "No matter what, this incident was my fault. As an apology, Alliance leader Lu can choose any item from the treasury as compensation. I hope that Alliance leader Lu will not refuse," young Empress Qing said sincerely. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1774. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Huangqing's words. Compensation. Pick anything. Lu Yin asked. Xiao Huangqing nodded. That's right. Regardless of whether it's the treasury or my personal collection, as long as Alliance leader Lu likes it, you can take it as compensation. Although the Divine Gu dynasty rarely interacts with the outside world, we are not inhospitable. If news of what happened today spreads, it will be a loss of face for the Divine Gu dynasty. Little Mountain God gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Huangqing. What was this guy trying to do? Was he going to deal with Lu Yin or not? Wen Yao and the others couldn't see through Xiao Huangqing, but no matter how he dealt with Lu Yin, it had nothing to do with the Wen family. Since your majesty is so generous, I won't be polite. Lu Yin was in a good mood. Who wouldn't like something that was free? He wanted to see if he could find anything useful. Xiao Huangqing immediately ordered someone to bring Lu Yin to the treasury. He wanted to take care of the others, but Lu Yin refused. I want him to take me. Lu Yin was referring to Yi. Xiao Huangqing's eyes flashed. Alliance leader Lu, this kind of person will be punished severely. There's no need to trouble you. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry, I'm not going to deal with him. I'm just leading the way. Your Majesty, rest assured that I won't do anything to him. He's not worth breaking my promise. Xiao Huangqing glanced at Yi, who was still screaming, and nodded. All right. He then looked at the man sternly. Take Alliance leader Lu to the treasury. If you value anything, you can take it. Yi's skin had been torn apart by his own scratches, and he looked extremely miserable. His eyes were filled with fear, and his arms and body were covered in blood. Yes, Your Majesty. This servant understands. At that moment, Chang Wu woke up, and the first person he saw was Lu Yin. He thought that he was dreaming and gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. I was tortured because of you. I'm already dead, but you still won't let me go. It's all because of you. Everyone looked at him sympathetically. This guy was really unlucky, and he had been completely implicated. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You're not dead. Take a good look at where you are. Chang Wu was stunned and quickly looked around. He saw Xiao Huangqing sitting nearby, who had the highest status. He then saw the miserable Yi, and everyone else around him. What about the injuries? What happened to his injuries? His injuries were quickly healed by Lu Yin's upgraded pills, and even he himself couldn't believe it. Men, send him out. Don't make things difficult for him in the future, said Qing Xiaohuang. Chang Five stared blankly at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with helplessness. Lu Yin nodded. Go. No one will make things difficult for you in the future. Chang Five was taken away in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he did not know what had happened. However, from then on, his fate changed. Whether it was good or bad, he did not know. Some people were sure that his future would not be good, while others were sure that his future was bright. Under the steward's guidance, Lu Yin left the banquet and headed for the treasury. The treasury was located in a spatial tear in a corner of the palace, and it was guarded by several enlighters. There were also countless unknown defensive measures, the most common of which was Gu. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing what was in the divine Gu dynasty's treasury. Yi Guan was trembling in front of him. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before, facing a person who could really kill him at any time. He was trembling as he walked. As you wish, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. Yi Guan's body trembled, and he slowly bowed. Lu, Alliance leader Lu. Lu Yin looked at him with a deep gaze. Does Qing Xiaohuang know that you captured Chang Five? Yi Guan was shocked, and his face went pale. His Majesty, of course His Majesty does not know. Lu Yin looked at him for a while. Is that so? The two continued towards the treasury, and before long, they had crossed almost half of the palace when an indescribably terrifying spiritual force swept out. It instantly swept through Gu King City, causing the sky to change color. Qing Xiaohuang suddenly stood up, and her expression changed. Not good. She was not the only one to sense this spiritual force, as everyone else felt it as well. This spiritual force came from the Second Night King. As the spiritual force wreaked havoc, a resentful voice spread throughout Gu King City. Brat, you didn't think that I would be waiting for you here, did you? I told you that I would capture you and bring you to the Daynite clan's ancestral land stone tablet to torture you for 10,000 years. After that, an even more terrifying spiritual force exploded in the void and destroyed Gu King City's defenses. On Gu King City's walls, the strange toads instantly exploded, and the poisonous gas that had been protecting the city turned into droplets that rained down. This time, Qing Xiaohuang's expression truly changed. If this poisonous rain fell on Gu King City, not many people would be able to survive. He cursed under his breath and immediately took action, reversing the poisonous rain above the city. Grand Tutor Yuan and the rest were shocked, but they did not even have a chance to act. Second Night King, aren't you afraid that the head Inquisitor will find you? Lu Yin's anxious voice traveled into everyone's ears. Following that, the palace building between Lu Yin's voice and the banquet was destroyed. Everyone was pushed aside by the strong wind, and they subconsciously looked over. The second Night King raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin. "You don't have a chance." The void froze and then shattered, allowing everyone to see the astral source universe. This was the might of the second Night King's spiritual force, and in the eyes of countless people, regardless of their cultivation, they were like ants. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he raised his head to face the spiritual force head-on. He stepped forward like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, but he was also like a stubborn rock facing a storm. This attack had been part of Qing Shaohuang's plan, but it had also been ordered by Lu Yin. He was the one who had sent the second Night King. Gu King City's defenses had been easily destroyed by the second Night King's spiritual force, which was Lu Yin's goal. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much he could resist the second Night King. With the pressure of the second Night King's spiritual force, Lu Yin began to recite the primogenitor scripture. At that moment, the world around them changed. At that moment, whether it was Wen Sanxi, Ling Gong, Grand Preceptor Yuan, Prince Yuan, or even young Empress Qing and the second Night King, their spiritual force was unconsciously affected. It was as if they had heard a voice from ancient times. Under the long river of time, from the beginning of humanity to the present day, everything had converged into a single voice. It was like a prayer or a chant that traveled into everyone's ears, forming the sound of heaven and earth. The second Night King's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. He did not know where the voice was coming from, nor did he know who was affecting him, but he guessed that it was definitely Lu Yin. What had he done? He had clearly increased the power of his spiritual force to the same level as when he had knocked Lu Yin unconscious in Hengxianzi's ruins, but it had been completely useless. Young Qing's giant two-headed centipede soared out from his back, which was his gu. As the two-headed centipede charged out, its body grew infinitely larger and hovered above Gu King City, casting a shadow over the city. Second Night King, leave Gu King City. The second Night King set aside his distracting thoughts. He did not care where the voice that was affecting him came from, as it did not pose a threat to him at the moment. Young Qing, this has nothing to do with you. He then raised a finger and pointed out. The two-headed centipede wailed as one of its heads exploded. Immortal guides the way. An intense chill descended and froze Gu King City. Young Qing was furious. He had given the second Night King a chance to kill Lu Yin, but he had also warned him not to affect Gu King City. However, the second Night King's two attacks had caused Gu King City to suffer heavy losses. Many enlighters within Gu King City tried to defend themselves against the chill, but they were all frozen as well. Helpless, young Qing tore open the void and allowed the chill to enter the astral source universe. Golden battle force appeared on Lu Yin's body. Second Night King, the head judge's cultivation is shocking, and he can appear at any time. Why aren't you leaving? The second Night King coldly replied, I'll skin you alive today. Then, an even more terrifying spiritual force transformed into a sharp blade that slashed down. The Night King heaven-splitting technique had not been part of Lu Yin's calculations, as it had been a test by the second Night King. If he had wanted to, he could have used the sealed cage technique to dispel it, but he did not. This attack did not have a power level of 700,000, and it only looked shocking. He wanted to use his own strength to resist it and see how far the primogenitor scripture could push him. The spiritual force blade slashed towards Lu Yin, slicing through space as it shot out from the astral source universe. Lu Yin raised his arms and unleashed a series of empty palms, but they were all reduced to nothingness by the spiritual force blade. He had underestimated the second Night King. Even though he was an enlighter and could fight against an emissary, the second Night King was not an ordinary battle technique. The Night King heaven-splitting technique was a battle technique that could silence an entire era. All of Lu Yin's techniques were useless against the second Night King's Night King heaven-splitting technique. In the end, the spiritual force blade swept past. Everyone stared blankly. Was Lu Yin dead? Xiao Huangqing, Little Mountain God, and the rest were all excited, hoping that Lu Yin would die. Yuan Miao Miao was so nervous that her fingers had turned white. Yuehua Mavis' expression turned grave. That was an attack from the second Night King, an ancient powerhouse. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and watched on excitedly. Die, it'd be best if he died. But in the end, Lu Yin slowly raised his head and looked directly at the second Night King. You were too heavily injured before, so you can't kill me. He then took out a blood-red bell, which was the head Inquisitor's token, and gently shook it. Ding ding ding. Everyone felt as if a giant hand had replaced everything they had seen, and it crushed down on them. It was the head Inquisitor's strength. Pfft. The second Night King's eyes flickered, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his face was deathly pale. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. The head Inquisitor's token. What are you waiting for, Xiao Huangqing? Let's kill Lu Yin together, and no one will know that you did it. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes cold. Xiao Huangqing was shocked and furious. What nonsense are you spouting, second Night King? The second Night King growled, kill him and say that I killed him. No one will trace it back to you. That's what we agreed on before. As long as the result doesn't change, we'll kill everyone else. The others were shocked, and they all looked at Xiao Huangqing warily. Xiao Huangqing gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Nonsense, second Night King. Lu Yin raised the blood-red bell again. The second Night King couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Huangqing, if you don't kill him now, you'll regret it. He then tore through the void and disappeared. Lu Yin ignored the second Night King's departure and instead stared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes filled with vigilance and killing intent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1775. Half of the palace had been destroyed, and the two-headed centipede had returned to its original position. The poisonous rain had been scattered all around King of Goose City, causing the area to become barren and desolate. Below the centipede, the cold aura of immortal guides the way slowly dissipated. At this moment, it wasn't just Lu Yin. Yuehua Mavis, Wen Yao, and the rest all stared at young King Qing with wary eyes. Young King Qing met Lu Yin's gaze and said, Alliance leader Lu, the divine Gu dynasty invited you here without any ill intentions. Otherwise, it would be a slap to my own face. You don't believe the second Night King's words, do you? Lu Yin's expression darkened. Why would the second Night King appear in the palace? And ambush on the way to the treasury? Young King Qing, don't tell me that this is all a coincidence. Young King Qing's eyes narrowed. With the second Night King's strength, there's nothing in the universe that can trap him. Even Kun's escaped. Alliance leader Lu, you were there as well, so you should know how powerful the second Night King is. But he was heavily injured by the Inquisitor, and he can't even use half of his strength. He can't even kill me, so how could he have entered the palace without you knowing? Lu Yin shouted. Everyone looked at young King Qing. Indeed, while the second Night King seemed powerful, he was only strong in appearance. If he couldn't even kill Lu Yin, how could he have hidden from young King Qing? If the second Night King really had the strength to hide from young King Qing, then how could he not have killed Lu Yin? The second Night King attacked me, and with your strength, you should have been able to protect King of Goose City while dealing with him at the same time. But you didn't, and you didn't even try to stop the Second Night King from escaping. You were the one who cooperated with the Second Night King from start to finish. Lu Yin shouted again. Young King Qing's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something, but Lu Yin continued, the Divine Gu dynasty was established with the help of the Night King clan, and your Qing family's ancestors were indebted to them. Am I right? The 3 consecutive questions left young King Qing speechless. This was the truth. Young King Qing had never thought that the Second Night King would not be able to kill Lu Yin. Not only that, he had even exposed Lu Yin. He had never expected the Second Night King to expose him at the last moment. Why? He couldn't understand how Lu Yin had managed to block the Second Night King's killing intent. Even a fool could tell that the Second Night King and young Queen Qing had some sort of relationship. This was also why Lu Yin had sent the Second Night King to young King Qing's side. Young Empress Qing, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, from this moment on, the Divine Gu dynasty will become the enemy of my Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin threatened. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly stepped forward. Alliance Master Lu, please don't jump to conclusions before things are clear. The Second Night King is proficient in spiritual force, and he could have easily controlled others to bring him into the palace. Yes, control. He then pointed at the unconscious eunuch Yi. It's that servant. Everything was caused by that servant. He was the one who captured Chang Wu and forced Alliance leader Lu to take action. That's why the Qing Emperor was willing to compensate you. The compensation for the national treasury might have been part of Manager Lu's plan, and all of this was orchestrated by the Second Night King. His words caused young Empress Qing's eyes to light up. That's right. Before this, that servant did tell me that Alliance Master Lu has an unusual fondness for resources. If he accidentally offended you, he could let Alliance Master Lu go to the National Treasury to choose what you like. That's why I thought of sending you there. Now that I think about it, it's all because of that servant. Lu Yin sneered. How can a servant influence your decision? Do you think I'm an idiot? Young Empress Qing's eyes darkened. Alliance Master Lu, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. What else do you want? Lu Yin raised his head. Seal off the Gu flow zone. No one is allowed to enter or leave until we find out the truth. Everyone we investigate. He then stared at young Empress Qing. Including you, Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing was furious. Lu Yin, don't be impudent. This is Gu King City. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to be so extreme. The Jackal Prince's heart thumped. He had a good understanding of Lu Yin, and he knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. The little mountain god was so happy that he was about to jump up and down. Their main goal in coming here was to incite the Divine Gu dynasty to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. Now, it seemed that they did not even need to do so, as Lu Yin had already stirred up trouble himself. This guy was really stupid. Even if young Empress Qing and the Second Night King wanted to kill him, he still had to endure it. Wasn't this just making enemies for no reason? Who said that Lu Yin was smart? Lu Yin coldly asked, how long has it been since someone tried to assassinate me like this? If I don't do anything, then others will think that I'm easy to bully. This is Gu King City, so the Divine Gu dynasty needs to give me an explanation that I'm satisfied with. Otherwise, no one from this Gu flow zone will be able to leave. Young Empress Qing slowly clenched her fists, but Imperial Tutor Yuan was still trying to dissuade her. Suddenly, the two-headed Garuda descended from the sky, its body rapidly shrinking as it circled around the palace. Then, its head and tail connected as it suddenly descended, trapping Lu Yin in the middle. Lu Yin hurriedly attacked and unleashed a series of empty palm attacks, but it was useless. Young Empress Qing's combination with her gu allowed her to unleash a terrifying power level of over 800,000, which was not something that Lu Yin could deal with. Lu Yin was trapped in the middle by the two-headed Garuda, forming a cage. Young Empress Qing had really attacked Lu Yin. Everyone was shocked, especially those from the Innerverse's large and small flow zones. They knew that things had gotten out of hand, and the Divine Gu dynasty was openly joining forces with the Sword Sect and the other powers. The Innerverse was about to face off against the Divine Gu dynasty, but that was assuming that Lu Yin could survive. Young Empress Qing probably would not dare to kill Lu Yin since his background was too deep. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Grand Tutor Yuan was shocked, and he hurriedly tried to persuade young Empress Qing. Yuan Miao Miao's face paled, and she covered her mouth. Qing Long Long, Prince Weasel, and the others' hearts sank. Young Empress Qing's attack meant that there was no turning back for Lu Yin. The Divine Gu dynasty and the Great Eastern Alliance were about to go to war. Young Empress Qing ignored the Grand Tutor and turned to look at Li Zimo. "Sword Sect, either you take action and deal with the Great Eastern Alliance while my Divine Gu dynasty traps Lu Yin, or my Divine Gu dynasty will join the Great Eastern Alliance and help Lu Yin unify the Innerverse. Choose now." Elder Lianxin had entered the Divine Gu dynasty to persuade young Empress Qing to join forces with the Sword Sect to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. But now, due to the Second Night King's unforeseen circumstances, young Empress Qing had no choice but to make a choice. She could either completely fall out with Lu Yin and start a war, or she could apologize. Given Lu Yin's temperament, the Divine Gu dynasty had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no third option, and young Empress Qing had been forced into this. Her initial plan had only been to poison Lu Yin, and she had succeeded in doing so. The Second Night King had only attacked Lu Yin to return a favor to the Day-Night clan. If she had been lucky, then the Second Night King would have killed Lu Yin, and the universe would not have so many problems. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the Second Night King would expose her. She was a powerhouse with a power level of over 800,000, but she had been forced into two choices. "What does Your Majesty Empress Qing want to do?" Li Zimo asked, as he was representing Elder Lianxin. Young Empress Qing's gaze swept across the crowd. "Most of the people here are from the inner universe. Most of the people in the universe view the Great Eastern Alliance as their enemy. I, young Empress Qing, have been forced to this point by Lu Yin. He forced my Divine Gu dynasty to become his enemy, and since that's the case, my Divine Gu dynasty has nothing to fear from the Great Eastern Alliance. Contact sect leader Lu and tell him to act according to our previous plan. I want the Great Eastern Alliance to not have a single enlighter. Everyone will vanish, and no matter how many people they have, they'll still be nothing more than ants." "All right," Li Zimo hurriedly replied. The little mountain god was excited. "We've been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, Your Majesty Empress Qing." Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin, who was still trapped inside the two-headed centipede compound, with a complicated expression on his face. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. From now on, even if the Great Eastern Alliance no longer existed, with his background, no one would dare to provoke him. Just focus on your cultivation. There were too many important figures behind Lu Yin, but everyone knew that as long as Lu Yin's life was not in danger, those important figures would not take action. What happened to the Great Eastern Alliance had nothing to do with them. This was also the plan that elder Lianxin had discussed with young Empress Qing when she had first entered the Divine Gu dynasty. They wanted to completely eliminate all enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Once there were no enlighters left, how could the Great Eastern Alliance resist the Interverse? Just relying on Lu Yin alone was not realistic. The smaller flow zones could suppress the Great Eastern Alliance, such as the Northline flow zone. Northgate Taisui alone could deal with everyone aside from Lu Yin, so what was the point of the Great Eastern Alliance existing? Moonlight Mavis and the others sat quietly, as the matters of the Interverse had nothing to do with them. Mr. Yu was gloating. Balsam looked at the two-headed centipede compound. What was Lu Yin thinking? With this person's personality, he would not be too radical. However, everything that he had done just now seemed to have intentionally forced young Empress Qing into an opposing position. What exactly was he planning? Only those who understood the Great Eastern Alliance the best knew that Lu Yin was not the only person who wanted to deal with him. There was also the person behind him. The so-called person behind him was not just the important figures who were inextricably linked to Lu Yin, but also the three intelligent people. Cheong Shir had allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to become increasingly wealthy. Not only did they not need Lu Yin's funding, but they could also rely on their economy to suppress their enemies. Wei Rong was adept at scheming outside of the battlefield. The Sixth Mainland had opened up Iron Blood Weave's battlefield because of him, which had given the Great Eastern Alliance some breathing room. This scheme to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty had come from Wang Wen, as well as Lu Yin's own hidden strength. Lu Yin had both strength and intelligence, but most people tended to overlook intelligence and only consider strength. Several days later, outside of the Blazing Mist flow zone, Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, and the Mountain God appeared. There was also an unfamiliar envoy-level powerhouse who was an expert from the Phoenix family, Abel Phoenix. Finally, a graceful figure walked out. It was Madame Yu, the master of the secluded court. Everyone, from today onwards, there will be no more enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. We will return peace to the Interverse, Lu Qianjue announced loudly. After that, the 5 envoys broke into the Astral Source universe and headed towards the Blazing Mist flow zone. At the Divine Gu dynasty's palace, everyone who had attended the banquet returned to their residences. However, they were not allowed to leave Gu King City, as the young empress was not allowed to divulge what had happened over the past few days. They could only leave after the matter with the Great Eastern Alliance was completely resolved. Even Li Zimo and the others were not allowed to leave. Within the two-headed centipede compound, Lu Yin was very calm. Everything had gone as he had expected, and he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The outerverse had long since been unified, so it was time for the innerverse to be unified. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1776. From the moment that Lu Huang and the Second Night King had been brought out of Kuin's swamp, the Universe's fate had been sealed. It sat there calmly, its two heads moving slowly as it exuded a pressure that would cause ordinary cultivators to tremble. On the ground, the specks of light reflected by the two-headed centipedes slowly condensed, and a familiar cold aura descended. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, but he could not see any rune lines. However, he was familiar with this feeling. This was half a set, which meant that it was one of the 7 sky gods. "Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you?" a cold voice asked. It seemed to be speaking right next to his ear, and he could not tell if it was a man or a woman. Lu Yin did not turn around, as he knew that he could not see. "Cape Galaxy. It has nothing to do with me. Where were you when Cho Hanshin died?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Who are you?" "I'll ask, and you'll answer." "It's not up to you to ask me." Lu Yin sneered. "What if I don't answer?" "Then die." Lu Yin laughed. "You don't care about the sorcerer god's plan. Which of the 7 sky gods are you?" "It's not the sorcerer god or He Wuxian. He's on the other side of the 5th mainland. I'm the Forgotten Ruins deity." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Forgotten Ruins deity. Why are you here?" "Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you?" the Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. Lu Yin coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with me." "Where were you when Cho Hanshin died?" the Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. It was the same question, but this time, Lu Yin answered, "I was in seclusion." "Where is he going to cultivate in seclusion?" "Planet Aegis." "Why did you go there?" The Forgotten Ruins deity clearly hesitated, as he had not expected Lu Yin to give such an answer. They had investigated and found that Lu Yin was definitely not at the border between the Great Eastern Alliance and the 6th mainland when Cho Hanshin died. The Forgotten Ruins deity had expected Lu Yin to answer that he was there, which meant that Lu Yin was hiding something. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said, "In any case, the Cape Galaxy incident has nothing to do with me. As for why I went into seclusion on planet Aegis, it has nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. The Great Eastern Alliance has been attacked, and the Interverse wants to exterminate all cultivators above and lighters. You won't have anyone you can use, including Wang Wen and the others," the Forgotten Ruins deity said. "So? You have to help me," Lu Yin mocked. "It's not impossible. Then I'll help you become the universe's public enemy. We have our ways, as long as you hand over that thing." Lu Yin frowned. "What?" "Something from the Horn Galaxy. I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Horn star system. Lu Xiaoshuan's identity has been exposed. Perhaps due to certain reasons, they won't become an obstacle to you, but they won't help you either. Even if the Neoverse wants to help you, it'll be too late. The Great Eastern Alliance will become a pile of loose sand. Do you wish for the Great Eastern Alliance that you worked so hard to establish to disappear? How will we fight against the 4-way scale in the future?" God of Forgotten Ruins asked. "As long as you hand over that item, we can protect everything that belongs to you. We can even help you unify the Interverse as quickly as possible. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? What happened in Cape Horn has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to give you. Tell me the real reason why you went to Aegis for seclusion. You know that even if you don't tell us, we can still find out." The God of Forgotten Ruins said. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before helplessly replying, "There's an entrance to the Mysterium sect within Aegis." The God of Forgotten Ruins was confused. The Mysterium sect. An ancient sect that contains an aura of death, Lu Yin said. He wasn't afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would discover the aura of death, as he still had Kuan-Zhe. If he didn't tell them the truth, the Neo-Human Alliance would keep an eye on him, which would make things even more troublesome for him. Furthermore, the Neo-Human Alliance's eternal kingdom contained an aura of death, so it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. The god of Forgotten Ruins was astonished. Aura of death. The Mysterium sect has aura of death. I remember now, the Mysterium sect. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is the Mysterium sect very famous? The god of Forgotten Ruins did not answer. I can trust 30% of your words. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why not 10%? 70%, and I need to verify it personally. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The god of Forgotten Ruins was about to attack him. He didn't know what the god of Forgotten Ruins had, but he was still one of the 7 sky gods. Suddenly, the two heads were crushed before they could even cry out. Behind Lu Yin, a scale appeared beneath the feet of the figure condensed from light. The god of Forgotten Ruins was supported by one end of the scale while the other end was covered in endless darkness. In the distance, young King Qing coughed up blood. The death of the two heads was a huge blow to him. He stared at the endless darkness in shock, his eyes flickering. That was the Interstellar Arbitration's head judge. Ding ding ding. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and saw the scale supporting the condensed light. The other end of the scale was in the darkness, and he was delighted. Lord Judge. The scale represented judgment. The god of Forgotten Ruins' voice was extremely cold. You're not even a half-ancestor, yet you want to judge a half-ancestor? Qing Ping, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can deal with the 7 sky gods? A calm voice rang out from the darkness. Judgment, laws, inner world. The moment the voice finished speaking, the boundless darkness suddenly vanished and was replaced by a clear and bright sky. It was clear and pure, and it replaced the sky of the Xingu continent as well as the Gu Flow Zone's starry sky. It was as if the stars in the sky had shifted. Lu Yin was shocked. This was changing the sky. The god of Forgotten Ruins slowly rose up, and the scale pressed down on the head judge. You haven't even become a half-ancestor, but you've already cultivated an inner world. No, this isn't an inner world. It's just a manifestation of your cultivation, but it's comparable to a half-ancestor's inner world. Qing Ping, I can't let you live today. The god of Forgotten Ruins was in disbelief as he shouted. The sky was clear, and lightning appeared in the pure sky, forming a crack that split the sky apart. Following that, countless blurry sounds appeared, accompanied by the descent of a piece of land that pressed down on the scale. The scale shifted, and the god of Forgotten Ruins descended while the head judge was raised up. Lu Yin watched on nervously. The head judge was not a half-ancestor, but he wanted to compete with a half-ancestor's inner world. His opponent was one of the 7 sky gods, and it seemed like the 7 sky gods were not as simple as half-ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had confidence in the head judge, he was not so sure anymore. This senior of his was too daring. Rumble, the land pressed down on the scale, pushing the god of Forgotten Ruins down, but it was unable to destroy the scale. The god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. Since it can't be destroyed, then I'll use your own rules to judge you. With that, the scale fell faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, the god of Forgotten Ruins was level with the head judge. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and a blood-red bell appeared in his hand. He pondered for a moment before shaking it. In the distance, Xiaohuang Qing was equally nervous. On one side was the head judge of the Interstellar Court, who was rumored to be Lu Yin's backer, while on the other side was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods. However, neither side would benefit him, and he hoped that both sides would suffer. Qing Ping, you must die today. You asked for it. The god of forgotten ruins was pleased with himself as he pressed down. On the other side, the head judge's voice rang out. Your weakness is too obvious. How can this body's inner world withstand my judgment? With that, the scale stopped, and the bright sky once again enveloped the Gu Flow Zone. On this day, the Gu Flow Zone's wonders would forever be recorded in the annals of history. Even the darkness of space was replaced by the bright sky. Following that, the head judge slowly descended, and the scale's judgment shifted in a direction unfavorable to the god of forgotten ruins. The specks of light that the god of forgotten ruins had gathered slowly dissipated. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have exposed myself. Today, your exposure is the cause, and in the future, your death will be the effect. With that, the specks of light completely disappeared, and one end of the scale was empty. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The god of forgotten ruins had left, and he did not know if he had been defeated. If he had been defeated, then the head judge was too powerful. Even a half-progenitor could only chase away one of the 7 sky gods, but his senior had directly judged him. The scale disappeared, and so did the bright sky. It was still that familiar darkness. Lu Yin hurried forward. Greetings, head judge. Xiao Wangqing also hurried forward, her voice weak. Greetings, head judge. Within the palace, Grand Tutor Yuan, Prince Ruan, Qing Long Long, and the rest of the divine Gu dynasty's people all paid their respects. Following that, Wen Yao, Balsam, and the rest all came forward to pay their respects to the head judge. Everyone was bewildered, as they did not understand why the head judge would appear here. Xiao Wangqing was the most apprehensive, as there had always been rumors that Lu Yin's background was as powerful as the heavens. The Hall of Honor, the Interstellar Arbitration, the Board of Governors, and even a peak half-progenitor were all his backers. That was why many people had been so cautious when dealing with him, and it was also because of this that Xiao Wangqing had not tried to kill Lu Yin. He had thought that no matter how powerful those backers were, as long as they did not harm Lu Yin's life, they would not act. He had never expected the head judge to appear to protect Lu Yin. What was their relationship? Just how powerful was Lu Yin's background? Why did the 7 sky gods appear? The head judge asked. Even though they could not see him, everyone knew that he was asking about Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, the god of forgotten ruins wants to know if this junior has anything to do with the Horn Galaxy incident. Is there a connection? The head judge asked again. Lu Yin did not hesitate. No connection. The head judge fell silent. Xiao Wangqing could not hold back any longer. Head judge, it is the divine Gu dynasty's honor that you have come, but the palace has been destroyed. Please forgive this junior's rudeness. May I know why you are here? The head judge calmly replied, the Neo-Human Alliance. You already knew that the 7 sky gods would appear. Xiao Wangqing could not understand. Lu Yin answered, it wasn't the 7 sky gods. I was the one who invited you here. He met Xiao Wangqing's gaze, and his lips curled up. You should know why. Xiao Wangqing's gaze turned sinister. The Interstellar Arbitration represents the Hall of Honor, and it is the highest authority that upholds human order. The head judge is also the representative of humanity's fair and just judgment. He would not come to my Gu Flow Zone just to help you. Lu Yin laughed, as this fellow was trying to use righteousness to bind the head judge. At the head judge's level, righteousness was nothing more than a shackle that bound themselves. Righteousness was meaningless to them, and even if the head judge openly helped Lu Yin deal with the Interverse's various powers, no one would be able to say anything. Lu Yin's expression changed. This junior did not invite you here for a personal grudge, but to report that the Divine Gu dynasty is suspected of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1777. Young Empress Qing was shocked, and the Weasel Prince angrily shouted, "Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin." He hadn't said anything before because he didn't want to offend Lu Yin, but also because there was no point in saying anything. Dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance would not be a problem. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's background was, the worst that could happen was that he would be defeated. However, if he was accused of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, then things would be different. That was a crime that would implicate all races. Let alone collusion, even if there was any suspicion of collusion, they would still be eliminated. This was the attitude of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin was too vicious. He actually wanted to use this move to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty. Imperial tutor Yuan was so angry that he coughed. Alliance leader Lu, even if His Majesty is your enemy, you shouldn't randomly frame my Divine Gu dynasty. This, young Empress Qing glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, you either have to prove that my Divine Gu dynasty is truly colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, or else, young Empress Qing, will definitely not let you off. Even if I have to report this to the Board of Governors or even to Elder Chan, I will still demand an explanation. I won't rest until I'm dead. Lu Yin faced the head Inquisitor and slowly bowed. Lord Inquisitor, I'm here because someone reported that the Divine Gu dynasty's former Grand Tutor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop death, the poison of life, in Gu Flow Zone. Qing Shaohuang suddenly looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed drastically. Alliance leader Lu, don't speak nonsense. Lu Yin looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. The person who made the report is Yuan Miaomiao. The Imperial Tutor, Qing Shaohuang, and many others all looked into the distance. There, Yuan Miaomiao was walking over and slowly bowing to the crowd. Miaomiao reports that the Imperial Tutor, Yuan Zhong, colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. The evidence is irrefutable. Gong Hollow was a remote area in the Gu Flow Zone that was close to the Divine Gu continent. Its periphery was filled with poison, and it was difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Even space-exploring cultivators would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered. The innermost part of the hollow was filled with a type of poisonous metal known as a gong. Although this metal was poisonous, it was not very useful, which was why not many people went to Gong Hollow. Lu Yin had invited the head Inquisitor to Gu Flow Zone because of Yuan Miaomiao's report. Her words alone were enough to convince the head Inquisitor to make a trip, but whether or not it was true would depend on the head Inquisitor's judgment. It had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's greatest worry was that the head Inquisitor's arrival would coincidentally coincide with the second Night King's arrival. In that case, he would have no choice but to allow the second Night King to remain imprisoned in Kuan's Marsh. This was a step that had to be taken. Ever since Miaomiao had told Lu Yin that Grand Tutor Yuan had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the life poison, Lu Yin and Wang Wen had decided on a plan that would push Shaohuang Qing into the abyss. This was the most important step in unifying the Interverse. The head judge led Shaohuang Qing, Lu Yin, Yuan Miaomiao, and Grand Tutor Yuan to the Gong cavity. Everyone could only wait. Balsam's eyes flickered. There really was a problem here. If that was the case, then when she recalled that Lu Qianjue and the others had attacked the blazing mist flow zone, would Lu Yin have been prepared? If Lu Yin had been prepared for all of this, then he would have been too ruthless and too calculative. Of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones, the first flow zone, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the Spirit Seal flow zone were all attacking the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yin had personally taken action against the Gu flow zone, while the Day-Night flow zone and Chaos flow zones were already half crippled. Erudite flow zone did not dare to make a move. If all of this was related to Lu Yin's scheme, then the entire structure of the Interverse would change. She had clearly heard that the Gu flow zone's banquet had been a result of the Sword Sect and the other powers scheming against Lu Yin, so how had it ended up like this? In the gong cavity, the head judge led Lu Yin forward. He waved his hand, causing the poison to disperse. There were close to 20 planets in this area, but because they had been corroded by the gong cavity's poison for many years, there were no signs of life. Grand Tutor Yuan glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin blocked Yuan Miao Miao's side and looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Since you're already here, then just tell me the location of the poison of life. Perhaps the head judge will be lenient with your punishment. I won't be lenient. You'll definitely die, the head judge said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. Alliance Master Lu, the one who offended you was Xiaohuang Qing. It has nothing to do with me. Why are you causing trouble for me? Are you trying to slander me? Grand Tutor Yuan gritted his teeth. Xiaohuang Qing also stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, don't think that you can slander my divine venomous dynasty just because you found a random place. You might have already thrown out some poison of life here to slander me, but the head judge won't be fooled by you. Suddenly, the head judge made a move and tapped out with a finger. The gong cavity split apart, and pairs of scarlet eyes opened. There were quite a few hidden corpse kings here, and one of them used its red eye transformation. Its rune lines surpassed Grand Tutor Yuan's, and its power level surpassed 1,000,000. Lu Yin was shocked. That had been close. Fortunately, when Yuan Miao Miao had told him the location, he had not explored it himself and had instead told the head judge about it. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble, and even the second Night King might not have been able to save him. A red-eye transformation corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 was quite powerful, and it would have been a cosmic imprinter in the sixth mainland. However, it had not stood a chance against the head judge's Libra judgment and had been instantly killed. There were indeed many traces of the poison of life here in the gong cavity. Xiaohuang Qing was in disbelief. How is that possible? It's fake, it's all fake. He glared at Lu Yin. You're slandering me. It's definitely you. Lu Yin sneered. Are you saying that I have the ability to capture a corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 and throw it here to slander you? If that's the case, then why don't I just get the corpse king to kill you? It's the Neo-Human Alliance's doing, and there's no evidence pointing to me. Xiaohuang Qing was speechless, and he turned to look at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. When he saw Grand Tutor Yuan's expression, Xiaohuang Qing understood, and his face paled. It's you. You colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Why? I've treated you well, so why did you collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? Grand Tutor Yuan clenched his fists and glared at Yuan Miao Miao. I should have killed you. I should have killed you. Yuan Miao Miao closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Stop pretending, Xiaohuang Qing. You were the one who told Grand Tutor Yuan to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the poison of life. Perhaps the poison of life was secretly developed by your divine Gu dynasty from the start, and then you sold it to the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin said. Xiaohuang Qing roared, and his eyes widened. Nonsense. My Qing family rules over the Gu flow zone. Why would we collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? You're trying to slander me. Lu Yin picked his ear. That's the truth, and you still want to deny it. Grand Tutor Yuan was right in front of you, and with your strength, how could you not have seen that he was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Stop pretending. Xiao Huangqing was furious, and he grabbed at Lu Yin. Nonsense. He barely took a step before he was unable to move again. The head judge coldly said, "Impudence." Just those two words woke Xiao Huangqing up from his daze, and he thought of the worst possible outcome. Regardless of whether or not Grand Tutor Yuan's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance had anything to do with him, he would still be taken away for investigation. Given the Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no way he would be safe. If he returned to the Divine Gu dynasty, then where would the Divine Gu dynasty go? He looked at Lu Yin with uncertainty in his eyes. This person had set his sights on the Divine Gu dynasty, and if he was around, then this would be the outcome. The more he thought about it, the colder Xiao Huangqing became. His heart was cold, and his body was even colder. "Lord Judge, I've been wronged. This junior definitely did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance," Xiao Huangqing said bitterly as he tried to prove his innocence. "Whether or not you've been wronged will be determined after the trial," the head judge coldly replied. He then fixed the void around the Gong Depression to prevent anyone from entering and brought Lu Yin and the rest back to the palace in Gu King City. When everyone saw the ashen-faced and despairing Grand Tutor Yuan and the pale-faced Xiao Huangqing, they knew that Lu Yin's report was true. The Jackal Prince and the rest felt as if the sky had collapsed. Yuan Zhong colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and will be brought back to the Realm Mountain for investigation. Xiao Huangqing will also be investigated. No one from the Divine Gu dynasty is allowed to leave the Gu flow zone, and they are to be investigated at any time, the head judge declared coldly. Lu Yin immediately agreed. The Great Eastern Alliance will definitely assist the Hall of Honor in the trial of the Divine Gu dynasty. Bring the little saint back. We'll do our best to assist the little saint. Bring him back. These were Xiao Huangqing's last words before he was taken away. It had clearly been a banquet to celebrate a breakthrough, but it had ended up being a prelude to Xiao Huangqing's capture and trial. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, not knowing how to face him. The Jackal Prince looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Huangqing had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, his future would not be good. The best outcome would be to be imprisoned for a period of time, and it would be impossible for him to regain control of the Divine Gu dynasty. The Hall of Honor would definitely investigate the Divine Gu dynasty, and he could not even begin to imagine how many people would be implicated. He himself might be implicated as well. With the Hall of Honor's methods, although the Divine Gu dynasty would not be completely destroyed, it would still be severely damaged. Qing Longlong walked in front of Lu Yin and glared at him. She then looked at Yuan Miaomiao. "What happened? Tell me." Yuan Miaomiao's eyes dimmed. "Longlong, Yuan Zhong is not my grandfather. He killed my parents and colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. What does that have to do with my father?" Qing Longlong shouted at the top of her lungs. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. "I don't know if it has anything to do with His Majesty. I'm only reporting Yuan Zhong." Qing Longlong was stunned. Indeed, Yuan Miaomiao had only reported Yuan Zhong, not Xiao Huangqing. Xiao Huangqing had only been taken away for trial because Yuan Zhong had implicated him, and it had nothing to do with Yuan Miaomiao. Even if it had not been Yuan Miaomiao who had reported Yuan Zhong, Xiao Huangqing would still have been taken away for trial because he was the emperor of the Divine Gu dynasty. Why now? Why? Qing Longlong asked weakly. Yuan Miaomiao looked at her. If it wasn't now, would I have the ability to report it? Would it even work? You can report it to my father. I don't have any evidence. The evidence was determined by the head judge, and I don't even have the chance to tell His Majesty. If I do, I'll die, Yuan Miaomiao said bitterly. Qing Longlong loosened her grip. Indeed, if Yuan Miao Miao had reported this to Xiao Huangqing, Tutor Yuan would have died, and so would Yuan Miao Miao. This matter could not be spread, and anyone who knew about it would have to die. Yuan Miao Miao had only thought about herself, so she could not blame her. She could only say that Lu Yin had come at the perfect time, and she had been the one to pull the strings and allow Yuan Miao Miao and Lu Yin to meet. This was all her fault. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1778. At this moment, many cultivators from the Divine Gu dynasty surrounded Lu Yin and stared at him with murderous intent. Since Lu Yin was young King Qing's enemy, he was naturally the Divine Gu dynasty's enemy as well. In the sky and on the ground, countless Gu worms and cultivators surrounded the imperial palace, waiting for an order to kill Lu Yin. Little Mountain God and the rest were relaxed. Although young King Qing had been taken away by the head inquisitor, he had asked for it. In any case, the Great Eastern Alliance was probably out of luck, as they would not have a single enlighter. As for an emissary, that was even more impossible. They did not care about the Divine Gu dynasty's fate, as they were all here to watch the show. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Prince Ruan. Is this the Divine Gu dynasty's attitude towards me? Prince Ruan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Lu Yin. Everything that had happened flashed through his mind, and in the end, he raised a hand and waved. Your Highness, His Majesty was harmed by this person. Please allow us to kill him, someone shouted, looking at Lu Yin with hostility. Many people agreed, including some of the Divine Gu dynasty's ministers. These cultivators who could appear in the palace all had venomous insects, and all sorts of venomous insects surrounded Lu Yin. In the distance, outside the palace, little Fa and the other participants of the competition were being chased away from the palace. Yi Guan woke up with a dazed expression. His luck had been pretty good, as he had relied on the life-extending butterfly to survive the second Night King's attack and had even avoided being captured by the head inquisitor. Otherwise, with his relationship with young King Qing, he would have been captured as well. Where's His Majesty? Yi Guan was at a loss. As soon as he spoke, Prince Ruan raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. With a swipe, Yi Guan slowly fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Lu Yin looked at Yi Guan's corpse with a strange expression. Although the second Night King's attack had not been powerful, it had still been enough to kill this person. However, Yi Guan had been able to survive because of the life-extending butterfly, and the second Night King had not attacked him after that, allowing him to survive. In the end, however, he had died at Prince Ruan's hands. Prince Ruan looked at Yi Guan with disgust. Many things had been instigated by this person, including Elder Lianqin's meeting with his brother. It was also this person who had instigated his brother to be hostile towards the Great Eastern Alliance. This person should have been dead a long time ago. Alliance Master Lu, my divine venomous insect dynasty has absolutely no ill intentions towards you. We trapped you inside the two-headed centipede because we sensed that someone was trying to assassinate you. It was a form of protection. The facts have proven that someone was indeed trying to assassinate you, Alliance Master Lu, said the cunning prince sincerely. Lu Yin looked at him strangely. Lu Yin wasn't the only one, everyone else also looked at the Prince of Harem strangely. Just how thick was this guy's skin to say something like that? The group of people from the Divine Venom dynasty looked at the cunning prince with a strange gaze. Was this the cunning prince who did not care about court affairs, was occasionally arrogant and conceited, but was also afraid of death? Was it that Prince Naughty, who was good at protecting himself? Although Lu Yin's words were shameless, they dissolved the most direct hostility between the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty and Lu Yin. Not only that, but killing Director Yi was also an explanation to Lu Yin. It was only now that Lu Yin truly understood the benevolent prince. This person was even more patient than young Empress Qing. Back then, Lu Yin had thought that the benevolent prince had no desires and was merely afraid of death. Now, however, it seemed that the benevolent prince was more suited to rule the divine Gu dynasty than young Empress Qing. At least he was thick-skinned. Lu Yin smiled. So you're saying that the divine venomous beast dynasty has no enmity towards me? Of course, the cunning prince said seriously. When the Great Eastern Alliance first entered Fennel Flow Zone, that was the gateway to our Gu Flow Zone. My divine venomous beast dynasty did not make things difficult for you, and we even helped you. Today, we've invited Alliance Master Lu here to express our goodwill. That slave offended Alliance Master Lu, and as an apology, my royal brother is willing to allow Alliance Master Lu to enter the treasury and choose whatever you like. As for the second Night King's assassination, it was a complete accident. The Day-Night clan was trying to sow discord, and I hope that Alliance Master Lu does not believe them. Alliance Master Lu should understand the Day-Night clan better than we do. When Night King Jinwu fought with Alliance Master Lu, he actually poisoned you beforehand. How can the words of someone from that clan be taken seriously? Qing Longlong felt as if this was the first time she had met the cunning prince. This uncle of hers who did not like to talk much seemed to be able to see through many things. The cunning prince's explanation was not very convincing, and it could only be said that he was thick-skinned. Now that Qing Longlong had been taken away for trial, Lu Yin no longer had any thoughts of making an enemy out of the divine venomous beast dynasty. His goal was to get Gu Flow Zone to join the Great Eastern Alliance, not to make enemies. Since the cunning prince had already shown his friendliness, Lu Yin did not mind giving him a way out. Your Highness is right. The Day-Night clan cannot be trusted, Lu Yin said with a sigh. The cunning prince relaxed. His standpoint was different from Qing Longlong's. Even if Lu Yin did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, the cunning prince still did not want to offend this person. This person was too ruthless. Your Highness, Qing Longlong views Lu Yin as a great enemy. It was because of him that the palace was destroyed, and it was also because of him that the divine venomous beast dynasty was surrounded by the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you forgotten all of this? Mr. Yu asked. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear, Ling Gong mocked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Ling Gong. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear. What do you mean? Ling Gong coldly replied, the blazing mist flow zone should be very lively. Why don't you ask around and find out for yourself? Lu Yin glanced at Yuehua Mavis and Xiangji before sweeping his gaze across Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, Qing Longlong, Ling Ke, and the rest. It seems like something happened while we were trapped inside the two-headed centipede. Actually, I wanted to invite everyone to watch a show when we left, but the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Head Inquisitor disrupted the flow of events. It's not too late to watch it now. Lu Yin raised his hand and activated his gadget to connect to someone. Not long after, a screen rose up and gradually expanded until it floated above the palace's destroyed building. An intense battle was taking place within the screen. On one side was Chen Huang, a giant that was too eye-catching. On the other side was a similarly enormous creature, the mountain god. The battle between Chen Huang and the mountain god shook the stars. Aside from Chen Huang, there was another inconspicuous figure who was also battling the mountain god. The figure was Luo Huang. Chen Huang and Luo Huang were working together against the mountain god, but they were still at a disadvantage. Alliance Master, the mountain god is still the leader of one of the 8 great flow zones. Although he might be the weakest, he's still not weak. He's not someone that Chen Huang and Luo Huang can deal with. Following that, Chen Huang's 9-line battle force was shattered, and his enormous body was pushed back. The mountain god viciously pressed down, causing Chen Huang to spit out blood. The mountain god clearly had the upper hand, but for some reason, the little mountain god did not feel happy at all. This was because the person who had spoken to Lu Yin had sounded very relaxed. Lu Yin replied, "If you can't beat him, then switch opponents. Don't die. There's no need for that. Someone will come to help soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 rings of plum blossom froze the sky. The Ice Empress of the Royal Frost Continent arrived and attacked the mountain god. Further away, an undying bird was frozen in the void. When the Ice Empress appeared, Lu Yin no longer cared about the battlefield. Contact Wei Rong. Following that, another screen rose up that also showed a great battle between 2 women. One was Ling Qiu, the leader of the Lingling clan. The other was the leader of the secluded court, Madame Yu. Madame Yu. Ling Gong and Ling Ke were shocked. Impossible. The secluded court is controlled by the sword sect. Why would Madame Yu attack the Lingling clan? In terms of absolute power, Madame Yu was not stronger than Ling Qiu, but she was from the Yu family of the 7 courts, and her foundation surpassed that of the Lingling clan. It would be difficult to determine a victor between the 2 women. Contact Ku Wei. Another screen rose up, but this one was trembling. The person recording the battle was constantly retreating. Sword Qi swept across the screen, and the void was torn apart. No one could see the person on the screen. "Master, I don't dare to go any closer." "That's the battle between Lu Qinjue and ancestor Ling Taizu," Ku Wei said. Ling Gong suddenly stepped forward and stared at the screen. Although he could not see it, there was no mistaking it. The person fighting against ancestor Ling Taizu was definitely Lu Qinjue, but why? Shouldn't Lu Qinjue be fighting against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why was he fighting against the Lingling clan? Lu Yin was astonished. Ancestor Ling Taizu. I never thought that there would be such an expert. What's going on? Little mountain god cried out and turned to glare at Li Zimo. Why is the sword sect helping the Great Eastern Alliance? Ling Gong, Wen Yao, Mr. Yu, and the rest all looked at Li Zimo. The sword sect had changed sides, and Lu Qinjue and Madame Yu had both helped the Great Eastern Alliance. This had directly affected the battle situation, and even ancestor Ling Taizu, who had been hiding all this time, had joined the battle. This was the show that Lu Yin had brought them to watch. Li Zimo was very calm, and he did not speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Xingu continent. The Day-Night Flow Zone, Chaos Flow Zone, Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and the First Flow Zone all belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. The Gu Flow Zone has been sealed and is now facing the Interstellar Arbiter's investigation. What else do you have to resist? He then looked at Wen Sansi. What's the Erudite Flow Zone stance? Wen Sansi looked at Lu Yin deeply. My Wen family has always been friendly with the Great Eastern Alliance, and we have never been enemies. Lu Yin smiled. From today onwards, the Great Eastern Alliance will officially join the Interverse's 8 Great Flow Zones. Everyone stared at him in shock. The cunning prince was currently representing the Gu Flow Zone, but he could not refute Lu Yin's words, nor did he dare to. Young King Qing's fate was a perfect example. Little Mountain God and the rest stared blankly at the battle on the screen, not knowing what to do. Today should have been the day that the Great Eastern Alliance would decline, so why had things turned out this way? What had gone wrong? Why was the sword sect helping Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked down at the crowd. It was not enough, and this was only the starting point. It would take some time before the Interverse would truly join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that time was running out. This region of space would eventually belong to Lu Yin, and no one would be able to stop him. Regardless of whether it was Lu Qinjue or Ling Taizu who won, the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely win in the end. There was still Emperor Lu, who had yet to make a move. Emperor Lu had hidden himself out of fear of Kuan-Zhe, or else he would have made a move long ago. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, there was a sudden change. A beam of sword chi slashed through space and sliced the entire universe horizontally, revealing the astral source universe. It was Emperor Lu's sword chi. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There's someone else. Space crumbled as a palm was cut off, turning into a strange branch that fell to the ground. Emperor Lu streaked past the stars and disappeared in a flash. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was not with Ling Taizu and the rest, and he had attacked in secret. Furthermore, Emperor Lu's attack had come from within the Ross Empire's stronghold. This person had entered the stronghold. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1779. This shocking turn of events completely stunned the people of the Spirit Palace. There were still hidden peerless fighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Deal with it as soon as possible. Following his command, the starry sky's sword chi swept out. A beam of sword chi cut off the mountain deity, another beam severed Ling Qiu's arm, and another beam injured Ling Taizu. It was Emperor Lu's sword chi. His strength far surpassed these people. There was no one in the Innerverse who could match Emperor Lu's innate gift. Even the Second Night King would need time to make up for it, otherwise, he would not be Emperor Lu's opponent. Seeing that Spirit Taizu and the others had been defeated, those from Spirit Palace turned pale. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. Lu Yin turned off the screen and looked at the people from Linggong. Was this show good? The Imperial Palace was silent. They had all witnessed the defeat of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones, and they had also witnessed the Great Eastern Alliance dominating the Innerverse. Actually, Lu Yin had not expected that the war with the 8 great flow zones would end in such a manner. However, it was such a coincidence that Yuan Miaomiao's report had allowed Lu Yin to gain control over the Divine Venomous Dynasty. Lu Qinjue's betrayal had also left the Lingling clan and the other powers powerless to resist, and they were naturally suppressed by the Great Eastern Alliance. From then on, the Innerverse no longer had the power to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no power to resist, but the power of the Sovereign was watching. Mr. Wright immediately contacted the Board of Directors and informed the entire Hall of Honor. When the Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Outerverse, the Hall of Honor had not paid much attention to it, just like how no one had cared when Lu Yin had headed to the Neoverse as an Outerverse master. However, unifying the Innerverse was different. There was a fundamental difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. There were about 10 light emissaries in the entire Innerverse. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse did not have that many emissaries on their own. The Hall of Honor only had this many emissaries on the surface. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse, which meant that Lu Yin's power had reached a level that could rival the behemoths of the Neoverse. This did not even include the powers behind him, such as Leon's Armada or Lu Yefei, who had mysteriously helped him. The Innerverse and Outerverse belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that Lu Yin had the right to speak up in the Fifth Mainland. He also had the right to bargain with the 3 Dark Hands and the Hall of Honor. Their statuses were worlds apart. No one had expected Lu Yin to act so quickly and so unexpectedly. Mr. Yu had witnessed the entire process. There had been no warning at all from the very beginning, and it had been the enemy who had taken the initiative to attack the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not stop Mr. Yu from informing the board of directors, as he wanted to contact Elder Chan himself. If Elder Chan was unwilling to allow the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Interverse, then everything that Lu Yin had done would have been for naught. That might not be the case. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He still had Kuei Luo, so it wasn't as if he didn't have the qualifications to compete. Please return to your residences, Lu Yin said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone he saw lowered their heads. Little Mountain God, Wen Yao, and even Mr. Wright didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ling Gong stared at Lu Yin stubbornly, but Lu Yin ignored her as she was dragged away by Ling Quebec. Yuehua Mavis was the first to leave, followed by Balsam and the others. Gradually, only the people from the Divine Venomous Dynasty were left in the dilapidated Imperial Palace. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Elder Chan. Not long after, Elder Chan's voice was heard. Congratulations. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If Senior does not wish for the Innerverse and Outerverse to be unified, then this Junior can immediately dissolve the Great Eastern Alliance. Elder Chan replied, the Hall of Honor has its own concerns. With its strength, it can easily control everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but it cannot do so. The Hall of Honor is too tyrannical, and the interstellar arbitrators represent judgment. To everyone, the Hall of Honor is like a blade that can fall at any time. The Great Eastern Alliance is different. It seems like a loose alliance, but because of their own interests, they have joined together. It is not just for you, Lu Shaoxian, but also for themselves. They joined the Great Eastern Alliance because the Great Eastern Alliance can bring them benefits, not because they fear death. The Great Eastern Alliance is not a hegemony. It is an alliance. This is the purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment. If there comes a day when they realize that the enemy they are facing is undefeatable, will they still firmly support you? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Senior, this Junior has already said that I will not lead the Great Eastern Alliance to become enemies with the cosmic trees for my own selfish desires. I will not let the Eternals benefit. Elder Chan sighed. After the Autark tournament, the Hall of Honor decided to fully support you. Whether it is unifying the Outerverse, the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, or even the Neoverse, as long as you have the ability, the Hall of Honor will not stop you. In fact, we will even help you. That is because you are Lu Yin. Do you understand? Lu Yin suddenly asked, can this Junior ask Senior a question? Speak. Did the primeval surnames really abandon the Fifth Mainland? There was no response from the other end of the gadget. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, so he waited patiently. After a while, Elder Chan finally spoke. Why do you ask? Lu Yin sighed. Because the upper three gates are located at the battlefield behind the cosmic trees. That's because there is a battlefield behind the cosmic trees. Elder Chan remained silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although I lost my memories, I more or less understood the Lu family during my time in the cosmic trees. The Lu family is very popular there, and at least the Lu family, the Nong family, and Memory Idler Academy are not willing to become enemies with the Lu family. Countless people are looking forward to the Lu family's return, and they would rather die than submit to the four-way scales. I don't believe that the Lu family would abandon their ancestral lands. I am both Lu Yin and Lu Shaoxian. Neither Lu Yin nor Lu Shaoxian are people who would abandon their ancestral lands. That means that the Lu family will not do so either. The truth is that the Fifth Mainland was indeed abandoned by the Sixth Mainland. The Lu family is the only one who has the ability to take away the mother tree and abandon the Fifth Mainland, Elder Chan said in a low voice. If there is no battlefield behind the cosmic trees, then the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland would not be able to resist the Eternals, and the fifth mainland would not even be able to resist the 12 Marquises. Can I understand that the cosmic trees are helping the fifth mainland block the Eternals? Lu Yin asked. It's one thing for the primeval surnames to abandon the ancestral lands, but it's another thing for them to block the enemies for the ancestral lands. Even if there is a battlefield behind, it cannot erase the fact that they caused the ancestral lands to be swapped. If the progenitors from the Lu family, the four-way scales, and the other families had stayed behind, the sixth mainland would have been defeated without a doubt. Progenitor Qin would not have had to fight alone, and the symbol ancestor would not have died helplessly while carrying the civilization on his back. The fifth mainland would not have been without a progenitor, Elder Chan said sternly. Lu Yin understood the resentment that Elder Chan and the others felt towards the cosmic trees. It was not just them, their seniors and seniors had all produced half-progenitors, but because their skies had been swapped, they had not been able to produce a progenitor. Lu Yin could fully understand the grievances of dying without even having the chance to break through to the progenitor realm. This was what it meant that no matter what the cosmic trees did for the fifth mainland, it could not offset the fact that the fifth mainland skies had been swapped and abandoned. However, Lu Yin's conversation with Elder Chan also confirmed that the cosmic trees had indeed helped the fifth mainland block the Eternals. Their past might not have been the truth that everyone knew. The current truth was something that those who had remained behind had imagined due to the blurring of time. The fifth mainland was like this, and so was the cosmic trees. They all believed from the bottom of their hearts that the fifth mainland had been abandoned. After understanding this, Lu Yin's heart suddenly brightened, and he no longer felt guilty. Even if Lu Yin could forcefully lead the Great Eastern Alliance to rebel against the four-way scales, if his heart was filled with guilt towards the fifth mainland, then that would eventually become a weakness. But now, that weakness had been fixed. The Lu family did not owe the fifth mainland anything. On the contrary, they might have actively blocked the Eternals for the fifth mainland. Now, he needed the fifth mainland strength to help the Lu family return. This was the truth that he had to believe. As for the truth that Elder Chan and the others believed that the fifth mainland had been abandoned, Lu Yin chose not to believe it. He wanted to make up for his flaw, and this was the only way. If he succeeded in the end and the Lu family returned, then he could do something based on the truth of the past. However, the prerequisite was that the Lu family had to return. After clarifying his heart, Lu Yin let out a long breath and stopped arguing with Elder Chan. The inner verse and outer verse have been unified, and you now have the qualifications to speak directly with the Hall of Honor. That's why I'm telling you all this. I also want to confirm with you that we will not fight with the four-way scales and not let the Eternals off. This is everyone's bottom line. Everyone's bottom line. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What if the four-way scale sent someone to kill me? Elder Chan was silent for a moment. They can't do that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had thought that Elder Chan would say that they would try their best to protect him or even abandon him. He had not expected Elder Chan to say such a thing. Where did he get the confidence to say such a thing? The four-way scales. Lu Yin felt that something was wrong, as Elder Chan's tone was very certain. The four-way scales could send more than one half-progenitor to the fifth mainland to kill him, and even a progenitor would appear. Elder Chan did not have the qualifications to say such a thing, but he had still said it. Lu Yin thought back to how Elder Chan had protected him on the Realm Mountain, and how helpless Elder Chan had sounded when he had first learned that Lu Yin was Lu Shaoxian. Elder Chan definitely knew something, and the most likely person was Mr. Mu. Senior, have you heard of Mr. Mu? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Elder Chan fell silent again, and after a while, he said, I've heard of him and met him before. Lu Yin's eyes widened. As expected, Elder Chan had protected him so much because of Mr. Mu. Otherwise, with the Hall of Honor's attitude, they would not have looked into the matter when Lu Yin had been taken to the Eternal Kingdom to be modified. They had even removed the unaging Elder's authority because of this. As expected, it was all because of Mr. Mu. Senior, do you know of my relationship with Mr. Mu? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, there's no need to ask. You won't be able to get anything out of me. If you have the time, why don't you ask your senior? Head Inquisitor. If he's willing to talk, then so be it. If he's unwilling to talk, then it has nothing to do with me. In any case, even if you are master and disciple with that mister, you cannot shake the fifth mainland's bottom line. The Eternals are humanity's greatest enemy, and you must remember this. Elder Chan ended the call. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1780. Lu Yin put down his gadget and relaxed. Elder Chan actually knew about Mr. Mu, and his tone was very respectful. This made things easier, and Lu Yin did not mind using Mr. Mu's name. The gadget beeped, and Lu Yin opened it. Master, we've defeated Master. The entire Innerverse is ours. Little Wei, gather the giants and sweep through the Innerverse. Capture all the disobedient ones, and pick a few beautiful ones to warm Master's bed. Master. Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. Ku Wei hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. The screen opened, and Lu Yin saw Ling Qiu, Shan Shen, Ling Taizu, Abel Phoenix, and the other emissaries. They were all in a sorry state, especially Shan Shen, whose body had been split open by Lu Huang's sword qi. One of Ling Qiu's arms had been severed, and Ling Taizu had blood at the corner of his mouth. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Lu Yin with a helpless expression. Lu Qianjue, Chen Huang, Luo Huang, Madame Yu, and the Ice Empress were all around them. 9 emissaries were gathered on the screen, and they represented most of the Innerverse strength. They can't resist, right? Lu Yin asked. Luo Huang respectfully replied, their bodies have all been sealed by the Ice Empress. Lu Yin nodded. Lock them up. We'll talk about it when I get back. Anyone from the Beast Tamer's flow zone or Spirit Seal flow zone will die. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Yin contacted Lu Huang with a cold expression. Who was it? Lu Huang shook his head. I don't know. I've never fought him before, so he's unfamiliar. He's not very strong, but he's very strange. His power level is probably about the same as Lu Qianjue's. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's his goal? I discovered him as soon as he arrived at the stronghold. He probably didn't expect me to be hiding in the stronghold. It wasn't just Lu Huang, as Lu Yin had also hidden the Sea King to guard against the 7 courts. The 7 courts had not been prepared for this, but a mysterious person had appeared. If Lu Yin's guess was right, it was definitely the Leaf King. Lu Yin had guessed that the Leaf King was powerful and had great ambitions, but he had not expected him to be able to escape from Lu Huang. The Leaf King's goal was clearly Lu Yin's sapling. Over at the Gu Flow Zone, other than allowing the Divine Gu dynasty to join the Great Eastern Alliance, he also wanted to take a look at the wireless Gu and try his best to find out that piece of information that might be related to Deep Red Hell. There was nothing else for him to do, and he wanted to quickly settle this and return. Since the god of Forgotten Ruins had guessed that it was him, he would not let it go so easily. He had to think of a way to call Kue Luo over. He did not know what that old man was up to. Lu Yin stayed in the dilapidated palace for half a day and contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Qiong Shir, and Shui Chuanshao. His main goal was to discuss the unification of the universe. Prince Huan, Qing Long Long, Yuan Miao Miao, and the rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people were standing far away from Lu Yin, and they could only watch from afar. The rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people also distanced themselves from Lu Yin. Even though they wanted to attack Lu Yin, they did not have the ability to do so. When the sky turned completely dark, Lu Yin put his gadget away. The matter of the universe's various large and small flow zones joining the Great Eastern Alliance could be left to those few people. Once the 8 great flow zones were taken care of, there would be no other problems. What Lu Yin wanted to check right now was the Divine Gu dynasty's treasury. Reality proved that every time he defeated a powerful force, he would make a fortune. Young Empress Qing asked me to go to the National Treasury to pick out something that I like. Does that still count? Lu Yin looked at the prince with a fervent expression. The wolf prince's face twitched. Yes, of course. I'll lead the way. Lu Yin nodded and waved at Yuan Miao Miao, who hurried over. Now that she had escaped the threat of Tutor Yuan, she was in much better spirits. Go back and wait for me. I'll find you, Lu Yin said gently to her, his eyes shining as he looked at her face. Many people would think that this was a look of fondness, but in reality, Lu Yin was looking at progenitor Chen's symbol beneath the passion flower on her face. Yuan Miao Miao acknowledged softly and was about to leave when she suddenly paused and looked at Qing Long Long. She opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Qing Long Long remained silent in her original spot. Lu Yin asked the Wolf Prince, "Is she trying to find Casanova?" The Wolf Prince nodded. Everyone had heard what young Empress Qing had said before she had been taken away. The future leader of the Divine Gu dynasty would be Casanova, who was young Empress Qing's only son. Actually, I think that you're very suitable to lead the Divine Gu dynasty, Lu Yin said as he followed the Wolf Prince to a corner of the palace. Lu Yin's words stunned the Wolf Prince, and he recalled what Lu Yin had said to him back in the Fennel Flow Zone. This was the second time that Lu Yin had tried to recruit him, but the Wolf Prince had still rejected the offer. Casanova is the true successor of the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin laughed. There's no such thing as a successor of the Divine Gu dynasty. It's just that the successor has too much authority, and others can't resist. If they could resist, who would be willing to be stepped on? You're a prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, and even that servant dared to be rude to you. Do you really not care at all? The Wolf Prince replied softly, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Alliance Leader Lu. I really don't want any authority. It's too tiring." Lu Yin looked at him seriously, shook his head, and stopped trying to persuade him. After young Empress Qing had been taken away, the Wolf Prince had resolved the Divine Gu dynasty's crisis with just a few words. At that time, everyone had looked at him in a new light, and Lu Yin had also thought that the Wolf Prince wanted to lead the Divine Gu dynasty. Now, however, it seemed that the Wolf Prince's thoughts ran even deeper. If he took the helm of the Divine Gu dynasty, there was only one path he could take, and that was to join the Great Eastern Alliance. It would be fine if the outcome was good, but if he joined the Great Eastern Alliance and led the Divine Gu dynasty into dire straits, then he would be the greatest sinner in the history of the Divine Gu dynasty. Regardless of whether the Wolf Prince was willing to lead the Divine Gu dynasty, the current situation meant that the position of emperor had to be given to Casanova. Lu Yin never underestimated these seemingly idle people, and he had deeply experienced this from Ming Zhaoshu. It was not that some people did not want to fight, but rather that it was not the time for them to fight. Lu Yin looked down on these people from a higher vantage point, and he could see them very clearly. In that case, were there people like Ming Zhaoshu and the Wolf Prince among those who were on the same level as him or even higher? Right, there was also Undying Yushan. Who could see through such people? Intelligence was a type of strength, and even the most ordinary person's intelligence might surpass that of a half-ancestor. This was Liu Yin's first visit to the divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace, and it had already become like this. A corner of the palace was heavily guarded, and there were even enlighters among them. The Wolf Prince was currently in charge of the divine Gu dynasty on behalf of young Empress Qing, so he did not need to go through any formalities and could directly enter. However, these people looked at Liu Yin with eyes full of hatred. You should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold myself back, and I might cause a storm of blood, Liu Yin said calmly as he followed the Wolf Prince underground. The Wolf Prince's heart skipped a beat. Understood, Alliance Leader Liu. Liu Yin looked at the Wolf Prince. What should you call me? The Wolf Prince's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment, but he did not speak. Liu Yin laughed and continued walking forward. The Wolf Prince relaxed and continued to follow. The divine Gu dynasty's treasury was located within a spatial tear, just like the strange sect on planet Aegis. The Blaze Realm's resources had also been hidden in a similar place. Liu Yin looked at the mountain of star essence, as well as the countless poisons, materials, goo, and so on. His eyes lit up with delight. Is the divine Gu dynasty that rich? Liu Yin was shocked, as the amount of star essence here far surpassed anything he had found in the Fifth Mainland. Even if it could not compare to the junior progenitor planet in the cosmic tree realm, it was still very exaggerated. The Wolf Prince looked at Liu Yin's delighted expression, as the rumors were true. This person's greatest hobby was collecting star essence. Although the divine Gu dynasty does not interact with the outside world, countless people enter the Gu flow zone every year to buy Gu poison. Many people also die in the Gu flow zone, and their belongings are not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the dynasty naturally collects them. Over time, the divine Gu dynasty gained control of a lot of resources. Liu Yin understood now. Everyone else had their own income and expenses, but the divine Gu dynasty did not have any income or expenses. If someone entered the Gu flow zone, it meant that there was demand, and it was a seller's market. He remembered that Cheong Shi'er had once complained about not being able to do business with the people from the Gu flow zone. Those people were brainless and would charge whatever price they wanted. They were usually very high, and it was up to them to decide whether to buy or not. They were complete scoundrels in the business world. Now, these scoundrels' resources were benefiting Liu Yin. 5 billion star essence, the Weasel Prince said. Liu Yin took a deep breath. I like the divine Gu dynasty. The Wolf Prince was helpless. Actually, a considerable portion of the resources were taken away by my brother. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a pity. Aside from star essence, the treasury was filled with poisons, goo, and some other materials. There were also items, power vessels, battle techniques, and so on. With Liu Yin's current level of knowledge, ordinary items no longer caught his eye. However, he still managed to find something useful in the treasury. Although there was only 1 grain of Fate Zan, it was already quite good. He also collected some strange poisons and materials, which he could trade with the Aurora Cosmos Ship Company or even City. What about Hellguards? Liu Yin asked. He could not have forgotten about this poison. It was colorless and odorless, and it did not even have rune lines. The Wolf Prince knew that Liu Yin would bring up Hellguards. Hellguards are the poison that my brother values the most, so they can't be stored in the treasury. He always carries them with him. Liu Yin looked at the Wolf Prince, who met Liu Yin's gaze without fear. Liu Yin believed that there was no need for him to hide Hellguards at this moment. He took out an escape bead from his cosmic ring. There should be Hellguards in here. The Wolf Prince hesitated. I don't know, but there should be. Why didn't young King Qing detonate the escape bead to poison me? Lu Yin asked. He probably had misgivings about the adjudicator, the wolf prince guessed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. No, it's because he was certain that he could return. In other words, the reason why he didn't detonate the escape bead to poison me was because he was afraid that the adjudicator would be able to detoxify me, but also because he truly did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if he was implicated by Yuan Zhong, he would at most be imprisoned for a period of time before being released. The Wolf Prince was astonished. Alliance leader Lu believes that my brother did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin laughed. I'm not the only one who believes that, the adjudicator believes that as well. Otherwise, you and Qing Long would not be here. You would have been taken away long ago. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1781. The prince wanted to say something, but Lu Yin looked at him calmly. You don't want me to testify for young King Qing, do you? The prince's heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's gaze. Right, why had he thought of that? His brother had been taken in by this person, so how could he let him out? No, Alliance leader Lu, you misunderstand, the prince said awkwardly. Lu Yin looked around. You said that the impermanence poison came from a strange flower that appeared in a spatial crack. Where's the flower? Naturally, it's with my brother, the prince replied. Lu Yin left, taking most of the resources in the treasury with him. Even if there were any left, he didn't care for them. Tell Xiao Fa to come see me. Ever since the incident at the palace, the people of the various cities on the Xingu continent had tried their best to stay away from the palace, but they didn't leave. Xiao Fa was quickly found, along with 3 other youths, 1 girl and 2 boys. The 2 boys were as timid as Xiao Fa, and only the girl dared to sneak a glance at Lu Yin, but she quickly lowered her head. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Fa. Wireless goo, can it really ignore distance? Xiao Fa nodded timidly. Yes. You don't even know about the star source universe, so how can you guarantee that it can ignore distance? Lu Yin was curious. Xiao Fa mustered his courage and looked at Lu Yin. What's distance? Lu Yin hadn't expected this question. Tell me. Xiao Fa answered seriously. For a normal person, it would take a few months to cross the Gu King city, but for a space-exploring cultivator, it would only take a few days. For a powerhouse like you, it would only take an instant. The distance is the same, but the time is different. For a spacecraft, it can travel through wormholes, and a long distance can be traversed in an instant. Distance is eternal, but the method of traversing it is different. For wireless goo, no matter how far the distance is, it cannot stop them from communicating with each other. They don't have the concept of distance. Lu Yin listened quietly until Xiao Fa finished speaking half an hour later. When it came to his field of expertise, Xiao Fa spoke very seriously and courageously, but after he finished, he trembled in fear. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but I could try, Lu Yin said. I need to use the wireless goo to contact you. Little Afe took out 2 wireless goo without hesitation, passing one to Lu Yin and keeping the other for himself. Lu Yin looked at the tadpole that could be crushed to death at any moment. How do I contact him? Simple, there are a total of 3,279 passwords, and according to the different sounds, it will have different reactions, using this to inform the other wireless goo. I'll teach you. Xiao Fa's eyes shone. It was not easy to meet a big shot who was interested. He had to get this rich man and provide them with research funds. Just teach anyone. All right. Very quickly, Lu Yin learned the first command. He raised his foot, and his figure flashed as he entered Astral Source Universe. He could still see little Fa and the others in front of him, and he could even touch them easily. However, they could not see him. Little Fa and the rest were shocked. They didn't understand the situation at all and thought that Lu Yin had left. They had never come into contact with an emissary-level expert. Young Emperor Qing was not interested in them, and there was no second emissary in the entire Divine Gu dynasty. Thus, they did not know about Star Source Universe, but they were confident in their wireless Gu. Reality proved that their confidence was correct, as the wireless Gu could indeed connect Astral Source Universe to the real universe. Lu Yin walked out of Astral Source Universe and looked at the wireless Gu in his hand. Don't tell me that it really ignores distance. I want to know where the furthest I can contact him is. Little Fa was about to speak when the woman interrupted him. Where do you want to use the wireless Gu? Lu Yin looked at her. It has nothing to do with you. Her gaze was stubborn. If it's a war, then forget it. We won't help you create the wireless Gu. Lu Yin laughed. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. The woman stared at Lu Yin. I know you, Alliance Leader Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. Your appearance is always accompanied by war, and Her Majesty the Love Empress was taken away because of you. Sister Guogua. Little Fa shouted in panic. The woman called Guogua did not stop and continued, even though we are looked down upon because the Gu we cultivate cannot be used in battle, we do not wish for our research to be used in war. The city is a peaceful place, and we do not wish to contribute to war. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What if I destroy the city? The moment he said this, little Fa and the other youths paled in fright. Guogua's face paled as well, and she stared at Lu Yin. We just want to live a peaceful life. Help me, and you can live a peaceful life. The wireless Gu's use has nothing to do with you. Just create the Gu, and don't ask about anything else. Otherwise. Lu Yin's expression sank as his spiritual force and domain erupted. The entire sky darkened, and a feeling of the world collapsing enveloped the divine Gu continent. Do you believe that if I wanted to, the city could be destroyed in the next moment? Guogua's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Peace was the wish of everyone in the city, but in the face of someone like Lu Yin, their wish was laughable and insignificant. Lu Yin did not wish for war, but all peace was brought about by war. As long as people had thoughts, there would be conflicts and wars, and no one could stop them. Since he could not stop them, then he would stop them with war. This was true for both the Four Scales and the Eternals. Now, it's your turn to answer my question, Lu Yin said to little Fa. Little Fa trembled. I'm not sure. In theory, the furthest we can go is the border of the Gu flow zone, but we can still communicate. Lu Yin waved at the Jackal Prince, and his casual attitude frightened little Fa and the rest. To them, the Jackal Prince was someone who stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Do me a favor and confirm the furthest distance that the wireless Gu can reach. Send people everywhere, including the astral wilderness. The Jackal Prince nodded. It was a small matter. As long as he could confirm that the wireless Gu could really communicate regardless of distance, the city would become Lu Yin's treasure. But before that, he would take away all of the city's research on the wireless Gu to prevent anyone from attacking the city. A few days later, Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao walked along the river outside Gu King City. Gu King City was close to a large river, and the water was turbulent as it surrounded the city. On the divine Gu continent, whether it was mountains or water, nothing could be easily touched. However, this river was an exception. I don't want to stay in Gu King City anymore, Yuan Miao Miao said in a daze as she looked at the river. Lu Yin looked at the side of her face and gently said, then I'll take you away. Yuan Miao Miao lowered her head and blushed. Thank you. I'm the one thanking you. The Neo-Human Alliance is humanity's greatest enemy, and Yuan Zhong colluded with them to research poisons. If you hadn't exposed him, who knows how many resources the Neo-Human Alliance would have obtained and how many people they would have harmed. You've contributed greatly to humanity, and the Hall of Honor will not forget your contributions, Lu Yin praised. Yuan Miao Miao shook her head. I don't want the Hall of Honor's contributions, she paused and then fell silent. On the great river, there were boats passing by. What followed were pleasant songs and children playing. On this day, Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao stayed by the river for a long time. Several days passed, but Casanova still hadn't returned. The Jackal Prince met with Lu Yin and helplessly said, "The little saint still isn't willing to come back. He must have gone to the Neoverse. He wants to go to the Interstellar arbitration." Lu Yin was astonished. He remembered seeing the Interverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies in the Lockbreaker world after returning from the Cosmic Tree. Casanova was one of them, and he was most likely still in the Lockbreaker world, which wasn't too far from the arbitration world. He should be, the Jackal Prince said bitterly. Doesn't he want to come back and lead the Divine Gu dynasty? Lu Yin was curious. The Jackal Prince shook his head. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have left and hasn't returned for so many years. Then who has the final say in the Divine Gu dynasty? You or Qing Long Long? Lu Yin asked. The Jackal Prince's face twitched. It should be me. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, then it's time to talk about the Divine Gu dynasty joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The Jackal Prince sighed, as there was no way to escape. The Divine Gu dynasty did not have the strength to contend against the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though the Gu flow zone was special and the outside world could not invade, Lu Yin alone was enough to wipe out the entire upper echelon of the Divine Gu dynasty. Even his brother had been apprehensive, let alone when he wasn't. With Casanova not returning, the Jackal Prince could only agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance for the time being. The Great Eastern Alliance unified the Interverse, and the various major flow zones were left to Enya and the others. Lu Yin did not need to meddle in everything, as he was too busy. After the matters in the Gu flow zone were over, Lu Yin brought Yuan Miao Miao back to the Blazing Mist flow zone. Before leaving, he wanted to visit the Deep Red Hell. Deep Red Hell. Yuan Miao Miao was astonished. That's a forbidden area in our Gu flow zone, and even envoys have a slim chance of surviving. Why would we go there? Lu Yin solemnly replied, the Yuan family controls the secret auction, and I happened to participate once. Someone provided information about the Dehorned Galaxy incident, and that information was eventually taken away by Yuan Zhong. However, he doesn't know that I've already seen the information, and it shows that there's something in the Deep Red Hell that's similar to the one in the Dehorned Galaxy. Yuan Miao Miao was shocked. What is it? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. I'll find out after I investigate it. Since you've seen the information, why didn't you tell the head inquisitor? Yuan Miao Miao was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Because I wasn't sure if the information was real or not. I came to the Deep Red Hell this time to confirm the authenticity of the information. Once I'm sure, I can report it to the head inquisitor and use it as bait to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. He then looked at Yuan Miao Miao solemnly. Don't spread what I just told you, or else you'll be killed. Remember. Yuan Miao Miao grunted. Got it. He then looked into the distance, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. With Lu Yin's spacecraft speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Deep Red Hell. The Gu flow zone was filled with poisonous gas and insects, but these were not a problem for Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1782. As the name implied, the Crimson Hell looked like a dark red expanse of space from afar. It was bottomless, and countless people in the Gu Flow Zone wanted to know what was inside. It was rumored that some people who entered the Crimson Hell would become much stronger after coming out alive, but most people would never come out again. Shui Peng's incident had shaken the divine Gu dynasty, and it naturally increased the fame of the Crimson Hell as well. Groups of people were sent in to die, and most of them were on the verge of death. There were also many who were chased down by their enemies and had no choice but to enter. Lu Yin saw this scene when he arrived outside the Crimson Hell. Some people roared as they drove their spacecraft into the Crimson Hell with the determination to die. Their eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, but those gazes were quickly hidden behind the dark red. The spacecraft stopped, and Lu Yin looked at the Crimson Hell with a solemn expression. Yuan Miao Miao was worried. Brother Lu, are you really going in? Lu Yin nodded. I have to. The most important thing to the Neo-Human Alliance is there. As long as it's confirmed, it will be a huge blow to the Neo-Human Alliance. You don't understand the danger that the Neo-Human Alliance poses to us humans. But Yuan Miao Miao wanted to persuade him again, but Lu Yin left the spacecraft without hesitation. Before entering the Crimson Hell, he turned back and smiled at Yuan Miao Miao. Wait for me. Yuan Miao Miao nodded. If you can't come out, I'll go in and look for you. Lu Yin smiled. I'll definitely come out. He then charged into the Crimson Hell. He was getting closer and closer to the Crimson Hell, and just as he was about to enter, a familiar voice sounded out. You won't have the chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was the Forgotten Ruins deity. How much do you know about the Horn Star System incident and the things inside the Crimson Hell? Let me take a look. The Forgotten Ruins deity's voice was getting closer and closer, as if he was speaking right next to Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin clenched his fists as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. The Crimson Hell seemed to disappear in front of him, and everything around him changed color. He even forgot where the dark red space in front of him was. Behind Lu Yin, a blurry figure appeared and reached out to grab Lu Yin's head. Against the 7 sky gods, no matter what Lu Yin did, the difference was too great. Suddenly, the scales appeared beneath the Forgotten Ruins god's feet once more. It really did appear. The head inquisitor's voice snapped Lu Yin back to his senses. The moment he regained consciousness, he hurriedly used the secret art of scheme to teleport back into the spacecraft. He looked up and saw that the sky outside the Crimson Hell had become clear. This was the power of the Inquisitor. The god of Forgetful Ruins angrily asked, Qing Ping, why are you here? I knew that you wouldn't give up on Lu Yin. You just have to follow him, the head judge said calmly, and the scales began to judge. Only one of us can walk out of here alive. Forgotten Ruins deity said in disdain, You? Do you really think you can beat me? It's just a shell. I'll just break it. As he spoke, the scales began to tilt. The head inquisitor kept sinking while the Forgotten Ruins god kept rising. The blurry figure actually started to disappear. Gu Flowzone's cosmos changed once again. In the divine Gu continent's Gu King city, Prince Harry Wolf raised his head and looked at the overturned cosmos in shock. Another battle between top experts? What happened to my Gu Flowzone? In a corner of the Gu Flowzone, Master Grass, who had been studying poison gas, looked up in confusion. What was going on? Why had the cosmos brightened again? Suddenly, a violent tremor swept past everyone's ears. At this moment, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, they all bled from their orifices. Endless poison gas spewed out of the goo flow zone. In the flow zone, the forest of green light cracked open while the tributaries of the astral river boiled. In the eyes of many, a battle between half-martial ancestors was enough to change the world. The spacecraft that Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao were on exploded, and Lu Yin subconsciously grabbed Yuan Miao Miao and rushed into the distance. Qin Ping, I told you that you can't stop me, and you can't beat me, the Forgotten Ruins god said sternly. He then looked at Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao and moved. The void overlapped endlessly as he appeared in front of Lu Yin and waved his hand. Lu Yin's mind went blank for a moment, and he could vaguely hear the head judge's voice. Meditative forgetfulness technique, stop. Meditative forgetfulness technique. Lu Yin's mind raced. That was the astral tree's four-way scale, a technique from the Wang family. Wang Si had used it on Lu Yin before, and that moment of blankness had caused all four of his limbs to be severed. He had been unable to resist at all. The place where the sovereign realm had trapped the four young masters was the meditative forgetfulness ruins. This was the Forgotten Ruins god's meditative forgetfulness technique. The 7 sky gods in front of him were from the Wang family. He couldn't hear anything as the meditative forgetfulness technique was activated, and Lu Yin couldn't stop it with his strength. The head judge was furious, as he had been a step too late. The Forgotten Ruins god had actually used the meditative forgetfulness technique, and he hoped that Lu Yin wouldn't forget too many things. At the same time, he extended the scales to the Forgotten Ruins god's feet and forcefully judged him. The Forgotten Ruins god could stop using the meditative forgetfulness technique and focus on dealing with the head judge, but he didn't. He would rather be judged by the head judge than use the meditative forgetfulness technique against Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in a daze, and the moment his consciousness completely disappeared, the primogenitor scripture suddenly rang out, and his vision cleared up. Scram! The weather in the goo flow zone changed, and a violent spiritual force swept out like an unstoppable tide. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Half-ancestor. The newcomer was Kue Luo, but his target wasn't the Forgotten Ruins god, but Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao was swept away by the terrifying spiritual force of a half-ancestor and was sent flying. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as all of this had been arranged by him, as Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god, who had been judged by the head judge, disappeared the moment Yuan Miao Miao was struck by Kue Luo's spiritual force. The head judge's scales extended endlessly and chased after Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze suddenly turned cold and emotionless, and she emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. She looked at the head judge and Kue Luo as the scales appeared beneath her feet. 7 sky gods, the Forgotten Ruins god, traitor of the Wang family, Kue Luo walked out and glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with killing intent. The head judge and Yuan Miao Miao stood on opposite ends of the scales. So you're the Forgotten Ruins god. The veil on Yuan Miao Miao's face fell, revealing her alluring face. The passion flower imprint was especially alluring, but she didn't care about the head judge or Kue Luo. Instead, she looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. When did you find out? Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle at the palace. Yuan Miao Miao was astonished. So you were the one who called Qin Ping and that half-ancestor? I didn't reveal any flaws, and you couldn't have seen through me. I don't need to explain to you, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Why did you approach me? You're even willing to expose your research on origin gravity and vitality poison. I don't need to explain to you either. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. You brought me to the Crimson Hell and told me about that piece of information to test me. You don't even know about it. Do you dare to bet? Lu Yin, I'm starting to admire you more and more. If you can tell me why you suspected me the first time, I'll spare your life in the future. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. You won't have the chance, Lu Yin sneered. Yuan Miao Miao ran her fingers through her hair. Xia Shang said the same thing, but he couldn't do it. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xia Shang was progenitor Chen's name. This woman had indeed interacted with progenitor Chen, and the mark on her face was real. Cut the crap. Let's deal with you first. Kuei Luo attacked, and the head judge didn't hesitate. Both of them attacked Yuan Miao Miao at the same time. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze was still not on them, but on Lu Yin. Her lips moved. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The terrifying spiritual force support caused Yuan Miao Miao's body to crumble. She didn't put up much resistance, but Lu Yin couldn't see this. This was a battle between half-ancestors, and even if he could see through the astral source universe, he couldn't see what was happening. The last thing Yuan Miao Miao had left him was a silent message, "I'll be back." These were her last words to Lu Yin. Everything had gone smoothly from the moment Lu Yin had discovered her true identity to the moment he had exposed her and then killed her. Everything had gone smoothly from start to finish, so smoothly that Lu Yin felt like it was surreal. He looked at Kuei Luo, but the man didn't seem happy. She said she'll be back for me. What does that mean? She's not dead. Lu Yin asked anxiously, feeling like he was being watched by a dead person. Kuei Luo sighed. It's very difficult to kill a 7 sky gods with our strength. The head judge said, it's a shell of a 7 sky gods. It's the same. Kuei Luo was dissatisfied, and he glanced at the head judge. He had been unhappy with this person for a long time. This person clearly wasn't a half-ancestor, but even Kuei Luo couldn't see through him. It's not the same. Lu Yin couldn't help but ask, what shell? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. The 7 sky gods in the wastelands and the 7 sky gods in the astral tree domain are just shells of the true 7 sky gods. The true 7 sky gods are progenitors, and they're incomparably ancient. They're progenitors that surpass your understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So they really were progenitors? He had been wondering why the 12 marquises had listened to the shaman spirit god and why the 7 sky gods had wandered around the 5th mainland and the astral tree domain without being killed by a progenitor. No wonder. Those 7 old fellows have lived for too long. Even if they roam around the wastelands, they're just shells driven by their strength. You can think of them as power vessels, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. How could there be someone from the Wang family in the 7 sky gods? Kuei Luo sneered. More accurately, she's the oldest member of the Wang family. She's clearly so old, but she still chose a young and beautiful shell. How disgusting. Even those from the Wang family would kneel down and pay respects to her. Just how old can she be? Lu Yin was curious. She has progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Why? How would I know? Kuei Luo casually replied. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Speaking of which, you're quite bold. You actually stayed with the Forgotten Ruins deity for so long. From the looks of it, you guys weren't there. No. Lu Yin immediately denied it, as he knew what Kuei Luo was about to say. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes again and let out a strange laugh. Lu Yin also felt that he had taken a bit of a risk. If the original Miao Miao had attacked him along the way, then no one would have been able to save him. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1783. How did you force the god of forgetfulness to attack? The head judge asked. No matter how Luin guessed, as long as he did not force Yuan Miao Miao to take action, then no one would be able to confirm that Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. Even Elder Chan would not be able to confirm this. This was also the greatest advantage that the 7 sky gods had in hiding in the human domain. Lu Yin looked at the deep red hell. There's something there that would drive the Rookie Alliance crazy. It should be related to the Horn Star System incident. When the head judge heard that, he immediately went in. Lu Yin was not worried about his safety. Even the 7 sky gods could not do anything to the head inquisitor in this part of the universe, so there really was nothing that could threaten him. The head inquisitor entered the Crimson Hell, leaving only Lu Yin and Kuei Luo. Where's Madame Red? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo looked at the Crimson Hell curiously and replied absent-mindedly, I didn't bring it with me. What are you looking at? Kuei Luo sighed. If I remember correctly, that guy was Qing Ping. Qing Ping was the head inquisitor's name. Lu Yin had only found out about it during the battle between the God of Forgotten Ruins and the Divine Gu Dynasty's imperial palace. No one had told him about it before, so he couldn't find out about it. How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Kuei Luo sighed. That guy is someone who managed to break through our region. He then looked at Lu Yin. You've done it as well, so you should know that with the strength of your region, you won't be able to gain the slightest advantage in our region. Even the strongest person in your region can't compare to the top characters in our region. Are you talking about me and the 4th young ancestor? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You're an exception. Besides, you're not from this part of the universe. I grew up and cultivated in this part of the universe, Lu Yin retorted. Kuei Luo was annoyed. Do you still want to hear more? Lu Yin quickly shut his mouth. Kuei Luo snorted coldly. Every once in a while, someone from the abandoned lands will sneak into the starry sky of the trees to participate in the fight for origin items. This period of time is very long, so long that even half-martial ancestors have forgotten about it. That's why they weren't too vigilant when you sneaked in, because most people have forgotten. Qing Ping sneaked into the starry sky of trees last time. Actually, no one knows about him, except for the Lu family. You don't know about the Frigid Immortal sect? Kuei Luo shook his head. I don't think so. He went to the starry sky of the trees because he was discovered by the successor of the Lu family. The two of them fought a great battle. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo glanced at him. Qing Ping won. Lu Yin was not surprised, as that was the head inquisitor who had been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu. Even though he was not even a half-ancestor, he was not at a disadvantage against the 7 sky gods, and he dared to judge anyone. Even if the Lu family's inheritor had many resources, unparalleled techniques, and unparalleled innate gifts, he still might not be able to gain the upper hand. Just like during the supreme battle, if not for the god of death transformation, even if he executed the general appointing platform, he still wouldn't be a match for the prime clear lineage. Shang Qing, just like Qing Ping back then. How did you know? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo continued, the Lu clan's history books have records of him. I only remembered him because of his innate talent. Back then, the Lu clan's successors said that he was the 5th genius of the Lu clan, the judgment of peace. I never thought that I'd be able to fight alongside him one day. I was already an emissary back then, and my seniority far exceeded theirs. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Can you tell me more about the Lu clan? Kuei Luo sighed. It's best if you understand the Lu clan on your own. All I can say is that the Lu clan is domineering, but also gentle. Their descendants are each more arrogant than the last, but they're also more. Kuei Luo paused for a moment before continuing, reasonable. Reasonable. Lu Yin was puzzled. How could these words be related to domineering? Kuei Luo thought hard about it. How should I put it? They have their own reasons. I remember that one of your Lu clan's ancestors once said that everything recorded in the books was bullshit, and that we should just listen to him. Lu Yin blinked. He liked this saying, as everyone in the Great Eastern Alliance had to listen to him. Only his words were reasonable. What about my parents? You should know my parents, right? How are they? Do I have any direct relatives? There's also my Lu clan's ancestor, my sworn brothers, the 7 heroes, and I. All right. You can find out about these things yourself. How would I know about you brats? Kuei Luo was rather impatient. What about my parents? Lu Yin asked, looking at Kuei Luo expectantly. Kuei Luo swallowed and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Your father is a shameless bastard. Lu Yin was stunned and lost. Anyway, remember, don't learn from your father. He's a scoundrel, Kuei Luo said hatefully. Why? Lu Yin asked subconsciously. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth. Why? Let's not talk about anything else. The simplest example is that your father forcefully took your mother away from you when she was getting married. The reason was that he wanted her to give birth to more children. Lu Yin was at a loss. Give birth to more children. All right, I'm leaving. Don't look for me if there's nothing else. Right, there'll be a good show soon. Those fellows from the 6th mainland have a lot of secrets. Interesting, ha ha ha. Kuei Luo laughed as he left. Lu Yin still had 3 words in his mind: give birth to more children. Lu Yin waited outside the Crimson Hell for a full 3 days before the head inquisitor arrived. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the giant black crystal in front of him, and he hurried forward. Senior brother, this looks similar to the black crystal fragment from Cape Galaxy. The head inquisitor's tone was solemn. This is a serious matter. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Before leaving, the head inquisitor said, Old man Sangxiong was killed by the god of forgotten ruins. From the traces left behind, old man Sangxiong was unprepared. He then vanished with the black crystal. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Unprepared. This meant that the god of forgotten ruins and old man Sangxiong either knew each other, or the god of forgotten ruins knew old man Sangxiong through another identity. The 7 sky gods' disguise was too terrifying, even the celestial imprint could not detect it. Following old man Sangxiong's death, the entire universe was on guard against the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's main concern was whether Yuan Miao Miao, no, whether the god of forgotten ruins had informed the Eternal Kingdom about this. If the Neo-Human Alliance found out, then the war might shift from the western weaves of the Outerverse to the Neoverse. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin looked over to see that it was the head inquisitor. Have the Great Eastern Alliance searched the universe for this black crystal. As long as they find it, they can request anything from the Hall of Honor. The deep red hell's black crystal and the death of the god of forgotten ruins will count as your contributions. The Lu Emperor's identity can be revealed, but he must not be revealed to have been imprisoned in Kuenzei. Lu Yin's heart sank. The head inquisitor's senior brother knew about Kuenzei, so it could not have been before. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have captured the Lu Emperor and the Second Night King long ago. Could it have been at the Xingu dynasty's palace? The Second Night King had pretended to attack Lu Yin, and his senior brother had already arrived at that time. However, he had remained hidden, which made sense. Otherwise, how could there have been such a coincidence that the god of forgotten ruins had attacked Lu Yin just as his senior brother had appeared? Because of the god of forgotten ruins, his senior brother had not captured the Second Night King even when he had discovered him. During the attack at the palace, while others might not have been able to tell, his senior brother had been able to tell that the second Night King had not truly wanted to kill Lu Yin. From this, he had deduced that the Kuan-Zhe incident had something to do with Lu Yin. Although he had not been the mastermind, he had still managed to capture the second Night King, the Lu Emperor, and Shui Chuanshao. Lu Yin relaxed. If he had not forced the God of Forgotten Ruins and helped his senior brother obtain the Black Crystal, then the second Night King and the others would definitely have been captured. Lu Yin himself might have even been put on trial, which would have been troublesome. Now that the second Night King and the others' identities could be revealed, Lu Yin would be able to do many things. If young Empress Qing knew that the second Night King was one of Lu Yin's subordinates, she would probably die of anger. Half a month later, Lu Yin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold and saw the imprisoned Ling Qiu and the others. The second Night King had returned earlier than him. Lu Yin was now most curious about Ling Taizu. The Lingling clan actually had such a powerhouse whose power level was not much weaker than Lu Qianjue's. No one had known about this before. Ling Taizu also saw Lu Yin, and his gaze was calm. "Are you surprised?" Lu Yin asked. Ling Taizu calmly asked, "What are you surprised about?" "Seniors like you often feel emotional when you see me," Lu Yin said. Ling Taizu laughed. "The universe is full of ups and downs. I've seen a lot, and I've gotten over it." "Seen a lot?" "Life and death are indifferent, let alone other things." He then glanced at the second Night King standing behind Lu Yin. "This one looks familiar." Lu Yin smiled. "Try to recall. Maybe I'll remember." Ling Taizu stared at the second Night King for a while, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. The second Night King." Lu Yin laughed. "So even a senior can be surprised." Ling Taizu was shocked. "The second Night King? You're really the second Night King?" He looked at Lu Yin. "Why would the second Night King follow you?" Lu Yin shrugged. "The universe is full of ups and downs, and you've seen all sorts of inconceivable things. Why are you so surprised? I can also tell you that when you fought Lu Qianjue, you were injured by a sword. That sword came from Emperor Lu." Ling Taizu's pupils shrank. He had been injured by Emperor Lu in that battle, and he had been wondering who had attacked him. He knew that it had been a powerhouse from the Sword Sect, but he had not expected it to be Emperor Lu. Of course, he knew of Emperor Lu's name. He was the Sword Sect's greatest genius, and even after his death, he had left his name in the annals of the various powers. Shouldn't Emperor Lu be dead? Could it be? Ling Taizu thought that the Sword Sect was deliberately hiding their powerhouses. Lu Yin smiled. "You're not even surprised that the Sword Sect helped me, but you're surprised that the second Night King and Emperor Lu are involved. It seems that senior values cultivation more than anything else. This junior is impressed." Ling Taizu was shocked. "Alliance Master Lu, I just want to know how you managed to get the second Night King to help you." The second Night King was not surprised by Ling Taizu's reaction. Anyone who knew of his identity would react this way, and he was already used to it. Although Ling Taizu was old, he was much younger than the second Night King in terms of seniority. Lu Yin smiled and waved a hand. Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Abel Phoenix, Lu Qianjue, Madame Yu, and Emperor Lu all appeared. This small area had gathered nearly 10 envoys, and there were even supreme powerhouses like the second Night King and Emperor Lu. "I'll give you an update." "Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Continuous update activated. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1784. Lu Yin faced everyone with a solemn expression and pointed at the second Night King. This is the second Night King. He then pointed at Emperor Lu. And this is Emperor Lu. Ling Qiu and the rest were shocked, including Madame Yu. They had never imagined that the second Night King, Lu Huang, would appear and help Lu Yin. More importantly, the second Night King had clearly escaped from Kuin's swamp, so how could Lu Yin dare to publicly announce his identity? I know what you're all thinking, but I'll be frank with you. The second Night King's identity can be made public, and no one will cause trouble for him, including the head Inquisitor. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. A prisoner who had escaped from Kuin's prison had revealed his identity, and he had been personally arrested by the head Inquisitor. What did this mean? This meant that even the head judges were on Lu Yin's side, which meant that Lu Yin had the ability to get the head judges to support him. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was backed by the Hall of Honor and Everlasting Island, and that he could even influence the Board of Governors to a certain extent. However, they had not expected the Interstellar Arbitration Council to support him so much. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. The second Night King and the others had been legalized because of his contributions, but his contributions could not be publicized. Outsiders could only see the results, and the result was that the head Inquisitor had inexplicably helped Lu Yin. This would have a huge impact on the outside world, especially on Ling Qiu and the others, who were now prisoners. The only feeling they had right now was that their enemies were not just Lu Yin and his Great Eastern Alliance, but also the Interstellar Arbitration Office and even the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night Clan and the Sword Sect have long since joined the Great Eastern Alliance. The Chaos Flow Zone and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone are now under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Divine Gu dynasty formally joined the Great Eastern Alliance half a month ago, so only the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, and the Erudite Flow Zone remain. Lu Yin looked at Ling Qiu and then at the Mountain God. So, what do you think? After being imprisoned for more than half a month, Ling Qiu and the Mountain God had not been separated from each other, and they had also discussed the matter. Coupled with the power that Lu Yin had just displayed, the final result was no surprise. They had naturally agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. If the Great Eastern Alliance wasn't an alliance, but rather a force that required the Lingling clan's rule over them, they would rather die than join. However, this was only an alliance. Alliance leader Lu, do we also qualify to participate? Ling Qiu asked as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Qinjue and the others also turned to look at him. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. As long as you're a member of the alliance, you're qualified to participate. Everyone is welcome to compete with me. It's a healthy competition. It seemed fair, but as long as Lu Yin didn't die, the position of Alliance Master would always be his. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, it had been suggested that the Alliance Master be rotated, and there had even been a time limit. However, who would have dared to mention such a thing? No one. In the past, the Great Eastern Alliance had only included the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but now, it had joined the various major flow zones of the Innerverse. Out of the 8 great flow zones, only the Erudite flow zone had not joined. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to deal with the Erudite flow zone. He had Wang Wen and the others organize the Innerverse powers as soon as possible. Anyone who wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance would naturally have to organize their armies, deploy their experts, divide the borders, and so on. Lu Yin did not have the energy to deal with such matters. When he saw the various ancient artifacts that had been sent to him, he announced that he was going into seclusion. Back then, in order to delay the Great Eastern Alliance's retreat from the Outerverse, Luyin had promised Ibn City that if Ibn City forced the Sixth Mainland to attack the Genesis Academy, Luyin would break down the materials for them for half a year. However, Ibn City had failed to do so. However, Luyin had cooperated with Ibn City to break down the materials. Luyin expected that Ibn would break them down as well. This was all so that Ibn City could keep an eye on the Genesis Academy and inform Luyin as soon as anyone from the Cosmic Tree Society arrived. Luyin took a deep breath as he looked at the dozen or so objects that emitted ancient auras. His eyes burned with passion. He did not know where Ibn City had gathered so many ancient artifacts from. Although the materials that had been broken down would be given to Ibn City, Luyin would also keep some for himself. These materials were all nearly extinct in the universe, and they were all priceless treasures. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and it slowly spun before stopping at 5 pips. It was useless. He continued, and the die spun again before stopping at 2 pips. Luyin's eyes lit up, as he had rolled it so quickly. He immediately picked up the object and tossed it into the disintegration vortex. As he watched the materials disintegrate, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. While Luyin was breaking down the materials in seclusion, in the distant western weaves of the Outerverse, Su San was very nervous and even a little panicked. Ancestor Lingtong had finally decided to break through. Under the starry sky, Ancestor Lingtong had her hands clasped behind her back, and no one knew what she was thinking. Su San and the other members of the Lingtong clan were gathered in the distance, and they all held their breaths. Next to Su San was 16th, and not too far away was He Xiang. On the other side were members of the Eyeless clan, as well as many other powers from the Sixth Mainland. Ancestor Lingtong was a pinnacle figure among the world imprinter. The All-Heaven Imprinter once said that once Ancestor Lingtong broke through to become a universe imprinter, there wouldn't be many universe imprinters who could defeat him. The Corpse King that had dealt with Ancestor Autumn Frost had only been defeated by the Eyeless clan and Ancestor Lingtong's cooperation. Ancestor Lingtong's breakthrough was a grand occasion for the Sixth Mainland, and even the Heavenly Imprinter was paying attention. Don't worry, third bro, Ancestor Lingtong will definitely break through. He definitely will. 16th encouraged as he stared into the distance. Many people around him were just as encouraged as 16th. Once Ancestor Lingtong broke through, the Lingtong clan's status would change, and they would be on equal footing with the Eyeless clan. Su San was nervous. Master, you have to break through. If you don't, your disciple will be finished. He looked at 16th. 16th was staring at Ancestor Lingtong, and when he sensed Su San looking at him, he turned around and blinked. Third bro, what's wrong? Su San's gaze hardened. Stay away from me. 16th was stunned. Why? Just stay away from me. Su San shouted. 16th was shocked, and he quickly moved away, looking at Su San in confusion. Su San scanned the people around him and said fiercely, all of you, stay away from me. No one dared to talk back, and they quickly moved away like 16th. Everyone was puzzled, but Su San could see very clearly that if Ancestor Lingtong succeeded in his breakthrough, these people would still be his henchmen and cheer for him as usual. Old 16 even swallowed half of the apple that he had eaten and flattered him without any bottom line. However, if Ancestor Lingtong failed in his breakthrough, then it would be over. Old 16 would definitely be the first to kill him. Su San was not stupid, and he did not feel safe being with these people who could bite him at any time. He looked around and realized that something was wrong. He would feel even more insecure if he was alone, so he shamelessly ran to He Xiang's side. He Xiang was disgusted. Stay away from me. Su San laughed shamelessly. You're my fiancé, so we should live and die together. Especially when Ancestor Ling Tong is about to break through, we should unite and cheer for him. He Xiang snorted, knowing that she could not chase Su San away. Why aren't you with your lackeys? Are you awake? Su San grinned. Too noisy. He Xiang sneered. You're afraid, aren't you? Su San was confused. Afraid? Afraid of what? He Xiang looked at him deeply. You want Ancestor Ling Tong to break through more than anyone else. Otherwise, you're finished. Su San played dumb. Finished? Why? He Xiang did not speak. She just looked ahead with mixed feelings. If Ancestor Ling Tong broke through, Su San's status would be higher, and she would not be able to resist. She would have to marry Su San, which she was unwilling to do. However, if Ancestor Ling Tong failed to break through, she was even more unwilling. This meant that the Ling Tong clan would decline, and her fate would be no better than marrying Su San. With mixed feelings, He Xiang glanced at Su San again, and her eyes flashed. Although this guy looked wretched, despicable, and tasteless, at least he was not stupid. He knew to stay away from those people, and he was not a bad person either. Marrying him was not a bad idea, and it was better than not being able to decide her own future. Moreover, she was confident that she would be able to suppress him if she married him. Following a loud sound, everyone looked up and saw a pair of eyes in the dark sky. Everyone's scalps went numb. Did the sky have eyes? Ancestor Ling Tong opened her eyes and looked up. Was this the origin tribulation of cosmic imprint? Origin tribulation was only experienced when one broke through to become an emissary. Every time one broke through to become an emissary, an origin tribulation would appear. This increase in combat power was 100,000, which meant that for every 100,000 combat power increase, there would be an origin tribulation. However, this origin tribulation was not very powerful, as one could use many methods to hide one's cultivation. Only those who broke through to become an emissary or cosmic imprint could not hide their cultivation. Breaking through to 1,000,000 combat power was a threshold, just like breaking through to 500,000. At this moment, the origin tribulation that appeared above Ancestor Ling Tong's head was the same as his polychoria. It was also a pair of eyes that stared at Ancestor Ling Tong like a starry universe. The more one looked at it, the colder it became. As the pair of eyes gradually became clear, Ancestor Ling Tong's pupils shrank. She pointed out a finger, gathering light into a finger that was accompanied by 9-line battle force. It was the bright light finger. Once, the finger's power had pierced through Ancestor Chiu Han's body, causing Ancestor Wuye to feel a chill. Now, the bright light finger's light disappeared halfway, and a terrifying pressure descended. At the same time, countless blood-red cones appeared. Each one was the size of a palm, but they covered the sky. Ancestor Ling Tong's expression changed. Mingshir's polychoria. His pupils quickly scattered and then merged back together. The void trembled as they swept across the distance. Su San and the others felt their bodies being pushed back. The sky exploded as figures appeared one after another and blocked in front of them. They were all imprinters from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and they took on the aftershocks for everyone. Everyone, back off, someone shouted. Su San and the others retreated with pale faces. He Xiang stared at the blood-red cones in the distance and said solemnly, "That's Mingshir's polychoria innate gift." What Mingshir? Su San did not understand. He Xiang's expression turned ugly. There has been more than one cultivator with the polychoria innate gift in the history of the Fifth Mainland. One of them was called Mingshir, and his polychoria innate gift allowed him to create countless blood-red cones. Every one of them would land on an enemy's body, and they would not stop until the enemy was dead. I never thought that the origin tribulation would reappear with this innate gift of the ancient people. Thank you, Brother Windborn, for your tip. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the second day in a row. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1785. After hearing He Xiang's words, Su San's heart sank, and he looked into the distance. Master, you have to hold on. Ancestor Lingtong stared at the sky with his dual pupils. The blood-red alls were being crushed by an invisible force, disappearing piece by piece before quickly reappearing in an endless cycle. From afar, the blood-red alls created by a pair of giant eyes descended. Ancestor Lingtong raised his head and used an invisible force to erase the alls. Aftershock swept out, and an imprinter was caught off guard. He was hit by the aftershocks, and his body split open as he hurriedly fled. At this time, another pair of eyes appeared above Ancestor Lingtong's head, and they turned into dual pupils that stared at him. Everyone's heart sank, as the origin tribulation was indeed terrifying. This time, the dual pupils appeared without any visible force, but it caused Ancestor Lingtong to cough up blood. An imprinter appeared behind him, and with a roar, the two pairs of eyes above his head dissipated at the same time. Su San was excited. He had succeeded. However, in the next moment, the sky split open again, and a pair of dual pupils 10 times larger than before appeared. This time, it was not just dual pupils, but also a human face. Although it was not very clear, Ancestor Lingtong's expression changed when this face appeared. The dual pupils on his face overlapped once again, and this time, it was not just dual pupils, but 4 pupils, which created a sense of crisis that caused him to stop breathing. Lai Tiandi. Ancestor Lingtong was shocked. Because his innate gift was dual pupils, Ancestor Lingtong had investigated all cultivators with innate gifts throughout history. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, or the other 4 legendary mainlands, he had some understanding of them all. For example, Ming Shi had once been a cultivator with innate gift of dual pupils from the 5th mainland. Ancestor Lingtong knew this person very well, and he also knew this person who had appeared now. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. Lai Tiandi was the 3rd mainland's unparalleled genius, and he had used his 4th pupil to fight against the world. He had challenged all the experts of his generation, and no one had been able to accept his challenge. It was rumored that even the 3rd mainland's Daosor sect's top descendant had been defeated. He was invincible no matter what realm he reached. Unfortunately, he had died during his origin tribulation, which was the same as Ancestor Lingtong's current origin tribulation. Ancestor Lingtong had never thought that he would encounter Lai Tiandi's innate gift one day. Lai Tiandi's innate talent was at the 4th level, and he had the characteristic of duplication suppression, which meant that he could duplicate with 2 pupils. Above his head, the 4 eyes stared at Ancestor Lingtong. His eyes flashed and an indescribable pressure acted on Ancestor Lingtong's body. Ancestor Lingtong clenched his fists and struck out with the bright light finger again, but it was useless. His eyes also stared at the top of his head. The opposite pressure collided with the descending pressure, causing the void to explode and sweep across the territory. More than half of the territory distorted and boiled over. Countless stars exploded, causing howls of grief and despair. At this moment, another pair of eyes flashed above their heads. Su San and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the sky collapse and crush Ancestor Lingtong. This pressure caused the imprinter in front of them to retreat in horror. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to approach. Ancestor Lingtong unleashed her bloodline and mutated her body, but she still couldn't withstand the pressure. The pressure came from his dual pupil innate skill. At this moment, he was bearing double the pressure from Lai Wudi's four-pupil innate skill. Puff ancestor Lingtong spat out blood and imprinted on the blood progenitor. His face was distorted, and his clothes were torn apart. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were on the verge of exploding. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. It was obvious that ancestor Lingtong had reached his limit. In the distance, Ancestor Eyeless appeared and shook his head with a sigh. It was over. The higher one's innate skill, the worse it would be. The stronger the origin tribulation, the more powerful the ancestor's tribulation was. Ancestor Lingtong's tribulation had actually drawn out the power of an ancient character from the third mainland. If he could survive it, he would definitely shock the universe and become a legend. However, he couldn't and had failed. Su San's face was ashen, and his fingernails dug into his flesh. "Pass it, master, pass it. You have to pass it." He Xiang bit her lip. She was already thinking about where she would go if ancestor Lingtong failed the tribulation. Even further away, 16th brother and the others were also thinking. From the current situation, ancestor Lingtong was definitely going to lose. He glanced at Su San with a cold glint in his eyes. Su San felt it, and a chill ran down his spine. He had always been sensitive to danger, and he subconsciously raised his gadget to contact Luin. In front of him, the sky was being compressed, and countless spatial cracks snaked through it like giant pythons. Ancestor Lingtong seemed to be trying to split open the sky, trying to hold it up. Su San couldn't help but shout, "Master, make it through." Su San! Ancestor Lingtong roared. Su San was stunned. He hadn't expected Ancestor Lingtong to call out his name at such a crucial moment. Was he that important? He Xiang, 16th brother, and the rest looked at Su San strangely. Could this guy be Ancestor Lingtong's illegitimate son? Why would he think of him at such a time? "Su San, look at me." Ancestor Lingtong barked and turned to look at Su San. Su San subconsciously met Ancestor Lingtong's gaze. He was incomparably familiar with this action. Ever since he had been accepted as a disciple, he had been cultivating his polychoria with Ancestor Lingtong's help. The cultivation method was to look at each other, and it could last for days, months, or even years. After so many years, whenever he and Ancestor Lingtong looked at each other, their gazes would become exactly the same. In an instant, the huge eye above his head suddenly stared at Su San, and an infinite pressure descended, shrouding Su San and He Xiang. These people had no chance to react at all. Fortunately, Ancestor Wu Mu had moved them away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Lingtong's eyes were bleeding as he stared at the four eyes above him. The four eyes stared at Ancestor Lingtong again, but no longer exerted a huge pressure, and the four eyes gradually dissipated. The origin tribulation was over. Ancestor Lingtong let out a long breath and closed his eyes, as if he was suppressing something. In the distance, Su San and the rest were still at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Ancestor Wu Mu's face was extremely ugly, not because Ancestor Lingtong had succeeded, but because he had been used. Ancestor Lingtong had actually thought of a way to teleport the origin tribulation, which was simply unbelievable. The origin tribulation couldn't be avoided, nor could it be transferred, nor could it be blocked by external objects. But he had thought of a way. How did he do it? There was something wrong with Su San. Ancestor Wu Mu looked at Su San, thinking about something. In the distance, the 16th brother and the rest rushed over and were very attentive. "Third brother, are you all right?" "Third brother, it's great that you're all right. It's a blessing. Nothing must happen to third brother." Third brother, although we've only been apart for a short moment, it's been an endless amount of time to me. Third brother, you can't abandon me again. Su San didn't know what had happened, but the result was gratifying. Ancestor Ling Tong had succeeded, and Su San had once again become a powerful second generation, and not just any powerful second generation. Ha ha ha, how could third brother abandon you? You're thinking too much, but third brother wants to talk to his wife. You're an eyesore, Su San said proudly. The 16th brother flattered him. We're the ones who are blind. Third brother, third sister, take your time. Third brother, third sister, take your time. He Xiang was speechless and looked deeply at Su San. This guy was still the same as before. Following Ancestor Lingtong's successful tribulation, the Sixth Mainland gained another cosmic imprinter. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary cosmic imprinter, because when Ancestor Lingtong opened his eyes, his pupils changed. They became even more profound and terrifying. Old Man Nong, Xue Jie, and the Sixth Mainland's experts all arrived to congratulate Ancestor Lingtong. Even Savage Archer God had come, which was unexpected. Ancestor Lingtong hadn't expected Savage Archer God to come either, and when he saw him, his pupils shrank imperceptibly for a moment before returning to normal. In the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin looked at the many materials in front of him that he had just disassembled. He couldn't recognize a single one of them, but that didn't matter. He kept a little of each material since they wouldn't be discovered anyway. After disassembling a city's ancient artifacts, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. This time, he rolled 4 pips and entered the time's top space. It was time to cultivate. In the technocracy, Kuei Luo had insisted that Lu Yin become an emissary before telling him about the Lu family. Lu Yin couldn't wait to start cultivating. The problem was that the Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so he could only try to absorb star energy with his own ability. After a while, Lu Yin opened his eyes with a helpless expression. The Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so cultivating normally was very slow, even with the support of the serious art. The more stars one used with the serious art, the faster one could absorb star energy. However, after reaching the 4th level of the serious art, Lu Yin discovered that no matter how much star energy he absorbed, it was mostly used to maintain the star's revolutions instead of absorbing it into his body. In other words, the serious art's support for star energy absorption wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined. He had once guessed that if the serious art's effects were the same as before, then the serious sect's cultivation speed would be much faster. But now, it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. There was no such thing as an easy thing. Since it was so difficult to increase his cultivation, then he might as well increase something else. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He spun it and rolled 3 pips. The first time, 1. The second time, 6 pips. What a pity. The third time, he rolled 3 pips. He took out the philanthropist's tear from his cosmic ring and placed it on the upper screen. This was the most potent poison he had obtained from the Gu King City's Pavilion, and it was also the most potent poison in the entire divine Gu dynasty. It surpassed even a Helgard's poison, but because it was easy to detect, it wasn't as valuable as a Helgard's poison. It was said that the philanthropist's tear could poison a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 to death. Lu Yin had several external items that could deal with such powerhouses, but he needed something better. Thus, the philanthropist's tear was his first choice. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he watched the philanthropist's tear fall. 30 million star essence had only been used once, so he continued. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, all the way until the 6th time. The philanthropist's tear was upgraded 6 times, and when it fell for the 6th time, the originally nearly transparent philanthropist's tear began to distort. Lu Yin wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely saw a strange face smiling at him. He suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, and he stared at the philanthropist's tear. It was still transparent, but Lu Yin would never forget that scene. This drop of poison had undergone a strange change. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1786. His understanding of star energy had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. A world in a flower was not a joke, every bit of star energy was equivalent to a world. This drop of philanthropist's tear also contained a world of its own, a world where poisons existed and interacted with each other. The Dice 3 Enhance had upgraded this world, but Lu Yin could not determine what level this drop of poison could reach. Poisons did not have absolute killing power, and it all depended on how they were used. Lu Yin carefully put the philanthropist's tear away. He had gained such a powerful weapon, but he had also spent a lot of money on it. He had spent a total of 1.9 billion star essence on it. With his current status, any item that he needed to upgrade would cost hundreds of millions of star essence. This was truly a waste of money. The next item to upgrade was the Extreme Ice Stone. He had obtained it from the Royal Frost Continent, and it was said that it could freeze injuries. It was like medicine, it was useless when not needed, but it could save a life when needed. He still had more than 3 billion star essence on him, and he could definitely upgrade it once more. The Extreme Ice Stone was different from the philanthropist's tear, which was a foreign object that had obvious offensive properties. It required far less resources to upgrade the stone than the philanthropist's tear. The Extreme Ice Stone had been upgraded 7 times, and the 7th upgrade had only cost 200 million star essence. On the other hand, the philanthropist's tear had cost 1 billion star essence to upgrade it 6 times. However, the philanthropist's tear could only be upgraded 6 times, and Lu Yin had no idea how many times he could upgrade the Extreme Ice Stone. As the Extreme Ice Stone fell, Lu Yin did not dare to touch it. The Extreme Ice Stone's color became whiter and whiter until it was almost the most primitive white. All light was swallowed up by this whiteness, and it was like the darkness of the Inquisitors. Furthermore, he had only upgraded it once, and it had consumed 400 million star essence. He thought about it for a bit, but he still couldn't upgrade it. He wasn't sure if he could still touch this thing if he upgraded it any further, or if he would just be frozen. Lu Yin then took out some gray powder, which was the tear dust that Ibn had asked him to dissect. This was a material that he did not know if it could be upgraded, but it would be best if it could. It was said that ancestor Hui's first wisdom root had been planted with tear dust, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he thought about it. He had to get some wisdom roots from ancestor Hui. Perhaps he could plant some, and he would have tear dust as well. Lu Yin was excited that Lei Qin could be upgraded. If that was the case, then everything would be fine. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen 1 million star essence, and his heart sank. If such a small amount of material required 1 million star essence to upgrade, then how much would it cost to upgrade it to the maximum? He felt that the star essence in his cosmic ring wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly, he thought of the junior ancestor star of the starry sky tree. If he could take away those 4 planets, he could squander them and thoroughly enjoy the life of a rich man. He continued to let his imagination run wild as he leveled up again and again. The teardrop dust was originally gray in color, but after each upgrade, it became glossy and shiny. It even carried a light sound, like the sound of pearls colliding with each other. It was very pleasant to the ears. As the teardrop dust fell, it carried a strange sense of beauty and emitted light. In the end, the tear dust could no longer be improved. At this moment, the tear dust had become like a delicate jewel. Every grain seemed to have been carefully crafted. Every grain was a regular circle. Holding it in his hand, he felt an indescribable sense of security. It was a strange feeling, but it was very comfortable. Lu Yin looked at the teardrop dust. It had definitely undergone a metamorphosis, and it could be considered a different material. He had upgraded it 11 times in total, and the 10th upgrade had also cost him 1 billion star essence, which added up to 1.96 billion star essence. Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. He didn't know what was going on, but he had somehow managed to upgrade everything. He just didn't know how effective it would be. He just hoped that it would be worth the resources. He still had close to 300 million star essence, which was a lot for others, even enlighters or envoys. But to Lu Yin, it was just a small amount. The Divine Voodoo Empire's accumulation had only allowed him to upgrade these 2 items. He silently sighed and looked up at the time. There wasn't much time left, so he decided to memorize the primogenitor scripture and wait for the time to end. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He hadn't been in seclusion for long. He had wanted to roll his die again, but not for cultivating or upgrading items. Instead, he wanted to use Enhance. With his current cultivation, almost all of the people who had rolled Enhance were envoys, and they were all useful to him. However, when he looked at his gadget, he saw that there were many missed calls. He had contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and even Master Yuan. Lu Yin knew that something big must have happened, and he immediately contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen's image quickly appeared, and he had a grave expression. The first thing he said when he saw Lu Yin stunned him. "The corpse god is dead." Lu Yin was stunned. "What?" Wang Wen replied, "The corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods is dead." Lu Yin's expression changed. "When?" "Wait, how do you know about the corpse god?" The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the human domain's 3 dark hands, and many people knew about it. However, not many had heard of the 7 sky gods, and Wang Wen shouldn't have known about them either. Wang Wen replied, "I've heard of the 7 sky gods before, but I don't know their specific name. It's not just me, everyone knows about the corpse god." "How did he die?" "Tell me the details," Lu Yin asked. The Forgotten Ruins god had died in Gu Flow Zone, and he wasn't sure if the Neo-Human Alliance knew about this. In any case, he wanted to stay out of this matter, as he couldn't kill the Forgotten Ruins god with his current strength. Thus, he had tried his best to avoid the Neo-Human Alliance's attention. But how many days had it been? Yet another 7 sky gods had died. How could the 7 sky gods die so easily? What a joke. Through Wang Wen's explanation, Lu Yin understood that while he had been in seclusion, the 6th mainland's ancestor Ling Tong had successfully broken through to become a cosmic imprinter. Many experts had come to congratulate him, and they had even attracted Savage Archer God from the All Heavens imprinter. However, ancestor Ling Tong had seen through Savage Archer God's true form, and he had set up a trap for the corpse god. He had then joined forces with many experts under Mr. Jiu San's leadership to kill the corpse god. That battle had been earth-shattering, and the corpse god had revealed his terrifying giant body, which could crush a planet like a marble. Just like Progenitor Qin, this battle had affected many weaves of the Outerverse, and even the Great Eastern Alliance's borders had been affected. There had been heavy casualties, and they had been forced to retreat. The 6th mainland had also suffered heavy losses, and Mr. Jiu San had been seriously injured, so he had returned to the Daosaur sect to recuperate. It said that the corpse god was killed by Mr. Jiu San using the martial ancestor's martial imprint, and he even used the martial ancestor's power. If not for that, the corpse god would not have died. This incident has shaken the universe, and we're still trying to figure out what kind of effects it will have. For now, we can only withdraw our borders to the east, and we also need to avoid provoking the Neo-Human Alliance, Wang Wen said. Are there any recordings of the battle? How could there be? That was a battle between half-ancestors. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as the battle value of a half-ancestor was very high. The battle between the head inquisitor, Kuei Luo, and the god of forgotten ruins had opened up his view of the world, and he had also wanted to see the corpse god's body, which was as large as progenitor Chen's. What a pity. You guys did the right thing. The Neo-Human Alliance has lost 7 sky gods in succession, so they will definitely make a move. Avoid them and don't provoke them, Lu Yin said solemnly. Death was an immeasurable loss to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this region of the universe was about to descend into chaos. More importantly, the 7 sky gods were not their original selves, but merely their shells. Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine how many shells they had. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength was far beyond anyone's imagination, and even if he was part of the witch spirit god's scheme, he did not dare to get involved in it. He could only hope that the Neo-Human Alliance did not know about what had happened in the Gu Flow Zone, or else it would be difficult to deal with. Before you went into seclusion, you ordered the Alliance to search for the black crystal in the Horn Star system. What do you say now? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Continue searching. Spread the word that the Hall of Honor is the one looking for it, not us. We're just helping them. Wang Wen nodded. Got it. The black crystal was very secretive, or else they would not have only discovered 2 after so many years. They had only been discovered by chance. If not for the Horn Star system's black crystal being exposed, the Gu Flow Zone's Shui Pai would not have appeared. Since it had appeared, Lu Yin believed that more information about the black crystal would appear soon. Be careful. If there's any information about the black crystal, don't leak it. Only when necessary. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Wen nodded. I understand. Are you going to continue your seclusion? Lu Yin replied, it's not the right time to do anything else. Let's see how the Neo-Human Alliance reacts. The first to bear the brunt will definitely be the 6th mainland. This can be considered the second battlefield that the 6th mainland has created. In the distant Eternal Kingdom, 2 of the 7 dark towers had collapsed, as if they had withered along with the deaths of the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god are both dead. Everyone, guess who's next? A strange laughter echoed throughout the dark tower. The monkey heard it and shrank back, but then, a hand appeared on his head and gently stroked his fur. The monkey felt a wave of disgust, but he did not dare to be impudent. He was currently in the sorcerer god's dark tower, and the hand that was stroking him belonged to the sorcerer god. Strangely, there was only an arm and no body. Sorcerer god, are you very happy? A dull voice sounded out, and no emotions could be heard. The sorcerer god laughed strangely. It's just funny. The 7 sky gods actually died at the hands of a half-progenitor. Keek. Stop laughing. Have you investigated the Forgotten Ruins god's death? A clear female voice sounded out, and it was very cold. However, the voice caused an indescribable beauty to appear in the minds of those who heard it. She died in the Gu Flow Zone, so I'm not sure. There's no news. You know her temper. She's very strange, and she doesn't get along with us. She has her own ideas, so if she died, then so be it. There's no point to it anyway. The Hall of Honor took away the item from the Crimson Hell, so they'll find out about that item sooner or later. That item will soon be exposed. There's no other way. Unless you have progenitor strength, you won't be able to break into the Hall of Honor. Then distract them. Undying God, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? the cold voice asked sternly. After a while, a hazy voice sounded out. Who's calling me? The Forgotten Ruins God and the Corpse God are finished. The Sorcerer God laughed strangely. So, is it my turn now? The Undying God was puzzled. The cold voice said, after sleeping for so long, it's time to move around. Oh, all right. Let's see how many ancient bloodlines are left in this region. It's time for them to step onto the stage of this region. I've been updating for the second day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips and support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1787. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Luin watched his die slowly come to a stop at 6 pips. His eyes went wide. His luck was really good. He had gotten 6 pips right off the bat. The balls of light in the mysterious space were dim. Luin looked around and was speechless, as none of these balls were worth fusing with. This was the first time he had encountered one, so he could only casually fuse with one. Otherwise, he might have to wait until all of his star essence was used up before he could leave. He casually fused with one of the balls and opened his eyes. What a familiar feeling. It wasn't a human, a beast, or a corpse king. Was this a mechanical ant? Luin was astonished, as he had actually fused with the same mechanical ant as before, and it was still a hunter. It was no wonder why the balls of light were so dim. With his current strength, a hunter was too weak. Luin turned his antennae and looked around. There were countless mechanical ants, and the scene he saw was similar to what he had seen before. He controlled the ant to jump up and land on the ant in front of him before jumping up and moving forward. He had done the same thing last time, but there had been too many of them, and he couldn't even see the end of them. This time, however, Luin saw that there were countless mechanical ants in front of him, but he didn't know if they were behind him or not. Quite a few materials were being transported, and the ones transporting them were scavengers. As the scene in front of him changed, Luin returned to his body. He didn't move as he quietly pondered. He had previously guessed that the disappearance of the materials in the technocracy might be related to the scavengers, and he had also guessed that the mechanical ants might be related to them. He had never thought that it would be true. The scavengers were machines that the technocracy used to clean up the universe's trash, and the ones who produced them were probably the mainframe. Regardless of whether it was First City or the Genesis Academy, they both had scavengers. If the mechanical ants were really made from the materials collected by the scavengers, then both City and the Genesis Academy might have been involved. Luin raised his head. This was only a guess, and he wasn't sure of the specifics. However, it was very likely to be true, and if that was the case, then he would have to reevaluate the technocracy. This time, he had rolled 6 pips, and he had used up a total of 80 million star essence. Fortunately, he hadn't used it all up, and he still had 200 million left, just in case. After resting for 10 days, Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared again. He tapped it and rolled it again. This time, he rolled 2 pips, but unfortunately, he didn't need it. Luin rested for another 10 days before returning. Everyone was waiting to see how the Neo-Human Alliance would react. The Great Eastern Alliance's goal of unifying the inner verse was currently advancing, and there was no need for Luin to personally appear. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well enter the time-stop space and recite the primogenitor scripture. He should be able to roll it. This time, it was 6 o'clock. Luin was surprised, but his luck was pretty good. He had appeared in that mysterious space, and this time, he was no longer surrounded by dim light. Instead, there were many glowing spheres. How could there be so many? Lu Yin was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. With his strength, these balls of light represented an emissary at the very least, and not just any emissary at that. There were a few balls of light that made it difficult for him to look straight at them. What kind of power did they represent? He had never fused with anyone before. He decided to give it a try. Perhaps it would be a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 to 900,000 or even a million. He wanted to try merging with the most dazzling ball of light, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Left with no choice, he could only merge with the ball of light that was still shining brightly, but not too dazzling. The scene changed from the dark mysterious space to a desolate land shrouded in a dark red dusk. Lu Yin had fused with a body. It was a person, but it had no memories. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. No memories. He really had no memories. He looked at his own hands and then at his own body. It was very normal. He was a person of flesh and blood, but there was no warmth. Was this a corpse king? No, there were no violent thoughts in his mind, and he didn't have the urge to destroy everything. He was like a corpse wandering the wilderness. A corpse that could move but had no memories reminded Lu Yin of the meditative ruins in the ruler's realm of the astral tree. However, there was a fundamental difference. That corpse had been unable to control its own body, but it had also been the key to activating the meditative ruins. This was something that Wang Su had discovered. That corpse was just a tool, but the one that Lu Yin had fused with was a corpse that could move freely, but it had no memories. It was also different from a corpse king. Why were there so many of these strange things in the universe? Lu Yin didn't understand. He looked around and saw a desolate land. In the distance, the sun was setting, and white clouds were drifting past. There were clouds. There was also a cool breeze. Was it a sea breeze? Was there an ocean up ahead? Lu Yin controlled the corpse to walk forward, and for some reason, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. His body then disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was quite a distance away from where he had been before. Lu Yin was stunned. Was this the plan's secret art? How could this be? How could this corpse know the plan's secret art? Could it be that his own plan's secret art had activated? Impossible. He had only fused his consciousness, and it was impossible for him to bring the plan's secret art over. Lu Yin wanted to use it, but nothing happened. As expected, it wasn't because of him, but rather because the corpse itself knew the plan's secret art, and it had unconsciously activated it. What the hell? Was this someone from the Su family? Could this be the Seven Courts Su family? Or was this a place related to the Seven Courts? Lu Yin continued to walk into the distance in confusion. Not long after, he saw a figure quietly walk over. No, it was jumping. Lu Yin instantly felt his hair stand on end, and a chill spread from the bottom of his heart. He waited in place and watched quietly. Soon, the figure became clear. The figure that appeared in front of Lu Yin was an old man with a flushed face, as if he had drunk too much. His beard reached his calves and was tied into countless braids as he hopped over. The reason he was hopping was because he only had one leg, a wooden one. The other was empty. Lu Yin sighed in relief. So it was a one-legged man. No wonder he couldn't jump. The one-legged old man hopped closer, but it was as if he hadn't seen Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. It seemed that there were more strange corpses like this one. He wanted to see where this was. Time was running out, so he quickened his pace, hoping to activate the plan's secret art. The next moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he activated the secret art of plan. He vanished and reappeared, but he didn't walk far before activating the secret art of plan again. He continued walking, but the corpse seemed to never tire and could activate the secret art of plan indefinitely. The cold wind grew stronger in front of him as he approached the sea. There was only a cliff left, and Lu Yin looked up to see a figure sitting there. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, it gave off an extremely lonely feeling. He heard the sound of the sea. Just as he was about to go forward, there was movement behind him. He turned around and saw a very cute girl smiling at him. Her eyes were full of intelligence as she looked at him. Lu Yin jumped in fright and almost fell over. The girl raised her hand, and under Lu Yin's wary and vigilant gaze, she slapped down at the void, tearing open a spatial tear that disappeared in a flash. The girl then stepped over Lu Yin and continued walking in another direction. Every time she walked a certain distance, she would slap down at the void, accompanied by an adorable smile. It was an extremely strange sight. Lu Yin was speechless and almost scared to death. He subconsciously covered his chest, but then remembered that this body wasn't his and put it down in embarrassment. The girl was probably a corpse as well, but her intelligent eyes were too strange. Ignoring her, Lu Yin turned to look at the lonely figure sitting at the edge of the cliff. He thought about it and decided to go take a look. Perhaps the sea would be different. He activated the plan's secret art and directly reached the top of the cliff, where he saw the surface of the sea under the setting sun. It sparkled like a normal sea, but it was deathly still and devoid of any living creatures. He vaguely saw a giant creature swimming across the seabed. Was there a living creature? Lu Yin was surprised and wanted to jump down to take a look, but then his heart skipped a beat as he remembered that there was another person sitting not too far away. He turned around, and his pupils shrank. Was that Progenitor Qin? The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. He abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing. There was no mistake, the person sitting alone at the edge of the cliff was definitely Progenitor Qin. He had seen Progenitor Qin's memories and knew what he looked like. Why was Progenitor Qin there? There were corpses everywhere. Was Progenitor Qin one of them? Lu Yin frowned, unable to figure it out. What was that place? People from the Su family had appeared, including that strange one-legged old man, that quick-witted girl, and finally, even Progenitor Qin had been seen. It was definitely not an ordinary place. Could it be Progenitor Qin's tomb? Lu Yin shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as he had been to Progenitor Qin's tomb before. What kind of place could that be? Progenitor Qin had been sitting alone at the seaside, not moving around like the person he had merged with. He had just sat there for who knew how many years, forever. What was he looking at? What was there to miss about that place? Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He really wanted to merge with Progenitor Qin again to see what kind of place it was. The universe was filled with too many secrets, and from ancient times until now, which progenitor had not left behind a secret. Some had even become legends, while others had remained a mystery. Back in the technocracy, Mr. Mu had said that Progenitor Qin's life was a mystery. Was that Progenitor Qin still alive? Or was he dead? Lu Yin shook his head, unable to figure it out. He could only wait for confirmation in the future. He was only an enlighter at the moment, but perhaps when he became an emissary, he would be able to learn more about the secrets of ancient times. He turned on his gadget, but there was nothing major happening in the outside world. Lu Yin closed his eyes and rested for a few days before continuing to roll. Right, how many star essences had I used to merge with Progenitor Qin just now? Lu Yin hurriedly took a look and then blinked. That was it. He had no more star essences left, but he couldn't say that he had no more. He only had a small fraction left. He had used 200 million star essences this time, which was quite ruthless. There were only a few million star essences left in his cosmic ring, which was meaningless. These star essences could only be used to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Thank you. Moving with the wind, a healthy fat man. Thanks to my brothers, I'll update at 2 p.m. This is the third day in a row. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1788. He rolled the die twice before rolling enhance. The scene in front of him changed, and he entered the time-stop space once more. This time, he planned to focus on cultivating the Sirius technique. He had originally planned to memorize the primogenitor scripture if he rolled enhance, but the scene with progenitor Qin had shocked him. He recalled the Sirius technique that he hadn't practiced in a long time, and it was time to start. Wait, why didn't he practice both at the same time? Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture while cultivating the Sirius technique. This was his first attempt. Half a month later, Lu Yin opened his eyes. The stars around his body revolved, and the primogenitor scripture lingered in his ears. He was ecstatic. He hadn't expected that reciting the primogenitor scripture and cultivating the Sirius technique would go so smoothly. His cultivation speed was much faster than before. Did the primogenitor scripture have a supplementary effect? Why hadn't Kuei Luo told him about this? If he had known, he would have started cultivating the Sirius technique a long time ago. With the primogenitor scripture, cultivating the Sirius technique was like putting on an accelerator. Lu Yin was encouraged, and he threw all of his remaining star essence into the time-stop space, increasing his time by nearly a year, and began cultivating. Previously, Lu Yin had cultivated the Sirius technique to the 5th level with 5,700 stars. Now, with the support of the primogenitor scripture, the number of stars increased one by one, and the revolving range of the surrounding stars expanded. It was as if he had created a new universe. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. 11 months. When there were less than 5 days left in the time-stop space, Lu Yin opened his eyes. At this moment, the number of stars around his body had nearly doubled compared to a year ago. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the revolving stars around him. Every star was clearly visible, and there were a total of 9,300 stars. This was the result of a single year's worth of effort. The last time he had cultivated the Sirius technique, he had only gained about 1,000 stars in a year's time. This time, the speed had quadrupled. This was the effect of the primogenitor scripture, and he was still far from being able to completely memorize it. Once he did, his cultivation speed would increase by an unknown amount. The Sirius art increased the cultivation speed of star energy, and the primogenitor scripture increased the cultivation speed of the Sirius art. Combined with the time-stop space, Lu Yin's cultivation speed was enough to make anyone doubt their own existence. It was a pity that he did not have any more star essence left. He needed to obtain some more resources and frantically cultivate Sirius. He needed to reach the 5th level of Sirius and see if the pattern on the soles of his feet would be of any use. If Ancestor Qin was still alive, would he lure him out? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. The scene in front of him changed, and it was time for him to return to the real world. He had only been in seclusion for a little over a month, but he had used up all of the billions of star essence he had on him. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. So much so that when he went out and saw Wang Wen, he wanted to rob him. "What's wrong with your eyes? It's a little dangerous." Wang Wen was very sharp, and he looked at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes. "Training is too tiring." Wang Wen blinked. Tiring. I say, other people go into seclusion for years, but you've only been in seclusion for a little over a month. At most, you've only been in seclusion for a few months, and you've never been in seclusion for more than half a year. What's so tiring about it? Nonsense, of course it's more than that. I don't remember it being that way. Alright, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin was getting impatient, as he felt like he had been exposed. Wang Wen gave Lu Yin a plan. This is the Great Eastern Alliance's newly formed armies and their current distribution. It also includes the number of experts that the alliance can mobilize. Take a look. Lu Yin looked over. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Interverse 7 Great Flow Zones, which was equivalent to nearly half of the Interverse. Aside from the erudite flow zone, there was no need to care about the other smaller flow zones. Currently, the Great Eastern Alliance had formed 10 allied armies, as well as 3 special legions. The 1st to 4th allied armies were the same as before, and they were distributed according to Shui Chuanchao's plan. Whether it was the marching strategy or the terminology, everything was decided by Shui Chuanchao. The 5th Allied Army was mainly composed of disciples from the Sword Sect and cultivators from the Outerverse. Its overall strength was similar to the 1st Allied Army, and it was stationed in Chaos Flow Zone. When he saw this, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was to separate the Sword Sect from the 5th Allied Army. The 6th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Great Hall and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Spirit Seal Flow Zone. The 7th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Lingling Clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in First Flow Zone. The 8th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Day-Night Clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Erudite Flow Zone. When he saw this, Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. Erudite Flow Zone. It'll happen sooner or later, Wang Wen answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin chuckled and continued reading. The 9th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Gu Dynasty and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Day-Night Flow Zone. The 10th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the One family and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Gu Flow Zone. Not only were the disciples under each faction's control separated, but they were also sent to guard hostile flow zones. This was all for the sake of balance. Then, who will be the commander? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen was vexed. It's quite troublesome, as we don't have many experts that we can trust. If we let someone from the Interverse become the commander, then it will bring unnecessary trouble. For example, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Spirit Seal Flow Zone are enemies. If we let an Enlighter from the Divine Great Hall become the commander, then I'm afraid that the 6th Allied Army will cause trouble for the Lingling clan. This was a problem, and Lu Yin pondered it for a moment. Let's transfer the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons over. Aside from Peach and the others who are cruisers, Kai Jinchang might not be willing, so we'll transfer Duan Day Night and the Lan family's Elder Iron over. Suitable. Wang Wen was uncertain. Lu Yin glanced at him. Do you have a more suitable candidate? Wang Wen shook his head. Their foundation is too weak. Alright, that's the only way. Lu Yin continued reading through the plan. Aside from the 10 allied armies, there were also 3 special legions. They were the Giant Bloodline, Lu Xuanjuan's army, and the newly formed Heavenly Sin army. Lu Xuanjuan's army and the Giant Bloodline did not need to be changed, while the Heavenly Sin army would be formed from the Sylvan Dragon clan and the evildoers from the smaller flow zones. The commander would be Thunder Axe. The Heavenly Sin army had great potential for growth in the future, and Lu Yin glanced at the Cosmic Tree domain. The four-way scales had placed powerhouses who disobeyed them in the Star Alliance, and the Heavenly Sin Army had been created based on this template. In the future, this would be the four-way scales home. Now that the Interverse was nearly unified, the Great Eastern Alliance had a total of 14 Envoy-level powerhouses under its command. They were the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, Ling Taizu, Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Madame Yu, Abel Phoenix, Elder Lian Axian, Chen Huang, Emperor Luo, as well as the Sea King, the Elders, and the Ice Empress, who could be asked for help at any time. If the Erudite Flow Zone joined the Great Eastern Alliance, then 2 more emissaries would be added, which would be Wen Zizai and President Han. The Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries would then reach 16. Including himself, that would be 17. 17 emissaries was something that even the Neoverse behemoths would not be able to achieve by themselves. Perhaps the Hall of Honor could hide many emissaries, but Lu Yin did not believe that they had that many. Of course, Lu Yin did not know how many emissaries the Hall of Honor had in total, including their subordinate organizations and the number of modified emissaries. Furthermore, the Hall of Honor's top experts could easily wipe out all of them, which was incomparable. However, Lu Yin at least had the courage to compete with any organization. He just lacked an absolute powerhouse to oversee the situation, and he thought of Kuei Luo and the Red Madam, who was currently under Kuei Luo's control. After some quick calculations, he realized that he had 2 more emissaries. With a happy heart, Lu Yin went to the botanical garden and waved at the sapling that was swaying its branches on top of a large tree. The sapling's branches moved, and it immediately ran towards Lu Yin. It was very happy, but the big tree was so focused on escaping that it even forgot to eat or sleep. The sapling jumped onto Lu Yin's head, but Lu Yin pursed his lips and grabbed it. "I'm not a big tree. Don't get on top of my head." The sapling was very happy, and its branches wrapped tightly around Lu Yin's fingers. Lu Yin could feel its happiness. "Your Highness, these are the astral origin pills that Shamrock Enterprises sent over." Cheong Shier came over and handed the pills over to Lu Yin. Shamrock Enterprises had publicly announced the astral origin pills during the Divine Gu Dynasty's banquet, and it had caused a huge commotion in the universe. Countless powers had wanted to purchase them, but before that, Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral origin pills to many of the major powers. The one who had sent the pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold had been the Xiaoya King. It was also at that time that the Xiaoya King had discovered the sapling. Lu Yin took the sealed astral origin pills, and the sapling wrapped even tighter around his fingers. "What has Shamrock Enterprises been up to recently?" Lu Yin asked. Cheong Shier replied, "They've been wantonly promoting the astral origin pills. Nothing else." "What about us?" Lu Yin asked. Cheong Shier continued, "Right, the Xiaoya King invited you to Shamrock Enterprises headquarters as a guest before he left." Lu Yin nodded. "Got it." Cheong Shier left. Lu Yin looked at the astral origin pills in his hand. The person who had tried to charge into the Ross Empire's stronghold but had been stopped by Emperor Lu was most likely the Leaf King. His goal was obviously the sapling. To be able to escape from Emperor Lu, the Leaf King's strength had to be at least 800,000, or even higher. This was a dangerous person. Shamrock Enterprises' strength was not inferior to the leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones, and they were only slightly weaker than the Day-Night Clan and Sword Sect. Now that they were wantonly promoting the astral origin pills, they must have other plans. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones needed to nurture their disciples, and they did not place too much importance on money. However, Shamrock Enterprises was a commercial organization, and even though a portion of their resources were used to research and develop the astral origin pills, they still had a lot of cash left over. If he could obtain Shamrock Enterprises' resources. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. The twig wrapped around his hand tighter and tighter. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the sapling seemed to be staring at the astral origin pills in his hand with desire. Although it did not have eyes, Lu Yin could feel that it was staring at the pills. "You want them?" Lu Yin asked, recalling the scene of the sapling swallowing the astral origin pills. The Xiaoya king had only been able to discover the sapling because it had lured the astral origin pills out. A few emerald leaves at the top of the sapling rubbed against Lu Yin's chin. They were very warm and comfortable, and the black and white fog around Lu Yin's chest also calmed down. Unable to resist this coquettish behavior, Lu Yin opened the lid of the astral origin pills and allowed them to fly out. The sapling hurriedly wrapped them up, and the pills disappeared as the sapling visibly grew. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1789. A total of 5 astral source pills had been eaten by the sapling, but it still wanted more. "Don't worry, there'll be more for you soon," Lu Yin reassured. The sapling stretched out a branch and stroked Lu Yin's chin happily. There was a loud crash as the tree in the botanical garden fell down once more. It kept trying to escape, and its persistence was moving, but it also had a strange habit. Balor covered his head and entered the botanical garden, where he squatted down beside the tree and whispered something. The tree crawled up and continued to escape. Lu Yin found it funny. His gadgets suddenly rang, and he looked over. "Brother Huikong." "Brother Huikong," Lu Yin answered. "Brother Lu, you're too reckless. You actually went to the technocracy. No wonder you asked me about the technocracy." Huikong was furious. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I had my reasons for going." "Then why didn't you tell me? It's better to bring you there than to explore on your own. Brother, you've been in the technocracy for so many years, and you'll definitely be recognized if you go there again. I don't want to attract attention." "That's true. I'm as dazzling as the sun in the technocracy. I've been to Ibn City and the Genesis Court, so it's not suitable for me to bring you there." Huikong paused and then asked, "How was it? You didn't run into any danger there, right?" Lu Yin replied, "It wasn't too dangerous. After all, I had the protection of the Realm Mountain's chief." "That's good. You have to tell me when you go to the technocracy in the future." "Right, I forgot that you're working with Ibn City. You'll be more welcome there than you are, haha." Huikong laughed. Lu Yin's cooperation with Ibn City could not be hidden from the board of directors. As long as the board knew, the 7 courts would naturally know as well. "I heard that you turned the Divine Gu dynasty upside down." Huikong asked curiously. Lu Yin recounted what had happened in the Divine Gu dynasty. Huikong sighed. "I never thought that the mysterious Gu flow zone would have someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. I should have thought of this sooner. It was the Hall of Honor's mistake." Lu Yin did not want to discuss this with Huikong, so he asked, "Brother, does the Hui family have a root of wisdom?" Huikong said, "Hui Zhen." "Yes." Lu Yin was excited. "However, it's not the root of wisdom from Ancestor Hui's time, but my Hui family planted it according to Ancestor Hui's letter. The effect is far less exaggerated than the root of wisdom. At most, it can calm one's heart, but it's not very useful." "Why, do you want it?" Huikong asked. Lu Yin was curious. Why can't the Hui family plant a root of wisdom from the time of the Hui ancestor? "Do you think it's easy to plant wisdom roots? It's not just the climate and the soil, but also the nurturing of peerless experts. In short, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. The simplest one is that the soil for planting the root of wisdom. This era doesn't have it." Lei Qin. You actually know. You know quite a lot, but Lei Qin is only one of them, and it's not Lei Qin, but Lei Mu Qin. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Teardrop dust. That's right, the essence of the tear dust. A pile of tear dust would at most have 1 or 2 tear mother dust. That's the best soil to plant the wisdom root. Only Ancestor Hui managed to gather all of it. How could we, the later generations, gather all of it? Hui Kong sighed. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the upgraded Lei Qin. Could that have been the Lei Mu Qin? As long as I have the teardrop dust. The teardrop dust is the most important, but the other materials are also rare. Anyway, even if the Hui family does everything we can, we won't be able to plant a true wisdom root. Don't even think about it. Lu Yin made a request. I want to buy the Hui family's wisdom root. Hui Kong laughed. Buy what? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Bro, alright, don't refuse. It's not a big deal. I'm hanging up. I'll send someone to deliver the wisdom root to you. He then ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and felt a warmth in his heart. Hui Kong was one of the few people who could make him lower his guard and become friends with him sincerely. In the Outerverse, Source Peak Weave. This had once been the center of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but after a battle, the Lockbreaker Society had been forced to move to Frostwave Weave. Now, this place was shared between the 6th Mainland's Di and Mo Jiang families. If the Di ancestor had not died, then the Di family would have possessed the cosmic seal, which meant that they would not have been able to share this weave with others. However, the Di family had long since lost its glory, and the Mo Jiang family was the same. The events in Cape Star had escalated continuously, starting with the deaths of Elder Autumn Frost and Old Man Sangqiu, and now, one of the 7 sky gods, the corpse god. The entire 6th mainland was on high alert, as it was clear that the Neo-Human Alliance was about to make a move. On this day, on a planet where the Di family lived, Di Bao and the rest bowed to welcome a young man not too far away. This person was Di Luo, the 6th mainland's new realmling and the younger brother of the previous realmling, DFA. He was a direct descendant of the Di family, while the rest of the Di family were merely side branches. Di Luo had come here to replenish his resources. Just as Di Bao and the rest were entertaining Di Luo, a pair of eyes suddenly opened 10,000 meters below their feet. The body stood up straight and passed through the magma and the earth, slowly walking towards the surface. Di Luo was just about to leave when the bottom of his feet suddenly cracked open, and the crack grew larger and larger. He was shocked. Di Bao hurriedly had someone take a look. Suddenly, his gadget beeped and displayed a power level value. There's an enemy. Di Bao was shocked, as there was a power level coming from underground. The power level value continued to rise, going from 10,000 to 120,000, and it was still climbing. Di Luo's gaze turned solemn, as this was a hunter. Fortunately, even if Di Bao's bloodline was just a side branch, they could still deal with a hunter. However, when the power level value climbed to 210,000, Di Luo's expression changed. Even though an enlighter wasn't considered very strong in the 6th mainland, it was different here. The strongest person in Di Bao's branch was only a hunter, and Lu Yin might not be able to deal with an enlighter. He would have to depend on the other party's strength. The current realmling was quite different from the previous realmling, just like how the current 5th mainland's youth council member was compared to the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters of the past could easily challenge and even defeat some enlighters, but the current member could not do so. Attack! Di Bao barked, and many cultivators from the Di family side branches used their battle techniques and weapons to bombard the ground. Very soon, the ground shattered, and the planet trembled. Magma spewed out, but Di Bao waved his hand to disperse it. A figure walked out of the magma and slowly walked towards the surface. When Di Bao and the rest saw who it was, their expressions changed. A corpse king. Not good. Young Master Di Luo, run. Di Luo's scalp almost exploded. Why would a corpse king come here? The Neo-Human Alliance's revenge had appeared. Di Luo and the rest did not even think about attacking the corpse king, and they immediately fled into outer space. The members of the Di family side branches were so frightened that they all fled without any thoughts of resisting. However, the corpse king that had walked out did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it stood there in a daze. Its eyes were pitch black, which was different from the scarlet vertical eyes of other corpse kings. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized this as the same corpse that had chased after him. This corpse was not a corpse king, as it could even kill corpse kings. Back when Lu Yin had been chased by Darkstar Gorge, he had coincidentally attracted the attention of a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold on a planet where he had been chased down. It was thanks to this corpse that he had been able to break through to the Explorer realm. The mummy stood there in a daze for a while before looking to the west. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. After saying that, its legs slowly bent. Perhaps because it had not moved for a long time, its bones began to creak. Then, it suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the starry sky, rushing toward the west at an extremely fast speed. Di Luo saw the corpse fly past him, but it did not attack him. He had thought that he was doomed. What was going on? Di Luo was at a loss, and he quickly reported this matter to his family. At this moment, the same thing was happening in many other places in the universe. The closest was Tyrannical Weave, which had once been the location of Myriad City and represented the most prosperous region in the Outerverse. However, it was now occupied by the Coffin Home. The Coffin Home had a world imprinter like the Corpse Guardian, and no one dared to say anything about it. The Coffin Home lived up to its name, and cultivators could control corpses. Some cultivators even liked to run around with corpses on their backs, such as the Coffin Home's legacy disciple, the Corpse Pickers, who specialized in the corpse palm. The corpse also walked out of the ground and appeared on the planet of one of the Coffin Home's older disciples. The older disciple stared at the corpse in astonishment. He did not think that this was a corpse king, as corpse kings were fundamentally different from corpses. This was clearly a corpse, but why was the corpse moving? Which fellow disciple is here? Don't play tricks on me. Come out, the older disciple said. All of the Coffin Home's disciples could control corpses, and the corpse was clearly being controlled. However, why were its eyes pure black? The corpse stood there in a daze. Which fellow disciple is here? Please come out. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. The younger disciple spoke again, but there was still no response. He felt uncomfortable. Since you're not willing to come out, I'll help you take a look at this corpse's cultivation. He then walked over to the corpse. The corpse did not seem to see him, and it continued to stare blankly. The older disciple tapped the corpse's forehead to investigate, but suddenly, the corpse raised a hand and grabbed the disciple's arm. With a gentle tug, the disciple screamed as his arm was ripped off, and his face turned pale. Stop! You dash! The next moment, the corpse casually slapped the older disciple's head, causing it to shatter. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill, the corpse muttered to itself. It then charged into outer space, smashing through an asteroid as it headed in a certain direction. Similar corpses appeared everywhere in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. It was as if they had been summoned, and they all moved at the same time. In the primal zone, which bordered iron blood weave, the corpse that had been suppressed by progenitor Wuxiang's hide also muttered to itself, primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Even though the corpse had confirmed its target, it could not move because of progenitor Wuxiang's hide. On this day, the heavens were bathed in blood, and many people had died because of the corpses. These corpses all had power levels of over 200,000. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1790. Lu Yin quickly found out, and he looked at Bai Shui on the screen. Her face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. His gaze swept past Bai Shui, and he saw the dried corpse behind her that was destroying the spacecraft. His eyes flickered. This dried corpse had actually appeared again. Alliance Master Lu, that corpse has the power of an enlighter. Your allied army won't be able to stop it. Whitewater shouted as she hugged Xiao Dai tightly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. My people are protecting you, but you still need to act. Don't worry, the people who will save you will be here soon. Whitewater turned around and gritted her teeth before using her Wind God battle technique. With a bang, the corpse smashed the spacecraft apart and broke through the army's blockade to grab Whitewater. Target confirmed. Kill. Whitewater hurriedly retreated, as her attacks were useless against the corpse. Lu Yin frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have given Whitewater something to protect herself. He had given her a super flash tear gas bomb, but it was obviously useless against the corpse. Fortunately, Night King Yuanjing had arrived in time to destroy the corpse and save Whitewater. Whitewater had been lucky, as the Great Eastern Alliance had sent an army to the day-night flow zone to prepare to enter. Otherwise, without the Allied army's delay, she would have died. What happened? Lu Yin asked. Within the screen, Whitewater panted heavily, as her injuries were quite severe. I don't know. This thing came to kill me out of nowhere and said that it had discovered an ancient bloodline. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An ancient bloodline. A primeval surname. Who would want to kill someone with a primeval surname? Lu Yin remembered that the corpse had once slaughtered a corpse king, so it should not be a product of the Neo-Human Alliance. However, who could be sure? Besides the Eternals, who else would attack someone with a primeval surname? At this time, Enya reported that many corpses had been massacred within the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse. Some of the victims were cultivators, while others were ordinary people. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately contacted the Sea King to ask the Sea King to send some elders to Earth. There were too many primeval surnames on Earth, and if the corpse found Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire planet would be destroyed. In just a few days, corpses had appeared everywhere. Lu Yin contacted the Hall of Honor and asked about the origins of these corpses, but Elder Chan did not have the time to answer him. Outside the Ross Empire's fortress, a dried corpse appeared. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. The corpse was smashed to pieces by a giant as soon as it finished speaking. Chen Jian looked at his hand. What the hell? In a small flow zone in the Innerverse, a spacecraft was trying to escape into the distance, but it was smashed to pieces by the desiccated corpse. Inside the spacecraft, a middle-aged man's eyes were filled with malevolence. No, I don't want to die. I can't die. My family's inheritance cannot be severed. He roared as he raised his blade, causing a blade's shadow to streak through the air. In an instant, the blade's shadow formed a strange mountain and river diagram that possessed an indescribable power. It carried an aura that could tear through the void as it slashed towards the desiccated corpse. However, the man was only a cruiser, and no matter how exquisite his blade techniques were, he was unable to resist the mummy's attack and was shattered by a single palm. The man did not have a primeval surname. On a small island in Universe Ocean, flames soared into the sky. A mummy walked out of the sea of flames, looked at the woman lying on the ground, and raised his hand. The woman despaired. She was just a normal person, and she did not know why things had turned out this way. A jade pendant on her chest glowed brightly, and when the corpse king's palm landed, the woman died a tragic death. The jade pendant shattered, and a grain of fate's end fell out, sinking along with the island. In the Neoverse, a desiccated corpse appeared in Astral City. This corpse had a power level of over 400,000, and it battled with the city lord for an hour. In the end, it relied on its physical body to kill the city lord, and it landed in the courtyard of a family within the city. This family's ancestor had been an enlighter who had once served as a guard. The city lord's bodyguard was now just a normal person. The appearance of the desiccated corpse was a disaster for them, and aside from a young boy who was hiding in a corner, everyone else had died a tragic death. The young boy looked at the desiccated corpse in horror as it raised its hand. Despair enveloped him, and he closed his eyes in fear. After waiting for a while, what awaited him was not the desiccated corpse's slaughter, but rather a fragrant wind. He opened his eyes in fear, but the desiccated corpse had disappeared. Only a woman was there, and she gently looked at him. "Child, don't be afraid. Everything's fine now." The young boy wept loudly as he gripped a piece of jade tightly in his hand. Perhaps he had used too much strength, or perhaps he had been too afraid, but his fingernails had dug into his flesh. Blood dripped down his palm onto the jade, and the jade shone brightly before disappearing into the boy's mind. Although it had been quick, the woman still saw it, and she stared at the boy. The boy's gaze was sluggish for a moment, but he soon recovered and wiped away his tears. "Child, did you learn something just now?" the woman asked as she looked at the boy curiously. The boy wiped away his tears and nodded. "Yes, a small person taught me some moves." "What moves?" The woman was surprised, as this was an inheritance of a battle technique. The boy thought for a moment and then made some moves. However, they were just movements, as he did not cultivate and did not have any star energy, so the woman could not see anything. "Tell Auntie, what's the name of this move?" the woman asked. The boy replied, "D. Xidigarba Needle." The woman's name was Yuan Miao, and she was a lockbreaker elder from the Sirius sect. She had accidentally saved the boy and brought him to the Sirius sect to report the matter of the mummy's pursuit, which had attracted the attention of the entire Sirius sect. When Elder Gong heard the words Xidigarba Needle, he was shocked and immediately went to meet the boy. "Child, do that action again," Elder Gong said softly. The boy raised his hand and extended it with his palm facing down. He looked up and saw that this move was very ordinary, but it was definitely not ordinary in Elder Gong's eyes. This was the Xidigarba Needle, an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Back when he had snuck into the astral tree domain, he had also competed with the Lu family's experts. The Lu family's Xidigarba Needle had left a deep impression on him, as a single gray needle could expel poison and even injuries from the body. "Child, what's your name?" Elder Gong asked. The boy replied, "Air Chi." "Air Chi." Elder Gong was astonished, as it was a very strange name. It was actually not a surname of Lu. He looked at the boy for a while and then asked Yuan Miao to help him settle down. "Help me contact Lu Yin." Luin had been having a headache over the past 2 days, as the Great Eastern Alliance's territory was too vast. More than 10 mummies had appeared within this region, and they were inexplicably slaughtering people. It would be fine if these people were powerful cultivators, but some of them were just ordinary people. However, Luin had also found a way to deal with the situation, which was for the others to not attack the mummies, as the mummies would not take the initiative to attack. This made Luin sullen, and he sent out all of the powerhouses under his command. Only enlighters and above were allowed to attack the mummies. However, some of the mummies were not as simple as enlighters, and there were also differences in strength between enlighters. The most powerful mummy that had been discovered so far had killed Elder Ling Shen of the Lingling clan, who had a power level of 450,000. This had infuriated Ling Qiu, and she had personally gone to search for that mummy. The Hall of Honor did not remain idle either, and they continuously sent out experts to hunt down the mummies. Many people guessed that these mummies had been released by the Neo-Human Alliance, but they were different from the Corpse Kings. Fortunately, no emissary-level mummies had been discovered yet. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked over to see that it was Sirius Sect Master, Yuan Qiong. Sect Master, what's the matter? Lu Yin opened his gadget and asked directly. He was not overly courteous, and he did not show the reverence that a disciple would show to a sect master. Yuan Qiong did not make a fuss about it, as Lu Yin was not a disciple of the Sirius sect. If not for the diagram on his feet, the Sirius sect would not have bothered with him. Elder Gong is looking for you. Elder Gong appeared on the screen with a grim expression. Yuan Qiong, you can leave for now. Yuan Qiong was astonished. Even he had to leave. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he vaguely guessed at something. After Yuan Qiong left, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Elder. I lied to you. Elder Chan knew of Lu Shaoxuan's identity, and he would naturally inform Elder Gong, the Sage Heavenly Master, and the others. Lu Yin had been waiting for them to contact him, but they had not. He had not expected Elder Gong to contact him at this time. Let's not talk about this. Do you know about the Xidigarba needle? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he shook his head. No. Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin for a while and then sighed. It seems like you really have forgotten. Lu Yin raised his brows. Is it related to the Lu family? The Xidigarba needle is an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Lu Yin felt bitter. I've forgotten all about it, but since it's an ultimate technique, I should have learned it before. I'll have to start over from the beginning, and this has nothing to do with me. Elder Gong earnestly explained, today, a child who was being chased by a corpse learned the Xidigarba needle and obtained this inheritance. Lu Yin was shocked. Isn't the Xidigarba needle an ultimate technique of the Lu family? That's right. Outside of the Lu family, no one else can obtain this technique. However, this child used his blood to unlock the inheritance and obtained the Xidigarba needle. Are you saying that this child has the bloodline of the Lu family? Lu Yin was shocked. Elder Gong did not understand. It may or may not be so. The Xidigarba needle has always been an ultimate technique of the Lu family, but it may not have been created by the Lu family. Perhaps the Lu family learned it from somewhere else. Although the inheritance requires a bloodline to unlock, it can be taught to outsiders. Elder, why are you telling me this? Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Gong's expression was solemn. The corpses are hunting down people with ancient bloodlines. Ancient bloodlines do not necessarily represent primeval surnames. Anyone who is being chased must have an extraordinary ancestral bloodline that is enough to trigger a hunt. This is an era gap, and now, these corpses have connected the era of ancient bloodlines to the current era. The future is about to change. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. As the corpses chase after the corpses, more and more ancient inheritances will appear. This child's father and grandfather never learned the Ksitigarbha needle, but now they have. When he grows up, this ultimate technique will shine brightly in the universe. This will be the case for the other ancient inheritances as well, but there will definitely be some that will be completely wiped out. Lu Yin looked up. Elder, what do you mean? Do your best to protect those who are being chased. You can also obtain some secrets from the ancient era through them, as long as you are lucky, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin understood. If the mummies were chasing after someone with an ancient bloodline, then the mummies were their targets. Anyone who was being chased by the mummies might have an ancient inheritance, even if it was possible that those inheritances were already gone. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the 4th day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips. Thank you, brothers, for your support. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.